To Philip and Aaron Absher, after all we've shared over the years, from California to Kansas, from Provence to Myrtle Beach, with all the magics along the way, this book is for you.
1. Drekka. Danny North grew up surrounded by fairies, ghosts, talking animals, living stones, walking trees, and gods who called up wind and brought down rain, made fire from air and drew iron out of the depth of the earth as easily as ordinary people might draw up water from a well. The North family lived on a compound in a sheltered valley in western Virginia, and most of them never went to town, for it was a matter of some shame that gods should now be forced to buy supplies and sell crops just like common people. The family had spliced and intertwined so often over the centuries that almost all adults except one's own parents were called aunt and uncle, and all the children were lumped together as the cousins. To the dozens and dozens of North cousins, town was a distant thing, like ocean and space and government. What did they care about such things except that during school hours, Auntie Twang or Auntie Uck would rap them on the head with a thimbled finger if they didn't come up with the right answers. School was something the children endured in the mornings so they could spend the afternoons learning how to create the things that commoners called fairies, ghosts, golems, trolls, werewolves, and other such miracles that were the heritage of the North family. It was their heritage, but not every child inherited. Great-Uncle Zog was notorious for muttering, "The blood's too thin, the blood's too thin," because it was his considered opinion that the Norths had grown weak in the 13.5 centuries since the Evil One closed the gates. "Why else do we have so many weaklings who can't send their outself more than 100 yards, he said once. "Why else do we have so few children who can raise a clant out of anything sturdier than pollen and dust, or heart-bind with one of their clan? Why do we have these miserable Drekkas like Danny in every generation? Putting them in Hammer Nip Hill hasn't made us stronger. Nothing makes us stronger." Danny heard this when he was 11, when it wasn't a sure thing yet that he was a Drekka. Plenty of children didn't show any talent till they were in their teens, or so Mama said, reassuring him. But from Great-Uncle Zog's words, Danny began to doubt her. How could it be plenty of children who showed no talent, when Danny was now the only child in the family over the age of 9 who couldn't even figure out whether he had an out-self, let alone send it out to explore? When the other kids used their out-selves to spy on Danny's school papers and copy them, he couldn't even detect that they were there, let alone stop them. "Drive them away, can't you?" demanded Aunt Lummy. "You're the only decent student in this school, but they're all getting the same marks as you because you let them cheat." "I know how they're doing it," said Danny, "but how can I drive them away when I can't see them or feel them?" "Just make yourself big," said Aunt Lummy. "Hold on to your own space. Don't let them crowd you." But these words meant nothing to Danny, no matter how he tried to act them out. And the cheating went on until Lummy and the other aunts who taught the school were forced to make separate tests, one for Danny and one for all the others at his grade level. The instant result was that by age 12, Danny was soon the only student in his grade level, the others having been put back where they belonged. In the outside world, Danny would have been doing 9th grade work 2 years ahead of his age. The other kids resented him more than ever, and therefore taunted him or froze him out as a Drekka. "You're not one of us," they said, often in those exact words. During free time, they refused to let him come along on any of their escapades. He was never chosen for a team. He was never told when one of the aunts was sharing out cookies or some other treat, and he always had to check his drawer for spiders, snakes, or dog poo. He got used to it quickly, and he knew better than to tell any of the adults. What good would it do him? How much fun would he have if some adult forced the others to take him along? What kinds of pranks would they do if they had been whipped for pooing his clean clothes? So in this idyllic world of fairies and ghosts, gods and talking animals, Danny was a profoundly solitary child. He knew everybody. Everybody was kin to him. But he had been made ashamed of everything he did well, and even more ashamed of everything he could not do, and he regarded even those of the cousins who treated him kindly as if their kindness were pity. For who could genuinely like a boy so unworthy, whose existence meant no more than this, that the bloodlines of the North family were weak and getting weaker, with Danny the weakest of them all? The irony was that Danny had been kept as a child apart since he was born, but for the opposite reason. His father, Alf, a rock brother with an affinity for pure metals, had found a way to get inside the steel of machines and make them run almost without friction and without lubrication. It was such a useful and unprecedented skill that he had been made ruler of the family and was therefore renamed as Odin, but Danny called him Baba. Danny's mother, Gerd, was only slightly less remarkable, a light mage who had learned to change the color of reflected light so that she could make things nearly invisible, or hide them in shadows, or make them glow as bright as the sun. For years, Alf and Gerd had been forbidden to marry by old Gish, who was then the Odin, for fear that the joining of two such potent bloodlines might create something awful. A gate mage, which the Norths were forbidden ever to have again, or a man mage, which all the families were sworn to destroy. But when Gish retired after losing the last war, and machine mage Alf was made Odin in his place, the family voted almost unanimously to allow the marriage. Danny's birth was the result, as close to a royal child as the Norths had had in many generations. In his early childhood, Danny was pampered by all the adults. He was the golden boy, and great things were expected of him. He had been bright as a child, quick to read, clever with all the family languages, dexterous with his fingers, an athletic runner and leaper, curious to a fault, and clever of tongue so he could make almost anyone laugh. But as he got older, these traits could not make up for his utter lack of harmony with any of the magics of the family. Danny tried everything. He gardened alongside the cousins who had a way with herbs and trees and grasses, the ones who, as adult mages, would continue to make the North farms so astonishingly productive. But the seeds he planted grew weakly, and he could not feel the throbbing pulse of a tree. He roamed the woods with those who had a way with animals, the ones who, if they could only form a deep bond with wolf or bear, or failing everything grand, squirrel or snake, would become eye friend or claw brother, and roam the world in animal shape whenever they wished. But the creatures ran from him, or snarled and snapped at him, and he made no friends among the beasts. He tried to understand what it meant to serve stone or water, wind or the electricity of lightning in the air. But the stones bruised his fingers and moved for him only if he threw them. The wind only blew his hair into a tangled mop, and storms and ponds left him wet, cold, and powerless. Far from being precocious, with magic he was slow. Worse than slow, he was inert, making no visible progress at all. Yet except for the loneliness, he didn't hate his life. His long rovings in the woods were a pleasure to him. Since neither tree nor animal was drawn to him, he simply ran, becoming swift and tireless, mile after mile. At first he ran only within the limits of the family compound, because the trees that guarded the perimeter would snatch at him and then give the alarm, bringing the adult seed guards and even Uncle Poot, the only sapkin in the family right now, to warn him not to leave. But during this past winter, perhaps because the trees were dormant and less alert, he had found 3 different routes that allowed him to avoid the sentinel trees entirely. He knew that as a probable Drekka he was being watched. Danny never knew when the outself of some adult might be following him. So he took different routes to these secret passageways each time. As far as he knew, he had never been seen leaving. No one had challenged him about it, at least. Liberated now, he would run and run, miles in whatever direction he chose. And he was fast. He could cover miles and still be home by supper time. He would only stop when he came to a highway, a fence, a house, a factory, a town, and from the shelter of the woods or hedges or weeds, he would watch the Drowthers go about their lives and think, I am by nature one of them, without affinities or powers, living by the labor of their hands or the words of their mouth, with one slight difference. Drowthers didn't know they were bereft of all that was noble in the world. They had no sense of lost heritage. The North family ignored them, cared nothing about them. But if Danny tried to leave, all the family secrets would be at risk. The stories told on dark nights of traitors, of wars between the Westilian families, all ended the same way. Anyone who defied the family and fled the compound without permission would be hunted down and killed. In these twilight times, Norths may not have all the power they used to have before Loki closed the gates, before the centuries of war with the other families, but they were superb hunters. Nobody evaded them. Danny knew he took his life in his hands every time he left. He was insane to do it, yet he felt so free outside the compound. The world was so large, so full of people who did not despise him yet. They have no talents like ours, and yet they build these roads, these factories, these houses. We have to import their machines to air-condition our homes. We tie into their internet to get our news and send emails to the trusted rovers the family sends out into the world. We drive in cars and trucks we buy from them. How dare we feel superior? None of these things are in our power, and when the Westil families rule the world as gods of the Phrygians, the Hittites, the Greeks, the Celts, the Persians, the Hindi, the Slavs, and, of course, the Norse, the lives of common people were nasty, brutish, and short. Nastier, shorter, and more brutal because of our demands on them. The world would be better if there had never been such gods as these. Taking whatever we wanted because we could, killing anyone who got in our way, deposing kings and setting up new ones, sending our disciples out a-conquering. Who did we think we were? In the long-lost world of Westil, where everyone was talented, it might have been fair, for everyone might have had a chance. But here in Middelgard, on Earth, where only the few Westilian families had such powers, it was unjust. These were the thoughts that Danny was free to think as he watched the teenagers come out of the high schools of Buena Vista and Lexington and ride off in buses or drive off in their cars. At home, he never let himself think such things, because if he did, his face might reveal his repugnance or dismay at something that a relative did, or some old story of an ancestor's adventures. His only hope of having any kind of useful life was to convince them that he could be trusted to be allowed out into the world, that his loyalty to the family was unshakable. Meanwhile, he pored over the books the children were allowed to read, especially the Mythologies, trying to understand the real history of the Westilians from the tantalizing tales the Drowthers had collected. He once asked Auntie Uck which of the tales from Bullfinch's mythology were true, and she just glared at him and said, all of them, which was just stupid. Somewhere there were books that told the true stories. He knew that family histories were kept, histories that went back thousands of years. How else could the adults make their cryptic references to this or that person or event in the distant past? All the adults knew these histories, and someday the other cousins would be given these secrets. But not Danny, the one best suited to read, understand, and remember. If he ever learned the truth about anything, he would have to find it out for himself. Meanwhile, he had to stay alive. which meant that as much as he loved to run outside the compound, he only did it now and then, when he couldn't stand to be confined in his loneliness another day, when it began to seem that it might be better just to go up to Hammernip Hill, dig his own grave, lie down in it, and wait for someone to come up and finish the job. When he was analytical about it, he realized that running outside the compound was a kind of suicide. A game of Russian roulette, without any idea of how many chambers there were in the revolver or how many bullets there might be. Just run to a secret passageway and keep on running. That was how he pulled the trigger. His life was not unrelenting solitude and hostility, of course. There were aunts and uncles who had loved him from childhood on, and they seemed to love him still, though some were certainly more distant now. And since Baba and Mama themselves had never particularly doted on him, certainly he could detect no difference in their indifference now. In many ways, his life at home was normal. Normal-ish, anyway. And maybe he would find a way to make himself useful to the family so they would let him live. He had tried to get them to let him become the family computer expert. "Let me set up a local area network," he said. "I've been reading about it online. We could have computers in every house, in every room, and they could share the same internet connection so we wouldn't have to pay the cable company $1 more." But all they could think to say was, "How did you learn about these things?" "I Googled them," he said. The result was that the family made a new rule that kids could access computers only with an adult in the room, and you had to be able to demonstrate at any moment just how the stuff you had on the screen was related to the classroom assignment you were supposed to be doing. "Thanks a lot, Drekka," Lem and Stem said as they beat him up a little behind the hay barn the next day. They were particularly annoyed because Danny's inquiry had led to Auntie Twang finding their files of pornography, which got them a screaming tongue-lashing from their Drekka mother, Ms. Jane, and a whipping from one of Uncle Poot's most savage hickories. So now Danny was trying to make himself useful by helping train the kids who were just learning to create clans with their outselves. Not that Danny knew anything about clanting, but since the kids couldn't see their own clans, Danny watched how the clans took shape and then reported to them on their results. Pure observation, but because Danny was doing it, an adult was free to do something else. The trouble was that the 3 children whose clans he was supervising were Tina, Mona, and Krista, and instead of working on their assignment to make their clan as close to life-size as possible, they were remaining under a foot in height and trying to make themselves as voluptuous as they could. All 3 girls were just starting to develop as women in their real bodies, but the miniature female bodies they were forming out of fallen twigs, leaves, and nutshells were shaping up with huge breasts and exaggerated hips. Forest fairies, a drouther would have called them. Or sluts. "I'll report this, you know," said Danny. But it was wasted breath. None of them was good enough at clanting to be able to hear anything through their clans. They could see, however. The outself could see whether it was formed into a clan or not, and one of them noticed Danny's lips moving. Almost at once, all 3 of the forest fairies turned to face him. 2 of them flaunted their chests. The other turned around, thrust her buttocks toward him, and waggled it back and forth. They could not have made their contempt more clear. Danny didn't care. It was better than getting beaten up by Lem and Stem. But it was his responsibility to make sure they worked on what they were supposed to work on. He had no authority himself, and even if he had, he couldn't have done anything if they chose to defy him. Adults could use their own outselves to give the girls' clans a shove, which they would feel in their own bodies as well. But Danny had no outself, or hadn't found one anyway. The only thing he could do was find an adult and report them, but by the time an adult arrived, they'd be working on what they were supposed to work on, and the adult would be annoyed at Danny. Not that the adult would doubt Danny's word. He was known not to lie, and besides, they knew exactly what Tina, Mona, and Krista were like. But the very fact that Danny had to fetch an adult to enforce the rules meant that he really wasn't worth very much as a clanminder. Sometimes Danny was conscientious enough to report such antics as these, But most of the time he put his own survival ahead of the goal of pushing the children to develop their skills and let them get away with whatever they wanted. The danger was that when these children grew up, they would remember how worthless Danny had been as a childminder, and far from being grateful that he hadn't reported them when they were young, they'd realize he couldn't be trusted to take care of their own children. Then he'd just be poor Uncle Danny the Drekka, or poor old Danny, the body under the nameless headstone on Hammernip Hill. All he could do was kick out at them, dispersing the stuff out of which their clans were formed, so they'd have to take a few moments to gather them up and shape themselves again. It took only a second or two. They'd been making forest fairies of this size since they were 9 or 10, and Danny was the darling little 8-year-old that they liked to pamper when adults were around or torture when they weren't. Well, even though Danny couldn't make a clant the size of a thimble, he had listened well during the early lessons and remembered things that those with talent often forgot. For instance, he knew the warning about letting drothers capture a small and fragile clant. "You hold the clant," Uncle Poot had told him, "and the clant holds you. If you let them capture you when you're little, they can keep your out-self from returning to your body, which leaves you completely helpless." "Why can't we just toss away the clant?" Danny had asked, for in those days he still expected to be able to use these lessons. "You have to be able to spin and leap to cast away the bits from which you made the clant," said Uncle Poot. "If they trap you so you can't move far enough, the bits of clant stay bound to you. It's just the way it works." "I'll just make my clant with scissors," Friggy, Danny's best friend in those days, had boasted. "Then I'll cut my way out." "Make your clant with scissors?" Uncle Poot had laughed. "Why not make it with a gun and shoot your captors through the sack they caught you in?" "The clans that children make are faint and small," said Danny. "They have no strength in them." "That's right," said Uncle Poot. "The son of Odin never forgets. It's only truly a clant when it's full size and every bit as solid as you are in your own body. Until then it's a small or a faint or a face, and it could no more lift a pair of scissors than a boulder." Remembering such lessons, Danny pulled his t-shirt off over his head and then idly scratched his side, as if that had been his purpose. The girls made their clans point at him and pantomime rolling on the ground with laughter. They really were quite good at giving lifelike movements to their smalls. But all that mattered to Danny was that they weren't paying attention to the danger they were in. It took only a moment for Danny to have his shirt down on top of the 2 nearest fairies, and another moment for him to gather it into a sack containing them. The third was free, and it leapt and scampered up the sack, up his arms, into his face, but it was a mere annoyance. He swept it away with a brush of his hand, and the pieces of it fell to the ground. He expected that girl, he had no way of knowing which it was since they weren't good enough yet to put their face on the clans they made, to drop her out-self back to the ground and form the clan again, so he didn't wait around to see. Instead, he gripped the t-shirt in his teeth and began to climb the nearest branchy tree. No one climbed trees better than Danny, and this time he moved so fast it seemed to him that he was flying, just tapping the branches with his hands and feet. Meanwhile, the fairies in the bag kept trying to jump and spin so they could shed their clans and return to their bodies, but they didn't have the strength to do much more than jostle the bag a little. At a high branch, Danny stopped climbing, took the t-shirt out of his mouth, and tied it so tightly to a slender branch that there was hardly room for the clans to move at all. Then he let himself back down the tree, taking much longer jumps downward than he had managed on the way up. When he reached the bottom, the third girl's clan was nowhere to be seen. So Danny walked back to the house to tell Uncle Poot what he had done. But it was Great-Uncle Zog and Grandpa Gish who intercepted him on the path, and they gave him no chance at all to explain that he was only teaching the girls a lesson. "Where are they?" screamed Grandpa Gish. "What kind of Drekka bags a child?" Great-Uncle Zog bellowed at him. "I'll have you up the hill for this, you fairy thief, you child abuser." And then he was shaking Danny so hard that he was afraid his head would come clear off. Years of flying with the eagles had caused old Zog's arms and shoulders to bulk up, and he had so much strength that he could break a big man's neck with a swipe of his hand. He'd done it more than once in the wars. So it was a relief when Auntie Uck and Auntie Tweng showed up and clung to both Zog's arms, dragging him away from Danny. As it was, Zog didn't let go. The aunts dragged him, but he dragged Danny, his grip like a talon on Danny's shoulder. He staggered to keep his feet under him so that he didn't have his full weight dangling from Zog's massive grip. Who would have thought an old man could be so strong? A few minutes later, the adults who were in the compound had gathered, and Danny found himself in the midst of something like a trial, but without the legal forms they saw in the TV shows. There was Danny, and there was his accuser, Krista, the oldest of the girls, and there was Gish, presiding like a judge in Baba's absence, with Zog as the prosecutor. But that's where the resemblance to a fair trial left off, for there was no one to speak in Danny's defense. Not even Danny. Whenever he tried to speak, Zog slapped him or Gish shouted him into silence. So the only story anyone could hear was Krista's. "We were trying so hard to make our clans big," she said, "that we didn't even see that Danny was sneaking up on us with a giant sack. He caught all three of us, but I just barely managed to get out before he sealed the neck of it with Tina and Mona inside. And then he broke my clan in pieces, and before I could put myself together he was gone, up in the sky." "He flew?" demanded Gish.
"Yes," cried Krista. "He flew away and dropped the bag outside the compound, and now we'll never get them back."
It took a moment before she realized that she had pushed too hard, for the adults were all shaking their heads, and some were laughing derisively. "Danny, fly?" said Uncle Poot. "If only he could." "You can see that Krista's lying," said Uncle Mook. "Maybe everything she said's a lie." "It's not a lie," shouted Gish. He had made no pretense of impartiality. "I saw the poor girls' bodies lying helpless in the house. Children so young don't have the strength to bring their out selves back when their clan is captured, nor the skill to wake up their own bodies when their out selves are clanting. They might never wake up." "Let's hear from Danny," said Aunt Lummy mildly. Zog turned on her savagely. "Dreka has no voice here." "But the son of Odin and Gerd has the right to speak in his own defense," said Lummy, and Mook, her husband, moved closer to her, standing beside her, to give more force to what she said. "What will we hear from him but lies?" said Gish. "I know what Drekas and Drowthers are. They'll say anything to save their worthless lives." "If he is so determined to save his life," said Aunt Lummy, "why would he harm these children whom we trusted to his care?" "Because they hate us. Drekas hate us worse than Drowthers do." Gish was almost frothing at the mouth. Danny realized that he was seeing now what lay behind the muttering and grumbling that were Gish's usual form of speech. The old man's wrath and shame at having lost the war and the seat of Odin had made him into this poisonous old gnome. Or so he seemed, because he stooped to point a quavering finger at Aunt Lummy as if he meant to jab it through her heart if she took one more step toward him. "Piffle," said Auntie Uck. "You're behaving like a child, Grandpa Gish, and Zog, you're just a bully. Let go of the boy at once. You've probably broken his shoulder, and you know we don't have a first-rate healer anymore." She turned to Gish again. "Which you'll rue if you let your anger give you a stroke." It took Uck's no-nonsense tone and unintimidated look to get Gish back to his normal level of grumbling, while Zog tossed Danny on the ground and stood there, fists clenched, waiting for Danny to be such a fool as to try to rise again. He needn't have worried. Danny's shoulder hurt so badly that he could only lie there, holding it with his other hand, trying not to cry. "Danny," said Uncle Mook, "tell us what happened." "I already told you what happened," shouted Krista. Uncle Poot silenced her with a glare. "We already heard your lies, girl. Now we'll see if Danny can come up with better ones." "Well, boy," asked Zog, "you heard them. Answer." "They were staying small," said Danny, "and giving themselves huge boobs." "So what?" shouted Gish. "So what if they were? It's what they do. They're stupid little girls. It's what they do." "I knew that if I went to fetch you, Uncle Poot, they'd lie and say they were trying to be big." "I wouldn't have believed them," answered Poot. "But you wouldn't have punished them either," said Danny. "So they'd just have kept on doing it." He heard the other adults murmur their agreement. "So now you're a critic, is that it?" Uncle Poot replied. "Telling me that I'm not good at training youngsters?" "It doesn't excuse you putting them in a sack," said Zog. And the adults murmured their agreement at that, too. "I didn't have a sack," said Danny. "I stood there right in front of them and took off my shirt and walked right over to them. It was plain enough what I was doing, if they'd been paying any attention. I didn't expect to actually catch them with my shirt. I just wanted to give them a scare, remind them to take their study seriously. But when I found that 2 of them were in the shirt, I didn't know what to do. If I just let them go, they'd mock me, and I'd never be able to get them to do what's right without bothering some adult. The whole point of having me watch them is so none of you has to be bothered, isn't it?" Even as he said it, though, Danny realized that he had just declared that it was impossible for him to tend the clans if the other children didn't want him to. He wouldn't save the adults any time at all, and so they might as well have one of them do the minding and leave Danny out of it. But what choice had he had? The accusation Krista made was so terrible, and with Gish and Zog calling him a Drekka, one who could be killed whenever it was convenient, there was a great danger that the trial would end suddenly with Zog tearing his head off and tossing it into the trees. "So you trapped them in your T-shirt," said Aunt Lummy, "and you didn't let them go. Where are they now?" "Krista's clant was going from my eyes, and so I did brush her aside, and then to get away from her I climbed a tree." "And yet you are not in a tree," said Uncle Mook, "and you seem to have neither your shirt nor the clans of the 2 disobedient and stupid girls." "I tied the shirt to a branch and climbed down, and I was just going to fetch Uncle Poot and turn their clans over to him when Great-Uncle Zog and Grandpa Gish attacked me." "No grandpa of yours!" shouted Gish, though this was only partly true, since Danny's mother, Gerd, was Gish's firstborn granddaughter. "I believe you," said Mook. "But what you don't know, what you could not possibly understand, is how terrified those girls are now. There's nothing worse for an inexperienced child than to have your out-self trapped and be unable to bring it back. It's like you're suffocating and can't draw breath." The others present murmured their agreement. "I'm sorry," said Danny. "I really am. It's not as if I planned it. I only did what came to mind to try to get them to work on what they were assigned. I didn't know that it would hurt them." "Look at his shoulder," said Auntie Twing. "Look at that bruise. It's like a truck ran over him." "He was trying to get away," said Zog defensively. "He was in agony," said Twing. "How dare you punish the boy before the rest of us were called?" "I didn't punish him," Zog roared. "I brought him." "You know your strength, and you're responsible for what you do with it," said Twing. "You and Grandpa Gish did this to him? It's at least as bad as anything he did to those 2 girls. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if his clavicle was broken along with a few thousand capillaries." Since neither Zog nor Gish was even slightly educated in the Drowther sciences, they had no idea what they were being accused of having done, but they were clearly angry and abashed at having the tables turn like this. "And while you're torturing this child," said Twing, "and refusing to let him speak, has anyone thought that only he knows where he hung that T-shirt with a brace of stupid, disobedient fairies inside?" Danny could have kissed her then and there, if he'd thought that Auntie Twing would stand for it. Within a few moments, Uncles Poot and Mook had Danny on his feet and helped him keep his balance. He was faint with pain, as he led them back to the tree. It was farther than Danny had remembered, or perhaps pain magnified the distance, since every step jostled him and made it hurt worse. But finally they were there, with all the aunts and uncles, and now a fair entourage of cousins, too, staring up into the tree. "I don't see it," said Zog. "He's lying. "He said he put it high in the tree," said Auntie Twang. "Of course you can't see it. The leaves are in the way." "I can't climb that thing," said Uncle Mook. "Can you get the tree itself to bring them down?" Aunt Lummy asked Uncle Poot. "Is it on a living branch?" Poot asked Danny. "Green with leaves." "Yes," said Danny. "Then we should try another way," said Poot, his voice now gentle, "before we ask this scarlet oak for such a sacrifice." "Then, Zog," said Auntie Twang, "send up a bird to untie the shirt and bring them down." Zog whirled on her, but then seemed to swallow the first terrible thing he had meant to say. Instead he spoke softly. "You know my heart-bound died in the war. Such birds as I can speak to now have no such skill as the untying of a knotted shirt. I can make them attack and kill, but not untie a knot." "Then someone has to climb the tree," said Uncle Poot. "Make a clant first," said Auntie Twang, "and see how high it is, and how dangerous the climb might be." Uncle Poot was one of the foremost clanters of the family, and he must have been showing off a little, for he sat down at the base of the tree and formed his outself into a clant using the leaves and twigs of the living oak. The smaller branches merely bent toward each other to form the leaves into the vague shape of a man. It progressed up the tree by joining higher leaves into the shape and letting lower ones fall away behind it. Soon it came back down, little more than a rapid quivering of the leaves and branches, yet always shaped like a man, and Uncle Poot opened his eyes again. "How could you climb so high?" he asked Danny. "How could such slender branches bear your weight?" "I don't know," said Danny. "I climbed up them and they didn't break and I didn't fall." "I can't send another child up there," said Uncle Poot. "As we were so recently reminded, we have no healer capable of dealing with grave injuries." "Then let me go," said Danny. "With that shoulder?" asked Aunt Lummy. "I don't think so." "I can do it," said Danny. "It's only pain. I can still move my arm." So he climbed the tree for the second time today, slowly this time, testing the strength in his left arm and shoulder every time before relying on them to hold him. When he was far enough up the tree that he could see none of the people below him, he came to a place where he couldn't find any kind of handhold at all. The next higher branch was simply out of reach, yet he had come this way. This high in the tree there were no alternate routes. I was moving faster, Danny thought. I was almost running up the tree. I must have leapt upward and reached it without realizing it. Yet he knew this was not true. Such a leap as this he would have noticed and remembered, if for no other reason than to brag that he had done it. He had climbed the tree in the same kind of single-minded trance that came over him when he ran. He didn't remember picking his way or watching his footsteps when he ran his fastest, and likewise he had no memory of gripping this branch or that one when he had made his first climb, though he remembered every handhold and every reach on this second time up the tree. He closed his eyes. How could he possibly go back down and tell them that what he had climbed before he could not climb a second time? What could they possibly think except that he refused to go? What if someone else got to this same place and saw the t-shirt hanging far out of reach? What would they think? Only that Danny didn't want to free the girls from their imprisonment. Then Uncle Poot would ask the tree to sacrifice and break the living branch, and Danny's punishment would be severe indeed. Who would think him anything but a Drekka then? Yet he knew there was a way up, and not just because of the logic that the t-shirt was knotted around the branch, so Danny must have been there. He knew there was a way because he could sense it, where it began and where it led, even though there were no handholds that his eyes could see. So he closed his eyes and reached upward, sliding his hand along the rough trunk. "Ah, if only you could speak to me, Scarlet Oak. If only we were friends. If only you could bend your branch to me." And as that yearning mixed with his despair, he twisted and flung his body upward. What did it matter if he missed the branch and fell? His days were numbered anyway if he did not bring those girls back down. His hand gripped a branch. He opened his eyes. It was not the next branch up, the one that he had reached for in vain a moment before. It was the very branch the T-shirt hung on. How did I get from there to here? But even as he asked himself the question, he answered it. I could not have done it with hands and feet. Nor is there any magic that lets a 12-year-old boy leap upward 3 times his own height. No, there was such a magic. Only Danny had never seen it. The whole world had not seen it since 632 A.D. He had to close his eyes and breathe deeply as he took it in. I must have made a gate. A little one. A gate that takes me only there to here. I must have made it when I climbed the first time, and when I leapt again just now I passed through it. He had read about gates like this in books. They were the gates that were within the reach of path brothers, or even lock friends sometimes, back in the days when gate magery was still practiced in the world. And now that he was thinking of it this way, Danny could see just where the gate began and ended. It was nothing visible, not even a quivering in the air or a rearrangement of the leaves, like Uncle Poot's temporary clant had been. He simply knew that it was there, knew where it began and ended, felt it almost as if it were a part of him. Danny had made a gate. How many others had he made, not knowing it? It must be gates like this that had allowed him to get past the watching trees at the perimeter. How long had he been making them? How many were there? As soon as the question formed in his mind, the answer came. He could sense the placement of every gate that he had ever made. There were scarcely 24 of them, but from his reading he knew that this was really quite a lot. Even a path brother could only make 12 gates of any size, because each gate required that a portion of the gate mage's outself remain behind with it. A trained, experienced gate mage could close the gates that he had made himself, erase them, and gather his outself fragments back into the hole. But Danny had no idea how such a thing was done, and there was no one to teach him. I've made 24 gates without knowing that I was doing it, without feeling it at all. Yet I've been finding the ones that lead outside the compound because I could sense without realizing it exactly where they were and where they led, and how to use them. Now every one of them is lying about inside the compound, waiting for someone to stumble into it and find himself abruptly in another place. It only had to happen once, and the discoverer would know there was a gate mage in the world again, and one with strength enough to make a gate rather than merely find and open up a gate that someone else had made. Danny exulted at the knowledge that he was not a Drekka at all, but instead a rather powerful mage of the rarest kind. But eating away at the thrill of triumph was the fact that to be a gate mage in the North family was worse than being Drekka. For the last gate mage in the world had been Loki the trickster, the monster Loki, who had sealed up every great gate in the world so thoroughly that all traffic between Westel and Middlegard was cut off at once. It had shattered the power of every family in the world, for the mightiest of powers could only be sustained by frequent passages back and forth. Magic gathered in one world was magnified 100 times by passage through a great gate into the other. Little gates like the ones that Danny made had no such power. They led from Earth to another spot on Earth, and meant nothing except that his body moved from there to here. But the great gates had been what turned the mages of Westel into gods when they came here to Middlegard. And when they closed, when Loki made it impossible for anyone to even find them, even the gates that had stood for 3,000 years or more before his time, the gods became mere mages, and easy to find and kill if someone was determined to. They could die from the blows of Drouther swords or the darts from Drouther bows. They had to learn caution, to isolate themselves, to pretend that they were ordinary people, to hide, as the North family was hidden here in the Virginia hills, where people who kept to themselves were not exceptional and others mostly left them alone. The wars had been fought at first to force the Norths to reopen the gates, for no one believed that Loki's actions were not part of some nefarious plan. Only after the families had decimated each other and the Norths had fled with Live Eriksson to Vinland, only then, seeing how helpless the Norths had been against 5 centuries of onslaughts, did the other families finally believe that Loki had acted alone, that the Norths were not holding on to some secret Westhill gate that would enable them to build up power that no other family could withstand. Even so, once America was conquered, the families made war on the Norths again from time to time, whenever the pain of being cut off from Westhill became too much to bear, if only to punish the Norths, or perhaps destroy them utterly. What else did they deserve? But as truces and treaties were formed and broken, made anew and once again broken, they always included this clause, that if any gate mage was born into the world, into any family but most especially the Norths, he would be killed. And not just killed, but his or her body cut up and one piece sent to each of the other families as proof that it was done. Otherwise, whichever family got a gate-maker first would have a devastating advantage and could destroy the others if they were not stopped in time. All the families feared the others would cheat, because that's what they themselves would do. If any of the adults had sent a clant to watch Danny and saw what he just did to reach this spot, then when he came back down they'd hack him to death on the spot and care nothing. For if the Norths were caught with a gate mage of any degree of power left alive and making gates, the other families would unite again, and this time they would not stop till every North was dead. I am a mage with power to do what no other living mage can do, and yet I am a dead man. If Loki had not played his monstrous, inexplicable prank and closed the gates, the discovery of my power would be a cause for celebration. I would at once become one of the leading members of the family, and mere beast mages like Zog would defer to me, and Lem and Stem would never dare to raise their hand against me. But Loki closed the gates, and now it's a crime for me to breathe. If I were a good boy, I'd fling myself from this tree and die, saving them the trouble of killing me. But Danny was not that good a boy. He owed them nothing. He was not one of them. He did not accept their power over him. He would not let them kill him if he could avoid it. The only trouble was, he didn't actually know how to use his power. He had made a gate, but unconsciously. He could map with his mind all the gates that he had ever made because they were a part of him, but he had no idea what to do in order to create another. Useful as it might be right now to make a gate that would take him from this treetop to a place somewhere in Canada or Brazil, he had never made a gate that took him more than 50 yards, and never made a single one on purpose. So he inched his way out to where he had tied the shirt, unfastened it, opened it, and released the 2 feeble fairy clans. At once the girls' outselves let go of the pieces of their clans and let the twigs and leaves and nutshells tumble or flutter to the ground. Upstairs in the schoolhouse their eyes were opening. No doubt they were wailing and clinging to each other and making noise about how terrified they'd been. And it's a near certainty that they'll never wave their clanty boobs and butts at me again, thought Danny, if I were ever set to watch over them again. So my plan was a good one, except for the part where it nearly got me killed. Danny made his way slowly down the tree, pausing here and there to try to hear what was going on below him. Then he noticed that his shoulder did not hurt at all anymore, that it had not hurt since he made the leap through the gate and hung from the branch where his shirt was tied. He looked at his shoulder and saw no trace of injury. Not a bruise, not a scratch. Gates heal. He had vaguely known that, but since it was a positive aspect of gate magery, no one spoke of it much. When Auntie Uck referred to not having a first-rate healer, she was talking about the lack of a meadow friend who specialized in herbs and could enhance their healing powers. But before 632 A.D., any injury could be healed by pulling or pushing someone through a gate. If they saw his shoulder, they would know. The injury had been severe enough it could not have healed without a mark. Only a gate mage could be unscathed. Pulling on his shirt would not be enough. One of the ants would insist on seeing the wound, dressing it. He had to have a suitable injury to show them. Yet how could he inflict it on himself here in the tree? He gripped his shoulder with all his might, jabbing his longish, dirty thumbnail into several spots. It hurt, and there were red marks, but had it been enough to bruise himself? He could only hope as he pulled his shirt on again. When he got to the bottom of the tree, only Uncle Mook and Aunt Lummy were waiting for him. Lummy was Mama's youngest sister and looked like her, only plumper, and not as irritable as Mama always seemed to be. But then, Aunt Lummy was not a great light mage. She was good with rabbits, a skill not much called for once she had persuaded them to leave the vegetable garden alone. So she spent her days trying to teach all the useful languages, written and spoken, to children who mostly could not understand what they might ever be used for. And she was kind to Danny. So was Uncle Mook, and these were the two who had been left behind to wait for him. Danny dropped from the lowest branch to the ground and faced them. "How much trouble am I in?" he asked them. "With me?" said Aunt Lummy. "None at all." "Those girls should have been wrapped in a sack long ago to teach them sense and manners," said Uncle Mook. "But Zog and Gish are now your enemies," said Aunt Lummy, "and they want you dead, to put it plainly. And many there are who think they have a point, and that the only reason you're still alive is because your parents are who they are." "As if Mama would miss me if I died," said Danny. "Or Baba would even notice I was gone." "Don't be unjust," said Uncle Mook. "Your parents are complicated people, but I assure you that they care a great deal about you and think about you all the time." "But if the family decided I was Dreka and dangerous and had to be killed, Baba would put me up in Hammernip himself, and Mama would shovel on the dirt." "Nonsense," said Aunt Lummy. "Of course they would," said Uncle Mook. "It's their duty." "Now, Mookie," said Aunt Lummy. "The boy is old enough to know the truth," Mook said to her. And then to Danny, "They know their duty to the family, and they will do it. But right now the madness is over, and it's time for you to come back home to eat. With us, I think, in case somebody takes it in their head to make a preemptive strike before your folks come home." "Oh, Mookie," said Aunt Lummy impatiently, "don't scare the boy." "He should be scared," said Mook. "He should have cut off a hand before he put those children's clans in a sack. Now he knows, but the deed's been done. Everything he does from now on will be viewed with suspicion. If we mean to keep him safe, we have to help him learn to be as innocuous as possible. No more strutting around about how smart he is in school." "He never struts," said Aunt Lummy. Danny was grateful that she defended him, but he realized that there had been times when he flaunted his superiority in classwork. "It looks like strutting to the other children," said Mook, "and you know it." Aunt Lummy sighed. "If only he could leave here and grow up in safety somewhere else." "Don't put a thought like that into his head," cried Mook. "Do you think I haven't thought of it 1,000 times?" said Danny truthfully. "But I know they'd track me down and find me, and I won't do anything like that. The only life I'll ever have is here, and all I can hope to effect is how long it lasts." "That's the attitude," said Mook. "Humility, acceptance, willingness to sacrifice." They led him back to the house, and Danny ate well that night, since Lummy's best talent was neither with rabbits nor students, but with cooking. After dinner she insisted on applying her favorite and smelliest salves to his injuries, and when she pulled his shirt off, he was relieved to see that his self-inflicted replacement injuries had left bruises, though small ones. "Well," said Lummy, "either Zog is getting weaker in his old age, or he was being gentler than it seemed, because you're only bruised a little." "Danny has the resilience of youth," said Uncle Mook. "They're tougher than they look, these children." Well salved and stinking to high heaven, Danny went to bed. Only then, alone in the darkness, did he allow himself to know what he must know, that he intended to survive no matter what. Now the entire business of his life was to figure out a way to escape from the North family compound in such a way that they could never find him. Fortunately, unlike so many others who had ended their lives on Hammernip Hill, Danny had the power to move himself from any place to anywhere. If only he could figure out just how his power worked and how to make it do things that he consciously desired. 2. The Greek Girl. It was Christmas time when the Greeks came. Not that any of the families would be so weak-willed as to celebrate Christmas. It was merely the time when most of the Indo-European world took at least a few days off work. It was the Indo-European tribes that had once worshipped the mages of Westall as gods, so most of the families got a holiday right along with the descendants of their worshippers. The Persian family had been wiped out quite accidentally by Tamerlane 1,000 years before, while the Sanskrit family lived in shabby isolation on a compound in the lower reaches of the Himalayas. But the Greeks had prospered, primarily because they had had an unbroken string of Poseidons, sea mages who could make sure that their ships prospered and those of their rivals did not. They had been weakened severely since Loki closed the gates, but such powers as remained were enough to provide a competitive edge. So when a trio of long black cars made their way unerringly through the magics designed to make the North family compound hard to find, everyone knew at once that it was the Greeks arriving for one of their periodic surprise inspections. Not that the adults were really surprised. Thor had come home a few days before the Greeks arrived. It was his job to maintain a network of drowthers who watched the other families for him, nowadays consisting mostly of computer wizards, a metaphorical term, who tapped into the electronic communications of the families. They had picked up chatter that an inspection was in the works, and since the Greeks had more money than anybody, they were the ones most likely to carry it out. The Norths always had to make a great show of cooperation and humility in order to avoid provoking another war. The last one had left the North family even smaller and weaker than the Sanskrits, but none of the other families relaxed their vigilance, least of all the Greeks. So Danny, 13 since September, lined up with all the cousins. He was tall enough to be in the second row now, and to avoid the jostling or worse of the bigger boys or the obvious snubbing of the girls, he took his place at the farthest end, keeping his head down. But not too obviously either. The last thing he wanted was to attract attention by having a posture too abject. The Greeks got out of their cars in the dooryard of the old house. No one lived there anymore, but once it had been a beehive of family life. In the early days of the compound, they had kept adding wings and stories onto the house, so it crept up the hill like the labyrinth of Crete. The oldest sections had thick beam and girder construction, so that the facing of the outer walls was nearly a foot from the inner lath and plaster walls. Between them was nothing but air, and Danny had long since found a way into that space, where he could roam through the edges of the house unseen and unheard. That was how he had first learned the true use of Hammernip Hill, and how he had heard old Gish's grumblings about the weakening of the family's blood. Ever since the business with bagging the clans, however, Danny hadn't chanced any such spying. He made it a point to be visible to someone almost all the time, so that nobody could accuse him of anything or even wonder where he was. And he was glad he had made that his policy, because Gish and Zog had enlisted several of the boys and girls to spy on Danny. As the children got better with their clans, Danny became less and less certain of whether he was being watched at any given moment. For the last little while, he had even given up leaving the compound through the gates he had made. But today he knew there would be serious meetings between the Greeks and the family council, and he wanted to hear them. He had never been old enough to understand anything when other families had sent observers before, and since the Greeks would be most alert to any sign that a gate mage had emerged among the North family, a new Loki they would call any such, Danny wanted to be there to hear if there were any accusations, because if there were, he would have no choice but to run, even though he still had no real plan for how he would get away and keep from being caught. Right now, though, they were still outdoors in the cold December air, being inspected by some of the people who had killed a lot of the family in years not long past. The Greeks walked up and down the line of children, looking at everyone closely. Some of them, especially the middle-aged women, gave them all a look of disdain. And why not? The North cousins were mostly barefoot, even in the cold weather, with hair that only vaguely remembered having been touched with brush or comb. They were all suntanned and dirt-smudged, and their clothes were patched-up hand-me-downs, or offerings from Walmart or Goodwill, chosen by thrifty grown-ups guessing at the child's size. By contrast, the Greeks were all dressed as if they were going to a rich man's funeral. Dark suits and dresses, all looking like they cost serious money, with hair perfectly coiffed and fingernails manicured. Above all, they were clean. Yet they wore their perfect costumes with ease, as if they dressed this way every day and didn't care if they got dirty as they walked through the mud of melted snow from the storm a week ago. They could always replace whatever clothes got mussed. They could buy a small planet, Thor had once said. Not that any amount of money could buy passage to the one planet where they all had wanted to go for nearly 14 centuries. From time to time, as they walked along the line, the Greeks would pause in front of a child and ask something in the ancient tongue of Westal, the original from which Indo-Europeans sprang 5,000 years before, and one of the Norths would answer. If they had spoken louder, Danny could have understood them. He was the only one of the lined-up cousins who had achieved real fluency in the language. But they spoke softly, so it was not until they came quite close that Danny realized that these murmured words were questions about what branch of magery a particular child was showing affinity for. It should have been Baba who answered them, but he was away buying new equipment. Danny suspected that the Greeks had waited until Baba was gone so they could speak to others less accustomed to answering questions without revealing anything interesting. The result was that Auntie Tweng usually answered, she being the most taciturn of the adults, though sometimes Uncle Poot would answer, since he worked most closely with the children. One thing was definite. Every question was answered, and promptly, too. The little children directly in front of Danny were not interesting to anyone. They hadn't shown any particular affinities yet, though of course they could already raise a bit of a clant. But the girl just to Danny's right was Megan, Mook and Lummy's daughter, just turned 15 and a very promising wind mage. So there was some discussion of her, and Danny noticed that while Poot praised her highly, the particular feats he mentioned were actually things Megan had done when she was 10. So every word was true, but the impression Poot made was that the Norths were such a pathetically weak family that they boasted when a 15-year-old did things that a talented 10-year-old should do. Danny wondered about this. Years before, he had overheard an argument about whether the family should appear strong to deter attacks and insults, or appear weak so that no one would feel envy or resentment. "They don't attack us because they fear us," Baba had said. "They attack us because they think they can get away with it." But Gish, perhaps because he had led the family during the last war, took the opposite side. "All the families are getting weaker, and they all blame us. The flames of hatred burn deep and long, Odin. They need to see that we are weak so that their hate for us is satisfied." Apparently, Baba had given in to Gish's view, or in Baba's absence, Gish had bullied the others into following the strategy of humility. "And this one?" asked the short, slightly heavy woman who seemed to be the Greeks' chief inquisitor. Danny raised his head to look Poot in the eye. Poot said nothing. It was Auntie Tweng who spoke. A single word. "Dreka." A little smile flickered on the Greek woman's face. "And still here?" "We still have hope for him," said Poot, and then turned and walked away. The others followed him, though Tweng took a moment to glare at Danny before she strode behind them. That's all I needed, thought Danny. One more reason for the family to wish me dead. Danny noticed now that there was a girl of about 11 or 12 among the Greek adults. She was the only child that they had brought along. Danny wondered why they had brought any. The girl stayed well back and looked bored. Maybe she was the spoilt child of the woman who always took the lead. Certainly the Greek leader took the girl's arm and hustled her along, which suggested that the girl was her daughter. A bratty child, perhaps, who threw a tantrum when they thought to leave her behind. It pleased Danny to imagine her that way because, as the son of Odin, he was always accused of being that way, though he was pretty sure he never had been. The children had been told to stay out of sight as soon as they were dismissed, and most of them took this to mean it was a play day, as long as they took their games to remote locations within the compound. The whooping and hollering began the moment they were out of the dooryard. Naturally, no one invited Danny along. He made his way toward the schoolhouse as if he intended to study something in the one place where none of the other children would willingly go during a play day. But after entering the school, he waited only a little while before he slipped out the back and made his way around behind Hammernip Hill to approach the old house from the most isolated side. A steep slope on Danny's left side led to a runoff ditch on his right. The ditch ran right under the crawl space of the newest wing of the house. It had obviously been dug long before the wing was built, and Danny knew that was more than 100 years ago. Danny made a point of not checking to see if anyone was watching him. He knew that a glance around would make him seem furtive, whereas if he just ducked under the house without the slightest concern about who might see him, he would seem innocent. If anyone asked, he would say that he liked to nap in the near darkness there. That story was a bit more plausible in summer, because it was so much cooler under the house. In winter, though, it provided shelter from the wind, so he could still make a case for its being his private hideaway. And it was, wasn't it? The only thing he concealed was that instead of lying down on the cold earth of the crawl space, he made his way to the cranny through which he entered the wall spaces. He had discovered it first when he was only 5, small enough to fit through the passage more easily. But long habit had taught him how to bend his body to fit around tight corners. He had grown quite a bit in the months since he had last crept inside, and he worried that he'd have to turn back at some point, or even worse, get stuck and have to call for help. But no, he moved smoothly through the familiar passages. The leaders of the two families would meet in the library at the opposite end of the house, because that's where the important meetings were always held. There was a big table in the middle of the room and several extra side chairs around the walls. The books that filled the shelves, written in every Indo-European language and sometimes in Westil itself, contained all the lore of the North family clear back to the ancient time when the tribes began splitting off, each taking a family of gods with them to lead them to victory and guarantee them the support of heaven and earth, beast and tree. In those days the power of the families had been unstoppable, and the Indo-Europeans, Hittite and Persian, Aryan and Celt, Illyrian and Latin, Dorian and Ionian, German and Nord and Slav, prevailed over the locals wherever they went. Their conquests only ended when their gods got bored or distracted and refused to help them invade the next land and subdue or slaughter its inhabitants. The families that prospered most were the ones that worked hardest at supporting their worshippers in battle and in agriculture. But the more a particular tribe succeeded in spreading across a large area, ruling over subject nations, the more likely it was to fragment into smaller clans or city-states. When they divided, the clans vied for the attention of their favorite gods. Sometimes a family divided, some following one clan, some another. Sometimes the divided families fought each other for decades, using their worshippers as surrogates. More often, though, to keep up their strength, a family would simply pick one of the tribal clans and stay with it, letting the others fend for themselves without the help of gods. But if the family felt itself to be ill-served by their worshippers, they would choose another clan or city and leave the first bereft of Westilian help. That was the secret history behind the histories, behind the waves of invasion, the ups and downs of a city's fortunes. And Drouther scholars actually thought that Homer had made up the doings of the gods, that the Eddas and Vedas and sagas were a kind of religious fantasy. Drouthers convinced themselves so easily that gods they hadn't seen with their own eyes must not exist. But then, compared to earlier days, the Westilian families were not gods at all, but mere shadows of the old glory. Danny slid along through the west wall of the library, the one with no windows in it. There had been windows, back when it was a dormitory, but it had been turned into a library back in the 1920s, and the windows were sealed up. Where they had been, the casements remained, and Danny had to crawl under them if he wanted to go all the way to the end of the room. But he didn't need to go that far. Years ago, he had pushed pins through the plaster, right through the wallpaper on the other side, so he could see into the room. As he got older and taller, he had created new pinholes higher up. Now he didn't poke anymore, but just bent himself enough to see with one eye through the highest of the old holes. He could hardly make out faces, but he could get a good count of how many were present. He had long since learned that seeing wasn't as important as hearing. Once he knew who was in the library, he would recognize the voices and know who was speaking. He knew none of the Greeks, however, so he bent to take a census of who was in the room. They hadn't brought the girl in with them, so there were 7 Greek adults, 3 women and 4 men. Danny didn't bother trying to learn their names, beyond the fact that their last name was Argyros. He would Google them later if he was curious. This conversation was about Greeks against Norths, and what mattered to Danny was what might be said about him. The pleasantries lasted a long time. He was astonished that they actually reminisced about the last war. The Greeks talked about a time when one of their number found himself trapped inside the North compound, holding only an axe to defend himself against the North tree mages. "Oh, yes," said Gish. "Alf was just a lad. We didn't know yet all he could do. He loosened the head on that axe, so when your boy went to take a swing at one of the trees, the axe flew apart, and there he was, ready to do battle against trees with a stick of wood." "Beat him to a pulp," said Zog. "Pounded him into the ground like yams." Danny could hardly believe they would brag about such a thing right in front of the dead boy's family. But to his surprise, the Greek men laughed just as hard as the Norths. The women of both families kept stolid faces and said nothing. There were more stories, snide remarks about the magery of money and other nonsense, before Auntie Twang cleared her throat and said, "Well, you inspected our lot. What did you think?" "That perhaps you should acquire more soap," said a Greek woman. One of the men started to chuckle. No, Valbona. Agon was saying they obviously have a dirt mage, and he's been practicing on the other children." At that, all the men again burst into laughter. Again, the women made no sound. How could these enemies laugh together? Maybe there was a camaraderie among warriors now that the war was over. Or maybe laughter was how they pushed painful memories out of their minds. Maybe laughter was the only way they could keep from killing each other. "It's the country life," said Aunt Lummy with a smile in her voice. "You wash them, but 5 minutes later they're dirty again. We could raise them in air-conditioned boxes, I suppose, but the fresh air is so healthy, and the exercise makes them strong." "Shoeless even in winter?" asked the Greek woman called Valbona. "You'd be amazed how tough one's feet can become," said Aunt Lummy. "Oh, I'm sure they become like hooves," said Valbona. "Shoes, though, you can change with the styles." Again the men laughed as if this were the most hilarious jest. "I think it's time to bring in a bit of refreshment," said Auntie Twang. "It's winter, so the tea is hot, but we just got a refrigerator this year, so if you want lemonade or cold iced tea, that can be arranged as well." Danny almost laughed at that, partly because he enjoyed the irony. The Norths had owned refrigerators Danny's whole life, and partly because he had never known that Auntie Twing had a sense of humor, still less one with a nasty bite to it. "And cakes," said Aunt Lummy. "Tea and cakes." "How British," said a Greek woman. "Actually, the tea comes from Indonesia," said Aunt Lummy. "Odd that we call coffee Java, when the island of Java produces nothing but tea." "It produces many things," said one of the men, "and we transport a great portion of the island's exports. But it's true that the mountains are one big tea plantation." So he had been to Indonesia. Big deal, thought Danny. He couldn't get to Westall, and that's the only thing that any of the Westall families cared about now. He heard the door open as Auntie Twang and Auntie Uck went out for the refreshments that were waiting on carts at the head of the stairs. Someone came in when they went out. It took a moment before the Greek girl came into view, walking slowly and taking everything in, looking up and down the bookshelves. The Greek adults couldn't take their eyes off her, but they didn't rebuke her for coming in either. They just watched her explore the room, and because their attention was so focused on her, all the Norths began to watch her closely too. From across the room, the girl turned and faced directly toward the spot where Danny was watching through a pinhole in the wall. "What is it, Ilka?" murmured one of the Greek men. One of the women shushed him. The girl walked around the table and out of Danny's range of vision, but in a moment she reappeared, much closer now, and immediately walked right to where Danny was watching and put her eye up to the pinhole. Danny was so startled that he tried instinctively to back away. Of course, there was nowhere to back to, so he ended up banging his head against the clapboard of the outer wall, making a thump, and the pain of it made him utter a sound. Halfway between a groan and a cry, instantly stifled, but it had been heard, and Danny knew that he was dead. "Someone's spying on us," said Uncle Mook. "Out of the way," said Gish, and then there was a crash as the shovel from the fireplace shattered the plaster and broke through some of the laths, right where the pinhole had been. Danny went from sick fear to absolute panic. He threw himself toward the passage that led outside, only to discover that it didn't exist. He had never had trouble finding it before, but now all he could feel with his hands was the solid wood of the tall 8x8 timber that ran all the way up that corner of the room from deep in the earth to hold up a roof beam. There was no secret passage. Without ever thinking about it, in the darkness, Danny had created a magical gate, just as he had done in the tree when he tied up the girl's clance in his shirt. And now he couldn't find the gate. He'd be trapped here like a bug under a glass. Crash! The shovel came through the wall again, lower down. And then someone started pulling away the laths, letting even more light into the gap between walls. In a moment, one of them would stick his head in and recognize Danny. The girl had done something. He realized that now. She had hidden the gate from him so he couldn't get away. Well, she couldn't hide a gate that didn't exist. Danny didn't know how to consciously make a gate, but he knew what it felt like to be rushing somewhere and have a gate simply happen. In this moment of extreme danger, it was time to run. So he threw himself toward the great timber, while thinking of his goal to get out of the house, out of the compound, so that he could absolutely prove that he had been nowhere near the house. He threw himself, and of course banged into the heavy timber. "I need more of a head start," he thought. So he forced himself to move back toward the place where the wall was getting smashed in, and threw himself toward the place where he had always thought his secret passage was. He struck solid timber again and fell. Only this time it was different. He was outside, and though the spot was shady, there was winter sunlight filtering through pine needles. His hands were full of fallen leaves and needles. The timber he had bumped into wasn't part of the structure of the house. He had passed through a new gate and struck the trunk of a living pine, and his forehead was bleeding. He knew the spot. One of his secret gates that bypassed the watching trees was only a few paces away. He was outside the compound. He had made a gate that went all the way from the library wall to a place beyond the family's protective barrier. I made a gate when I needed it most, thought Danny. I can go anywhere. But this was no time to feel boastful, even in the privacy of his own mind. If he were found outside the compound when none of the sentinel trees remembered his passing, it would be almost as bad as being found inside a wall space that had no non-magical entrance. He had to get back inside the compound if he was going to bring off the claim that he could not have been the spy on the walls. Unless the girl already knew and told them. How could Danny guess how much the girl understood about gates and gate mages? Obviously, she must be nothing more than a dormouse. If she were so much as a key friend, all the families would insist that she be killed, Sniffers and dormouses were allowed to live as the weakest kind of gate mage, for the sole reason that if there was a living gate somewhere, the sniffer would find it. Ostensibly, the purpose of keeping sniffers alive was because finding a gate was proof that one of the families had broken the law and had a path-brother or gatefather who could create gates where none had been before. Then war would begin again. But the real hope of all families, whenever they had a sniffer or dormouse, was that they would find a long-forgotten gate to Westal that Loki had somehow overlooked when he was closing all the gates in the world. Then the family could pass through to the other world, return with their power vastly increased, and rule all the Westalian families in Middelgard. No passage to Westal here. Only the criminal existence of Danny North, child gate mage, who should be put in Hammernip Hill to keep the war from breaking out again. The Greek dormouse had found him, but she could not possibly know that he was the one she found. He could bluff this out. "You're not thinking of going back, are you?" And just like that, his hope of escape was over. It was some adult's clant, of course, so the voice did not sound like himself, more like a whisper in the woods, the rustling of leaves. But the voice was clear enough. "Thor," said Danny, "of course I'm going back." "I understand. Life is burdensome for you. You think of Hammernip Hill as a fine resting place." "No one knows it was me inside that wall." "Well, now I do," said Thor. Danny refused to take the bait. If Thor's clant was waiting for Danny here, then he already knew. "You knew about this place." Thor formed a little whirlwind, picking up leaves and pine needles to give him a tiny tornado shape. "We've taken turns watching you come and go. We argued a little sometimes. Does he understand that he's making gates, or does he think he's simply a fast runner?" "I realized it last summer, when I took Tina's and Mona's and Krista's pathetic little clans to the top of a tree, a place so high I couldn't get back there by climbing." "Don't call pathetic a thing you cannot do," said the whirlwind that was Thor. "Oh, I'm quite aware that I'm the most pathetic of all. But then I've had no training." "And who would train you? I hope you're not resentful." "Your sons beat me up. A lot." "Nasty little brutes, aren't they?" "They're your sons." "I was assigned to get a Drouther wife. I did. The results were disappointing." "But they can make clans." "Apart from that, and copious amounts of urine, manure, and trouble, they produce little else. But one does what the family needs." "And yet you've apparently known about me for a long time, and you said nothing." "Gish and Zog would never let you live, Danny. You know that. And there are plenty in the family who would back them to the hilt." "But not you. And not— Who are the others? And what exactly do you expect me to do?" "I can't tell you until I'm sure you're not coming back," said Thor. "Because it's possible you're such a donkey pizzle that you'll turn yourself in and name the people who protected you, and then die beside them to prove your loyalty." "And how do you prove your loyalty?" "The way we've always done it in the North family. Look for a gate mage to be born among us, and then shield him and protect him until he's old enough to escape this prison compound and reach adulthood." Danny sat down and thought about this. "So our compliance with the treaty is all pretense?" "Oh, Zog and Gish mean it with all their hearts. Gish was never in on the secret, even when he was Odin. He was always just mad enough to take treaties seriously. Honor, you know. I don't have any. Not where our enemies are concerned. No, the only honor is doing what will allow the family to rise again from the ashes of Loki's madness. You're the first gate mage since Loki to be clever enough to stay alive this long." "I wasn't clever. I just didn't know I had the knack of it." "Yes, but when you found out, you didn't brag or ask questions or suddenly start looking up Loki in the library. And before you knew, you didn't boast about how fast you could run and then get yourself observed making instantaneous jumps through space. That's how most of the others got themselves up in Hammernip Hill." "And yet you knew about me." Knew about you? Hoped for you is more the truth. Your mother and father, so powerful, so unusual. Why do you think they wanted to make babies together? They'd had children in their first marriages. Pippo and Leonora were very promising, quirky in their own way. Alf and Gerd, your parents, the two mightiest mages in generations. They won the war for us, you know. I thought we lost. Lost? That's what we called it for the other family's sake. We surrender. Do with us what you will. The mini-tornado sank down and seemed to grovel. But they would never have made a treaty and kept it this long if they weren't deathly afraid of us. Even now they are making no accusations because they're afraid of your mother and father. Why not? So am I. They have to keep moving so they won't fall into a trap. The other families want them dead, and they shivered with fear when they heard that your mother was pregnant with Alf's child. And then Alf is made Odin, and the word gets out that their only child together is a Drekka. Oh, I'm sure they absolutely believed us on that one. I did, said Danny. How would you know that gate mages don't make clans? It's a closely guarded bit of information. Why do you need to make remote copies of yourself when you can go, just go, as with the winged heels of Mercury, to whatever place you wish to see? But we knew. Your seeming dreckitude was just another hopeful sign to us. Who is us? Just the 5 of us. Your parents, and Mook, and Lumtor. Aunt Lummy and Uncle Mook. And Thor, of course. And Mama and Baba. Danny found himself crying. He didn't know he was going to, didn't feel it coming. He was just crying. And then sobbing into his hands. Loud sobs. And he wasn't even sure why, except that it had to do with Mama and Baba. Don't you see they had to keep their distance from you, said Thor. What if one of them was caught looking at you with love or pride? What would they say that they were proud of without rousing suspicion? But you have to know that they are proud of you, of how well you've done in your studies. Languages. What a marker for a gate mage. Amazing that no one guessed just from that alone. And how resourceful you've been. You realize that you were leaving the compound for months before we finally saw you do it, and months more before we saw you use all 3 escape gates. That was very impressive. Your gates still go only a short way, like the gates of a path brother, but you're, 13? Oh, yes, they're proud of you. Danny got control of himself. He was ashamed that Thor had seen him cry, but he couldn't do anything about it now. So Mama and Baba don't want me dead? Oh, don't get this wrong, Danny. If you come back into the compound now, you'll be killed. Maybe not at first. Maybe they'll wait for your mother and father to come home, but only so they could lead the attack on you. Do you understand? No. Danny wasn't sure if he was furious at Thor for saying Danny's own parents would have him killed, or furious at his parents because it was true. Stop being angry, it just makes you dumb. They'll have to show that they were absolutely heartless. The law that applies to other people's children applies to their own. It's not as if they could save you at that point. The moment they seemed to be wavering, Zog would peck your eyes out and Gish would boil your blood. So now they'll track me down and find me. Think, Danny. Why do you think I was put in charge of our network of informants? The only person tracking you will be me. What am I going to do? In case you didn't know it, 13-year-olds aren't safe out in the Drouther world, even if they don't have mages from another world hunting them. Danny, we're not from another world. We're from this world. For 1,300 years we've been from this world. You're still not answering my question. You'll get along, Danny. How? You're one of us, Danny. You might be one of the most powerful mages in the family. We're certainly hoping so, because all this will be wasted if you can't learn how to open a gate to a world you've never seen. Danny thought about that for a while. I opened a gate to this place when I had never seen it. Very impressive. Let's see. 2 miles to a place you can see from Hammernip. Why, you'll be ready to go to a planet in another star system tomorrow. I don't even know what's hard or what's easy. Well, I can tell you this. The gates you're making aren't yet open gates. You have to learn how to make them and then leave them open for other people to follow. Then you'll be a gatefather. You've tried to go through my gates? You should have seen me. Running starts, great leaps. I always just stayed in the same part of the compound. Your gates are real, but they only work for you. So far. How do I open them? Am I a gate mage? Then I need books. Gate mages never told, never wrote things down. Liars, tricksters, deceivers, that's what gate mages are, along with being healers, guides, interpreters, ambassadors. Healers? Think about it, Danny. Have you ever passed through a gate and come through in any condition but perfectly healthy and uninjured? Danny shrugged. Something happens during the passage through a gate. It heals you. The body that emerges on the other side is perfect, exactly what it should be at the age you are. There are no blind or one-legged gate mages. Danny remembered now. Loki wasn't known as a healer, but Hermes and Mercury were. Go far from here, said Thor. Talk to people in their own language, but also say as little as possible. Let them teach you by what they say what you need to know to stay alive. Drothers can be cruel, but they're not all alike, and many more of them are kind than otherwise. Stay alive until you can make a gate that stays open. Then come back here. Don't just walk in. Gate yourself into Lumtur's and Mook's bedroom. They'll be hoping for you, waiting. What will happen then? Then we'll talk about whether and how you're going to get us all to Westel. The 5 of us first. We'll come back powerful enough to subdue anyone who tries to hurt you. When they see the result of the passage to Westel, they'll be clamoring to do the same. You'll be the hero of the family. Danny thought again. So that's the plan. I leave in order to keep the family from killing me, and I live in hiding while you pretend to search for me, and when I learn the forbidden gate magery without a speck of help from you, I'm going to come back and just give you all this power? Thor laughed. Danny, it's good to hear you talk like one of the family. Of course you won't give us anything. You'll demand power. You'll insist on being made Odin in place of your father. Do you think you'll be the first? Your father will usher you in and bow to you. Whatever you make us pay, it's worth the price. Thor hadn't understood at all. It hadn't crossed Danny's mind to become head of the family, least of all while Baba still held the office. But let Thor think he knew what Danny would do. It would make it all the easier to deceive him. North, south, east, west. Make plenty of jumps, the longer the better. Though don't try making gates that end over water, not until you figure out how to make a gate while drowning. I made a gate while people were crumbling down a lath and plaster wall with a shovel and poker. A promising step. Just don't tell me where you're going. Make it hard to spot you so I can really look for you without accidentally finding you. And take care that this absurd little girl of the Greeks not find you first. You can be sure they'll have her looking for you. Danny nodded as he rose to his feet. Do you have anything else useful to tell me? You sound so bored. And the voice of God was in the whirlwind after all, said Thor. We gods just aren't as impressive as we once. Danny wasn't there to hear him finish the sentence. He had learned all that Thor intended to tell him. Danny had reached several clear conclusions. First, his parents and Lummy and Mook and Thor might have watched over him, but if he screwed up and got caught, they would have killed him and still would kill him just as quickly as anybody else. so they were no friends of his, especially because Danny had no idea what screwing up might consist of. Second, if Thor's clan could watch him pass through gates for years, long before Danny even understood that they were gates, then who else might have a clan here listening to the whole conversation? Thor's boys, Lem and Stem, were stupid, all right, but Danny didn't think they got their stupidity from their drouther mother. Third, Danny really was getting the idea of what he did inside himself to make a gate. The one he made to get from the house to here was his first act of deliberate gate creation, and to make it with only one false start wasn't a bad thing. He believed he could make a gate whenever he wanted. He didn't even have to be walking, let alone running or leaping, and now was as good a time as any to see whether he could do it. He could. He thought of where he wanted to go, and there he was, standing just outside the fence that marked the edge of the I-64 freeway right-of-way, watching the cars and semi-trucks approach, then whiz by, then cruise on out of sight. And then, without another thought, he was on the other side of the freeway up on the hill. Another gate now existed behind him, and if Thor was telling the truth, no one could follow him through it. Why would he ever want to make a gate that other people could pass through? They could follow him then, and the last thing he wanted was to be followed. Another jump, and he was in the Walmart parking lot. If there was one thing he knew, it was that he'd need better clothes than what he was wearing in order to pass for normal in the drouther world. And shoes. He had to have shoes. Running shoes. The kind he'd seen on television and internet ads. The kind the drouther kids his age all wore. The kind that the ants had absolutely refused to buy for him. Bare feet are better, Danny. It toughens you up. Well, screw you, all you cheap murdering bastards. If you think I'm ever coming back, think again.
3. The Man in the Tree. The kingdom of Iceway has no eastern border. It runs up against Icecame, the ridge of mountains that form the northern spine of the great continent of Westil. The peaks of Icecame are always deep in snow, and their glaciers creep downward year after year, plowing the poor soil and stony earth of the high valleys before them. Many miles below these valleys, in his castle of Nasasa by the city of Camisham on the Greybourne, the king cared nothing for that edge of his kingdom. Beyond Icecame, there were no marauding hordes eager to pour over the high passes. There was only the forest deep, where no one dwelt but thorn mages, who sought no visitors and never left. From a king's point of view, Icecame was better than a border. On that edge of his kingdom, there was no one who coveted his crown or his lands, and he need not spare thought or money to guard that border. And the higher one journeyed up the valleys, the poorer the people were, so there was no purpose in trying to tax them. A king could only do it once, and then, deprived of the slight margin of survival, the people would either die or become expensive refugees farther down the valley. So the people in the high valleys were left alone, poor and powerless, scrabbling in their poor soil for food enough to last out the winter, eking out a bit of meat by killing a bird or a squirrel now and then. They buried many a child, and a man was old at 40. Between hunger and loss, however, they found time to live. The children had games and rhymes and contests and grand adventures between the labors that helped their families survive. They got older and felt the stirring of the hot sap of love rising through them like trees in spring. The women built their mud-daubed hovels and symbolically sang their lovers into husbands at the hearth. And then babies came, and they delighted in them and taught them and raged at them and clung to them for however long they might survive. The people in the king's city of Camisham thought that these high valley folk lived like animals. But, in truth, these villagers lived pure human life. They needed each other to survive, and knew it. They had no conspiracies and no secrets, no ambitions and no feuds. They couldn't afford the luxury of treating any man or woman or child as expendable. The High Valley villagers knew one thing that the king in Camisham did not even think about. They knew every passage over ice came into the forest deep. In high summer, when the crops were doing well and could take care of themselves, families would pack up a bit of food and hike over a pass and then down the other side. As they walked, the parents taught the children what they could and could not take in this place. Food enough for meals while they were there, but nothing to carry away. Water enough to drink, but nothing for the return journey. "Will we see a thorn mage?" a child would ask. Always they hoped to see one and feared to see one. "We will tread in their homes and their hearts," the parents would always answer, "and you will never see one because they are the whole forest. Nothing here goes unseen or unfelt by them. They tend it all." "And they share with us?" "They see that we take nothing from their land, but only live here for a day or two as honest as the animals. We live here like squirrels or birds, and they let us be." Since most children had licked the last scrap of meat and fat and marrow from the bones of squirrels and small birds in order to survive a hard winter, this gave them a bit of a shiver. No wonder they came only in summertime. Who knew how hungry the thorn mages would be in winter time? Such was the family of Roop and Levitt, a man and woman married long enough to have had 7 children, and astonished that 6 of them were still alive. Their oldest was Echo, a girl of 11, who had a bit of a knack with root vegetables. Not enough that anyone would call her a mage, but she could find edible tubers even under the deepest snow, and that was part of the reason they survived. The other children looked up to her and endured her endless bossing because they knew she loved them and looked out for them. The family always went to the same place, the meadow of the man in the tree. Other families had come with them in years past, but the man in the tree unnerved them, and they never came back. That was all right with Roop and Levitt. It was a lovely meadow for children to romp in, and fruit trees and berries provided sweetness and tartness that could never be found in their high valley. Why didn't the man in the tree frighten them? The great oak stood alone in the middle of the meadow, as if all other trees had shied away from daring to grow too close. The massive trunk proved the tree to be of great age. The whole family could not join hands around it, or even get halfway around the trunk. 10 feet above the ground, the bark was distended in the shape of a man, as if someone were imprisoned between the bark and the heartwood. This was not a vague impression of a man, a trick of the eyes. The man was in perfect proportion, with knees slightly bent, one more than the other, and hands splayed so that in a certain cast of light you could count all 5 fingers. But he had no nose or eyes, no mouth or belly, no toes sticking out, because his face was inward, toward the heartwood, his back turned to the meadow. "I think," Echo told the younger children, "that he is a tree mage who defied the thorn mages and came to the forest deep and tried to turn this great tree into his clant. And the thorn mages punished him by trapping him inside the tree, not just his outself, but his inself, too." "You don't know anything about magery," said her next sister, Immo. "How could a man live inside a tree?" "Then what do you think it is?" "I think it's a fungus growing under the bark," said Immo. "That's silly. You don't really think that." Father heard them and came over. "I think the tree eats children who play too long around its roots, but it takes so long to digest the children that they have time to grow up into full-sized men." The children laughed, for it was always fun when Father told them a story. Mother even turned to face them as she sat in the grass in the sunlight nursing the youngest. "How long, Baba?" asked Echo. "How long has this child been inside the tree?" "My parents brought us here," said Father, "and the man in the tree was already there. But not as high as he is now. My father was as tall as me, and he could still touch the man's heel without standing on tiptoe. Father stood up against the tree, but could not touch the man at all, even when he jumped a little. He's been there for hundreds of years. Our family always comes here to watch him. My father said that our family was the first to notice him, back when his head first rose up here. There, said Immo skeptically. But that's not even on the same side of the tree. He hasn't just been rising through the bark, said Father. He's been circling the tree, all the way around, the long way. They say that when he completes the circuit, he'll be set free. Who says that? Asked Echo. My father's father, or someone in the family, or some stranger who visited this place with our family, or me. Is there really a man in there? Asked Baki, the oldest boy, who was only 6. Yes, said Father. I believe it is. Because why else would a great oak like this bother to make the shape of a man in its bark? Trees have no reason to lie to us. Does a sycamore pretend to be a hickory? Does a walnut pretend to be a willow? But how could he live? Asked Immo. Who says he's alive? Challenged Baki. Well, what's the point of having a dead man in there, then? I've heard 2 stories about that, said Father. One is that this man is the one who invented fire and burned the first tree. The tree mages couldn't stop others from learning the secret and burning wood, but the trees took their vengeance by holding the man inside the heart of the wood. What's the other story? Demanded the children. That he was a hunted man, and a great king sought him to kill him because he had dared to love his daughter. He was slain against this great tree, and his blood soaked into the roots, and in pity the oak opened its heart to him and brought him back to life. The king's daughter came here every year in those days, in a great procession up the valley, and here she wept beside the tree. And inside the bark he heard her, until at last she grew old and died. It broke the heart of the man in the tree, and that's when he turned his back on the world. He still lives, but he sees and hears nothing, because his love is dead and gone, and he still lives on inside the tree that saved him. Echo brushed a tear from her eye, and Immo jeered at her, but Father held up a hand. Never mock a tender heart, he said. Abashed, Immo rolled her eyes, but said no more against Echo and her tear. Isn't the bark getting thinner over him now? Asked Baki. It might be, said Father, but it might just seem that way because he's so far above us. What if he comes out of the tree while we're here? Asked Baki. Then we'll greet him, said Echo, and ask him which of the stories is true. You wouldn't dare talk to him, said Baki. I think she might, said Father, because your sister is a brave one. She wouldn't jump across the runnel in the North Glen, said Baki. It doesn't take bravery to do every foolish dare that someone puts to you, said Father. Only stupidity. They all laughed at Baki for that, because he had taken the dare, and Father had to climb down and get him where he dangled from a branch over the runnel far below. Half the village men were in on that rescue, holding the rope that held Father, and then dragging them up together. That night they slept without blankets. The night was so warm. The moon was high, and in the middle of the night, Echo awoke and looked at the oak, and for a moment did not realize what she was seeing. She thought it was a snake in the tree, and she glanced around quickly to make sure that none of the children was too near. Only when she was sure that the snake couldn't drop onto anybody did she look again and realize, through her sleepy eyes, that it was not a snake at all. It was an arm, an elbow and arm, and the palm of the hand was pressing against the bark, pushing inward as if the man were trying to pull himself out of the tree. Which is what he was doing. Only the arm looked smaller than it should have, and as the shoulder emerged, as the body turned sideways, Echo could see that it was a slender boy, not a man's body at all. Taller than Baki, but no thicker, no more manly. I should wake someone else to see this thing, she thought. But she couldn't bring herself to make a sound or even move to poke somebody. What if she frightened the man? What if he did this every night when no one was looking, and then scampered back inside the bark before dawn? If she made a noise, he might stop coming out, and no one would believe her when she told what she had seen. So she watched him in silence. His body rotated so his shoulder and arm were straight out. And when he got his right leg out, too, he rotated even more, so now he faced outward. Both legs came free, and then both arms, and he was dangling, painfully it seemed to Echo, by his neck, for no part of his head had come forth from the bark. And without the tree holding up any part of his lower body, the boy struggled and wriggled but had no leverage. He slapped and pushed against the bark, but he couldn't get his head free. Echo worried that he might be suffocating, or strangling, or simply helpless, and what would he do if he could never get his head out of the oak? Hang there till he starved? Or until some bear decided to eat him? If there were bears in the land of the thorn mages. She had never heard of a bear in the forest deep, but you never knew. By the time she thought of bears, she was already halfway to the tree. Still, none of the family awoke, so she was alone when she stood under the boy in the tree and tried to reach up to help him. She couldn't, of course, so she went back and woke Father, pressing her finger against his lips to keep him from speaking. She led Father to the tree and showed him what she wanted without saying a word. He lifted her and sat her on his shoulders. Now she could reach the boy's feet and help hold up his weight. Now he could reach up his hands and push against the bark much nearer to his head. Echo could hear Father beginning to pant with the exertion of bearing both her weight and half the boy's. Come out, she whispered. The moon's about. The rhyme was supposed to be about the sun, but Echo was adaptable. The bark didn't tear. It merely opened. Or not even that. It simply receded so that his face emerged as if from water. He was not a beautiful boy. His face was stretched. His nose scooped downward and out as if it were some sort of bird's perch. And when he got free, he was pushing so hard against the bark that he toppled all three of them down into the meadow. Still, no one woke. Echo got up and went to the boy. He was naked, curled up in the grass. She touched his shin. He gasped and quickly withdrew his leg as if her touch had stung him. She sat down before him, looking at him, marveling. None of the stories said that the man in the tree was just a boy. Is that a dingle or a dong? Whispered Father. Is he a man yet or not? Echo shook her head. It's not as if she knew anything about how a boy became a man. She was having trouble enough making sense of the nasty things involved in becoming a woman. At the sound of Father's voice, the boy slowly moved his hands to his ears and covered them. Then he tucked his body into a ball, ears tightly covered, eyes squinted shut. He wants to be alone, Father whispered. Echo nodded her understanding, but not her agreement. As if Father understood both messages, he crept back to the spot where he had been sleeping near Mother, while Echo continued to sit and watch. Echo woke at the first light of dawn. The boy was gone. Instinctively, she looked at the tree to see if it had been real or a dream. Real. There was no man shape now. nor was there even a scar in the tree where the boy had broken free. The boy had not stayed to speak to her, had not stayed for daylight. Somehow she had fallen asleep, and he had crept away while her eyes were closed. It hurt deep inside her to have been present at his, birth? Emergence, anyway, only to have him sneak away while she slept. She never heard his voice. More to the point, he had never shown a sign of hearing her, or remembering that she had helped him get free of the oak. I didn't do it for thanks, she told herself, so it doesn't matter that he never said thanks. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe he speaks only tree language now. Or maybe he was born inside the tree, somehow. Maybe he was never human. Maybe he is the tree's clant. Why shouldn't there be trees that had the talent of man-magery? Then the outself of the tree would ride inside the boy, struggling to understand the world around him. Echo lay there, weeping quietly, until the others awoke and saw that the man in the tree was no longer there. They were all so frantic with questions and disappointment that Echo could barely get them to listen to her as she told what she and Father had done that night. "But you let him go," said Immo. "If he was done with being the tree's prisoner," said Father, "why should Echo have tried to make him her prisoner?" All morning, Father and Mother tried to restore the sense of frolic, but it was wasted effort. Everyone could see how Father grieved. The man in the tree really had been part of their family's life from his youngest memories, and now he was gone. By noon, everyone knew that it was time to go. It was no longer the meadow of the man in the tree. It was just an oak meadow now, and no place special. Now other families could come here with no mysterious trapped man to frighten them. But their family, who had not feared the man in the tree, they would not be back to this place again in their lives. As they walked home along the barely detectable track, which was nevertheless engraved in memory, Echo thought she caught glimpses of movement in the woods to either side. Was the boy dogging them? Keeping them in view? Was he hungry? Thirsty? What if he broke the rules of the thorn mages? Ridiculous. The thorn mages surely knew where he had come from and would not begrudge him a sip or two from whatever stream they passed. They emerged from the woods and began the long climb toward the pass. They had left too late in the day to make it all the way home, so they camped in a cold clearing high up the slope, where the ground slanted so much that Mother and Father tied the little children to sapling trunks so they wouldn't roll away in their sleep. "Maybe this is how the man got caught in the tree," Baki joked. "He was a baby that his mother tied to the tree and then forgot." "I can't believe he's gone," said Immo. Gone, but not far, thought Echo, for she had caught another glimpse of a shadow moving just at the edge of her vision. The next day, if he followed them through the pass and down to the village, Echo never saw. And yet she knew that he had done it somehow, naked as he was, cold as it was. That's why, when they got home, she took a ragged old outworn tunic of Father's that Mother was saving to cut up into rags or maybe make into something for the baby to wear, she hadn't decided yet, and, along with a bit of her own dinner, left them at the edge of their potato field, in the shade of a slender oak sapling, in case the boy had some particular affinity for oaks. The next morning, food and raiment were both gone, and Echo could only guess where he had gone. Perhaps downriver. Perhaps back over Ice Came. Or maybe he had flown away like a bird, or burrowed down into the earth to find the roots of yet another tree. Who could guess, with such a magical being?
4. Shoplifter. In all his previous ventures outside the compound, Danny had taken great pains to be seen by no one. His pleasures came from watching the Drowthers, and from knowing he was temporarily outside of a place he was constantly reminded that he did not belong. Now, though, it wasn't enough to watch the Drowthers. He had to pass for one of them. Inside Walmart was every item he needed to pass for normal. But it would cost money, and Danny didn't have any. He had never even held money in his hands. From the internet and from books he knew about money. He had even learned the denominations and knew what they looked like. But knowledge didn't put money into his pocket. Soon enough he'd need money even to eat and drink. But there was no chance anyone would hire him to do anything while he was wearing homemade clothes that, to tell the truth, didn't fit all that well and were tattered and grubby-looking. Nor was he qualified to do any kind of work, even if it were legal for people to hire a 13-year-old. Clothes first. He ran into the first problem as he was coming into the store. An old man was greeting people at the north entrance. He took one look at Danny, pointed at his feet, and said, "Shoes." "I'm not wearing any," said Danny. "No shirt, no shoes, no service." "But I have a shirt on," said Danny. "No shirt or no shoes, no service." Danny stood there flummoxed and nearly turned around to go back out. Then he saw a mother carrying a 2-year-old who was wearing flip-flops on her feet. "What about flip-flops?" "Flip-flops count as shoes," said the old man, "except that you're not wearing flip-flops." "Because my little brother stole them. You saw him come in, didn't you? He was running and carrying my flip-flops. Do I have to wait out in the cold because my brother stole my flip-flops?" "I didn't see anybody like that," said the old man. "Come on," said Danny. "You aren't that old." The man bristled, but then Danny grinned. "Come on, let me find my brother, then I'll have my flip-flops. He'll have an Indian burn on his arm and everybody's happy." "Except your brother," said the man, a little bit amused now. "Oh, he'll tell you stealing my flip-flops and almost getting me kicked out of the store was worth it." "You're completely full of BS," said the old man. "Just don't tell anybody you came in through this door." Danny knew what he needed to get, and without anything on his feet, he knew he had to get it fast and get out. But he couldn't help wandering around Walmart for a while just looking at things. The whole place was a fantasy of Christmas. Everything had holly or Santa faces or elves on it. Everything was red and green. Christmas lights, phony-looking plastic trees, pre-stuffed stockings. Christmas was apparently an even bigger deal to the Drowthers than it looked like on TV or the internet. Even ignoring the Christmas stuff, Danny was in awe. So many things that the family had never provided for the cousins. Foods that didn't look edible, but plenty that did. Drinks whose flavor he had no idea of. Labels that meant nothing to him. Implements whose purpose he couldn't guess. But flip-flops he knew. Even in the winter they had some. He walked up to them, pulled them off a rod without even pausing, dodged around a corner, and again into the next aisle, and by then they were apart and he was wearing them. By now, though, there was a man following him around. Wherever Danny stopped to look at something, there was the man nearby pretending to look at something else. Danny knew everybody in the family, but not the Drowther spies that Thor worked with. Still, Danny imagined that Thor's informants would be a little more subtle. A pedophile? Danny had read about them, but he didn't think he was young enough, and even if he was, the guy would be chatting him up, making friends. Store detective, that's what he was. And now that Danny thought about it, he was probably acting like a shoplifter, looking around at stuff, seeming to have no purpose. "Well, my purpose is to get clothes that fit me and then get out of the store with them without spending money. That means you've tagged the right kid to watch." Danny stopped looking at the array of things for sale and started paying more attention to the people. How did regular shoppers act? First, they weren't 13. Danny realized that kids by themselves had to look suspicious to the store employees. Serious purchasers were older than 13. Anybody who wasn't old enough to have a driver's license would have to come with a parent or adult or older sibling. Since there was no such person in Danny's vicinity, and hadn't been from the moment he walked into the store, they had to assume he had no money, especially the way he was dressed. he might as well have hung a sign around his neck that said thief. Second, most regular shoppers had shopping carts and put stuff into them. If you put stuff into your basket, you weren't going to steal it, right? You were going to push it around and get more and more stuff, and then take it to the front of the store and pay. As long as you had a basket, you weren't sneaking stuff into your pockets. So Danny walked to the front of the store to get a cart. Not near the entrance where he'd lied to the old man about having a little brother. He didn't want to have to produce the little brother. The trouble was that the detective was right behind him, and as Danny went into the recessed area where the carts were waiting, the detective stopped him. "Come with me," he said. "Why?" asked Danny. "Just come with me." Danny spoke loudly. "I don't go anywhere with a strange man." The old woman who greeted people at the door stepped into the space. The detective flashed some kind of ID and the old woman relaxed, but Danny said, "I don't care what he shows you. I don't want to go anywhere with this man." The detective sighed elaborately and turned to face Danny. "Turn out your pockets." Danny turned them out. There was nothing in them. "Lift up your shirt." "You like to look at the naked bodies of little boys?" asked Danny. "You're not that little, and I want to see what you've been stuffing up under your shirt." Danny pulled his whole shirt over his head, then stepped out of the flip-flops and dropped his pants. One of the family's concessions to modernity was that they bought their underwear at Drowther stores, so Danny was wearing tighty-whities. "Good heavens," said the old woman. "How far do you need to go with this? He hasn't stolen anything." "He's going to, even if he hasn't yet," said the detective. "Why don't you check out the flip-flops?" thought Danny. Out loud he said, "I'm going to pick out clothes and put them in a basket, and when my mom gets here she'll pay for them. And I can't wait to tell her about the Walmart guy who had to look at me in my underwear." "I didn't ask you to drop your pants." "Yes, you did," said Danny. "I did not," said the detective. Danny looked at the old woman. "You heard him." She looked confused. "I don't remember." "Oh, come on. What kind of witness are you?" asked Danny. "He's playing you," the detective said to the old woman. "May I get a cart now?" asked Danny. "You can get out of the store," said the detective. "When your mother gets here, if she gets here, then you can come back in with her." "Whatever you say," said Danny. Carrying his pants and shirt, Danny headed out of the recess into the main store. "Put your damn pants back on," said the detective sharply. Danny was out in the open now, and people were already staring at him, there in his underwear. "You made me take my clothes off, and now you're throwing me out of the store," he said loudly. "Walmart must hate poor people. My mom's coming, and she's got a little money, and we thought she could buy me my Christmas clothes at Walmart because you sell things cheap, but no, I'm too poor. You accuse me of stealing and make me strip, and then you throw me out into the cold. My mom's going to buy me a coat, but you're going to make me wait outside with no coat at all." It was quite a speech, Danny knew, but the detective was completely helpless, and they both knew it. Even the old woman knew it. She was giving him a twisted half-smile, and she even winked at him. And the people entering the store had stopped near the carts and were looking at him and listening to him, and then looking at the detective, and they looked a little hostile now. For a moment Danny thought of talking directly to the onlookers and talking about how lucky they were that they weren't getting thrown out of Walmart into the cold, but he decided that would be pushing too hard. Instead, he started for the doors, awkwardly stepping into his pants as he went. "I'm getting out! I'm getting out!" Then he deliberately tripped over his own pants and fell to the floor. That did it. Immediately there were people helping him up, holding the shirt he had dropped, and standing between him and the detective. "What are you doing to this boy?" a woman demanded. "He's a shoplifter," said the detective. "He didn't steal anything," said the greeter with a shrug. "You proved that." "I was just trying to get a cart," said Danny. "You can shop with us," said a man. "We'll vouch for you." "If you throw him out," said the demanding woman, "you're throwing us all out." The detective made a dismissive gesture and walked away. But Danny knew he hadn't given up. It was a tactical retreat. Danny had done the same thing himself when he was little and the cousins played war. You pretend to run away, but then you lay an ambush for the guys chasing you. "Thanks," Danny said to the people who had helped him. but he kept his eyes down, as if he was ashamed to have needed help. Hadn't he used the same technique to deflect attention 1,000 times before? And it worked even better with these strangers than it did with the aunts and uncles. "Just want a cart." "Stick with us," said the man. He had 3 children with him. Danny took note of his face in case he needed to run to him for help later. But for now he didn't need someone watching him closely. "Thanks," he said, "but my mom's going to get here soon, and I'm supposed to pick out the clothes I like the best. She got her Christmas check from Dad today, and she just went to cash it." That was a good story, Danny knew. Single mom, raising a kid alone, and not doing too well from the fact that he was barefoot in winter and had no coat. And Dad was such a cheapskate he didn't even send the Christmas check until the day before Christmas. But it also meant that this man really didn't want to be near Danny when the purported mom arrived. Needy single women were not part of this man's plans for friend-making, not even at Christmas time. "I'm pretty good at this," thought Danny. "Fooling people by telling them stories that make sense in their view of the world. They had no reason to doubt you, and so they didn't." And it helped that Danny never looked like he was lying. He had perfected that during years of playing pranks on the cousins and getting away with it most of the time. And now that he thought of it, of course he was good at tricks and pranks and lies. He was a gate mage, wasn't he? The first Loki since the Loki, who wrecked everything by pulling off the biggest prank in history and closing all the gates. Deception was part of the talent with gates. That's why Hermes and Mercury and Loki and the gate mages from all the other families were the ones most likely to have dealings with Drowthers. That's why they went by so many names. Eros and Cupid could always get into any bedroom. God of love indeed, as if there were any such thing. But even as he gloated a little, Danny made sure that his face showed no sign of anything but a poor boy who had just been through an ordeal. He walked to the carts, and someone pulled one free from the stack and offered it to him. "Thanks," he said again with downcast eyes. As he passed the old woman greeter, her hand clamped down on his shoulder. He looked at her. She wasn't much taller than he was, and saw that she was smiling. "You're the smoothest I've ever seen," she said softly, right in his face. "Just try not to take too much. Nobody should lose their job over you, not at Christmas time." Then she winked. Danny showed nothing on his face and said nothing. He just pushed the cart onward. But he felt a great deal less pleased with himself. The old woman had seen through his lies. He wasn't as clever and talented at deception as he had thought. And yet she had also backed him up with the detective, making sure everybody else heard her bear witness that Danny hadn't been caught stealing anything. And she let him go with a warning not to take too much. Not a warning that he shouldn't steal anything at all. Apparently Walmart could hire her to be a figurehead representing their compassion for the elderly, but they couldn't buy her loyalty. Drowthers were more complicated than anybody in the family thought. They always lumped them together as if Drowthers all thought alike. But she was smart enough to see through him, yet lenient enough to help him get away with at least a small amount of theft. And her grip on his shoulder had been almost as strong as great-uncle Zog's, and he was beast friend with the eagles. Peril is everywhere. But there are also allies in places least expected. Sometimes even the people who know you're lying will help you and trust you a little. The things he had learned in his first hour of freedom. Pushing his cart, he went back to the boys' clothing section. Danny soon learned that he was exactly the wrong size for everything, too tall for most of the boys' clothing and too short and skinny for most of the men's. He stripped off his shirt and pants again, not caring who stared, so he could try things on right out in the open. He figured it would be pushing his luck to try to get permission to use a dressing room. There was the detective again, watching him from afar. Let him see how Danny carefully hung things back up when they didn't fit, or put them neatly in the cart, so his mom could decide which ones to buy. It was getting so Danny was almost disappointed to remember that she didn't exist, and no one would ever come to pay for anything he took. Getting shoes that fit was the hardest, because he couldn't tell anything about the fit unless he had socks on, and he couldn't buy any socks. He ended up taking 2 pairs of socks, each clipped together at the top, and then put on one from each pair, slipped the shoes on and tied them, and then walked around with the extra socks flopping around his ankles. Then he took off the shoes and socks, tossed them in the cart, and put the flip-flops back on his feet. Then he set out to get the rest of his drouther wardrobe. "Don't be greedy," he told himself. "The detective won't believe the story if I overload the cart, or put in any toys. A package of 3 T-shirts, a package of 3 more tighty-whities, 4 pairs of socks, 1 pair of shoes, a pair of jeans, and a pair of nicer pants, maybe for church, 2 long-sleeve button-up shirts, a small backpack, and a nice winter jacket. Exactly what Danny imagined a mother might buy for her son if the Christmas check had to go entirely for clothes and other useful things. Then, just to gild the lily, he went to the Christmas card section and stood there reading cards in the To Mother section. Every now and then he'd look toward the entrance as if looking for his mom. Time to go. As he looked toward the door, he suddenly brightened, stood taller, waved. Then he began to push the cart at a run, weaving among people heading for the checkout counters. But, as if his mother had gone up one of the aisles, he suddenly cut to the left and started racing up an aisle. Let's give Mr. Detective some exercise, Danny thought. At the end of that aisle, Danny dodged down one of the central corridors, with narrow aisles going off to either side. As soon as he reached one that contained no shoppers, an office supply aisle, he called out, "Mom!" and whirled and raced into the space. And then he was in the woods behind the store, shopping cart and all. It was such a relief to know he could bring the cart with him. He had almost stopped in the aisle to load up his purchases in his arms, but then he thought, why not hold tight to the cart and see if I can bring the whole thing with me through the gate? And it worked. Danny stripped off his old clothes and discarded them, including the now useless flip-flops. He put on the jeans, a T-shirt, and one of the button-up shirts over it. Then he pulled the jacket on over everything and stuffed the other stolen clothes into the backpack. He was warmer right from the start, and the Nike shoes were comfortable enough that they didn't bother him much, and it felt good not to have the stones and sticks on the ground be more than bumps under the soles of the shoes. These were a lot better than the best dress shoes that got passed from child to child. Danny had never been the first to wear a pair of shoes in his life. He looked at the now empty cart, and it bothered him to leave it there in the woods, so he hitched the backpack up over one shoulder and then wrestled the cart through the woods and bushes until he reached the asphalt that ran along the back of the Walmart property, where several trucks were getting offloaded. He left the cart behind as soon as it was on asphalt and walked south toward the small row of stores separated from Walmart by more parking. He toyed with the idea of sauntering along in front of the stores just like a regular person, but decided to go behind them after all. And that decision shaped the next few years of his life. There were a couple of guys smoking behind one of the stores, sitting on some steps with a handrail. They were teenagers, 18 years old or so, Danny guessed. One of them was dressed in an employee uniform of some kind, and the other one was scruffier, with a sad-looking jacket and a beat-up backpack beside him. They looked at Danny as he walked by. "Kid, you must be the dumbest shoplifter ever," said the scruffy guy. Danny stopped and turned to look at him. "Shoplifter?" "Come here," said the guy. "Look at him, Tony. Look. He didn't even take the store tags off." "Yes, I did," said Danny. "Maybe you took off some of them, but look at that. What's that sticking out of your collar? Is that from the shirt or the jacket?" Scruffy guy, who wasn't Tony, was standing up now, and Danny let him yank something out of the back of the jacket. He held out a tag as big as a brochure, touting the virtues of some kind of fabric and some designer's name that Danny never heard of. "Thanks," said Danny. "Dumb as my thumb," said Tony. "Nah, he's not dumb," said the guy who had called him the dumbest shoplifter ever. "He's just unobservant. That right, kid? You unobservant?" "I guess," said Danny. "Take off the jacket and let me see if anything else is dangling. And let me guess what's in the backpack. More stuff with the tags on, right? So if somebody stops you, they don't even have to ask if you stole it." Danny took off his jacket and the guy pulled something else off the back of his pants. "How did he miss that one, Eric? You going to tell me he's blind?" Danny now had his backpack open and was pulling tags and labels off the other clothes. "Where can I put these?" he asked when he had a fistful of them. Just drop them in a trash can somewhere," said Tony. "Or toss them in the woods. But not here. Manager would just make me come out and clean it up." Eric had his hands on his hips now and was looking Danny up and down. "So I wonder what you were wearing before." "Other clothes," said Danny. "But not anything you wanted to keep." "Old, lousy, ugly hand-me-down clothes," said Danny. "Since you seem to want precision." "Oh, listen to him, Eric," said Tony. "A real intellectual. Precision." Danny kept looking at Eric. "You said unobservant." "Because I'm a high school graduate," said Eric. "Not college material, mind you. My counselor was very clear about that. But I did attend enough days to graduate. Next day I was out of the house and on the road." Danny liked hearing that. "That's what I'm doing." "Yeah, I can see that," said Eric. "In brand new clothes that say, 'Come rob me and beat me up,' too." "That what you're going to do?" asked Danny. He wondered if he should disappear right now. "What are you, 12? asked Eric. 14, said Danny. 13 then, right? Danny nodded. "See, here's how it is, kid. The road's a tough place. How you going to live? Me, I'm 18. If I felt like it, I could get a job or join the army. But what are you going to do? Look for some nice man who'll give you a good place to live as long as you let him do a few little—" "I'm not looking for anybody like that," said Danny. He remembered what he had accused the Walmart detective of, and now he had a sick feeling that all by himself he might run into somebody who really was like that. Not that he couldn't get away easily enough, but what if somebody drugged him or knocked him out? He couldn't make a gate and get away in his sleep. "Yeah, but see, they're looking for you, and a kid your age, a little bit pretty, too. New clothes, looking like you ain't got a brain in your head and ain't scared of nothing. Tell him, Tony." "As long as he stays away from my stepdad, he's got nothing to worry about," said Tony. "Your stepdad isn't the only asshole on planet Earth," said Eric. "I know that," said Danny. "Got my share of them back home." Eric slapped him on the shoulder. "See, Tony, this is a man of the world." "I'm not," said Danny. "Never been out of the home place, farm." He had almost said compound, but he decided that would have conveyed a wrong impression, like he was from some religious group somewhere. Though, come to think of it, the family were gods, or at least descended from them, and that was kind of like being from a religious group, wasn't it? "Country boy!" cried Eric. "Yee-haw!" "Nobody in my family ever said yee-haw in their lives," said Danny, though he wouldn't put it past Lem and Stem if they ever thought of it. "I'm just thinking something, kid. You got a name?" "Danny," said Danny, since there was no particular reason to lie. "I tell you, Danny," said Eric, "this is a hard world, and you're just too damn young to do the road by yourself. You need somebody looking out for you." "What he means," said Tony, "is that he's thought of a use for you." "Well, duh," said Eric. "Pitiful kid, and I can say, 'Got nothing to feed my kid brother. You spare us a couple of bucks, ma'am?' Bet we do okay with that." "Not with his clothes looking all new like that," said Tony. "Well, he's going to have to dirty himself up anyway," said Eric. "He's not going to make it far with all his clothes looking new like that." Danny looked down at himself. "They won't look brand new for very long, and I'm not going to dirty them up. I could have kept the clothes I came here in if I wanted to look dirty." "Any chance you can still lay hands on those clothes?" asked Eric. "I mean, not for wearing now or anything, but so you can change into them when you need to beg." "Are you kidding? I don't want to beg." "Oh, you got a junior executive job in a Fortune 500 company waiting for you in Philadelphia, Atlanta, maybe?" "No," said Danny. "You don't look big enough to be worth anything at digging ditches," said Eric. "You box, flyweight? What about tag team wrestling? Or maybe you're a mechanic for a NASCAR team. Begging's how you stay alive on the road, Danny. You too good to beg? You better go home to Mommy and Daddy." "I've just never done it," said Danny. "You go get those clothes. They far away? Back in the woods. You go get them, said Eric. I'll be here waiting for you. You can keep all this stuff you stole, that's good. You must be one hell of a lucky thief to get away with all this on your first try. How do you know it was my first try? Asked Danny. Tony hooted. The tags, the labels. So I was lucky, said Danny. I'm good at getaways. A useful skill, said Eric. But this is my hometown. Don't steal anything more from my hometown, get it? Got it, said Danny. I still got a lot of friends here, like Tony. You planning to steal anything from his store? No, said Danny. Good thing, because then we'd have to beat the crap out of you. If this is your hometown, what do you know about the road? Asked Danny. Because I've been on the road since June. Came back for Christmas. Say hi to my mom, tell my dad to eat shit and die. You already do that? Asked Tony, because I don't see any bruises. I left him a note, said Eric. And besides, he's not as big as your stepdad. I don't think he could lay a hand on me now. I'm taller. So neither one of these guys felt safe living with their families. Danny wondered how they'd feel if their family had a hammer-nip hill. Go get your clothes, said Eric. I'll wait here, and then we'll get us a ride up north. No money for begging around here. But in D.C. now, there's plenty of people with a few bucks for a guy and his kid brother. You'll see. Who's going to give us a ride? Somebody, said Eric. You getting those clothes, little brother, or do I kick the crap out of you? Think you can? Asked Danny, getting into the spirit of the game. Think I can't? Said Eric. Move your butt, little bro. Don't make me wait any longer than the next cigarette. So Danny jogged and then ran back around behind Walmart, put back on his discarded shirt and pants, stuffed the new ones into the backpack, and ran barefoot back to where Eric and Tony were still waiting. Man, the kid wasn't kidding, said Tony. His name's Danny, said Eric. I don't have to remember that, said Tony. I'm not going with you. I'm a working man. BFD, said Eric. Those clothes are great, Danny. You're a natural. Come on, he's a complete hick. That's what those clothes mean, said Tony. But he doesn't talk like a hick, said Eric. He talks like he's read a book in his life. He'll be good company. I'll teach him to beg, and he'll teach me how to make clean getaways. We'll be such great brothers we'll start thinking we really grew up together. Eric and Tony said their goodbyes, and a half hour later, Eric and Danny were in the back of a pickup truck that was going as far as Staunton. Danny figured it was the luckiest thing in his life that he walked behind those stores and not in front of them.
5. The Gate Thief. King Priard of Iceway was a wave brother, a sea mage with the power to make currents flow where he needed them to. This was no surprise. The inhabitants of Iceway, lacking in good agricultural land, and so far north that the growing season seemed to pass in a few weeks, had long found that trade or pillage were essential to survival. And, rimmed with mountains as their lands were, the ocean provided the only means of accomplishing either. In such a land as Iceway, sea mages were essential to making long voyages even when winds were contrary. A ship with a good, still sea mage aboard would never sink in a storm. A fleet led by a ship with a wave brother could always follow currents that led precisely where he wanted them to go. And if they had a tide father, the strongest of sea mages, he could invest a portion of his outself in a particular current so that it would continue to flow exactly as he shaped it, for decades or centuries, no matter how long he himself remained alive. So long had Iceway depended on detailed maps of all the ancient currents made by the Tide Fathers of the past 2,000 years, and on the work of present-day wave brothers, that they had long since ceased to build their great trading and raiding ships with sails, or with any means of propulsion except the sea itself. In such a land, it was inevitable that great sea mages would rise to political power, and just as inevitable that sea magery was the power most sought after. Thus, most children were tested for sea magery, and if they showed even the slightest talent for it, they were trained to the extent of their abilities, however meager they might be. It was not that other mages were without value, for a silt brother could help improve the soil. A gale breath could turn aside an unseasonable, crop-wrecking storm. A cobble friend could lead miners to productive veins of a desired ore, and a meadow friend could bring reliable harvests, and sometimes even spectacular ones. The people of Iceway were grateful for any such mages. But sea magery had become something of a religion with them. To have a child with such abilities was to be raised into a different rank of society. No social barriers stood in the way of a child who could flatten the sea or kindle a current in the desired direction. Kings of Iceway almost always married the daughters of sea mages, or women who were skilled in sea magery themselves, for there was a strong belief in Iceway, and some evidence, that a predisposition toward sea magery could be inherited by children. There is a subtle distinction here. It was absolutely known and repeatedly proven that if both of a child's parents were powerful mages in any discipline, their children were likely to have great power in whatever magery they found an affinity for. But in most of the world called Westal or Mithercame, it was considered just as certain that the kind of magery a child excelled in had only a chance relationship with the particular talents of either parent. In Iceway, however, the importance of sea mages was so great that a sea mage king, in order to produce sea mage heirs, would mate only with women who were proven sea mages. Here is where King Priard's life became complicated. For his father, King Oviac, having started a war with the Jarl of Grey, and having then promptly lost it, was forced to accept a state marriage between his son, Priard, and Bexoy, the sister of the victorious young Jarl. Bexoy had no shred of sea magery in her, and only the slightest talent as beast friend. It would be generous to say that Bexoy was talented enough with birds to call herself a feather girl. They would come when they were within earshot, and then only small and rather useless birds, not even geese or ducks that were large enough to be worth eating, or hawks or other birds of prey that might be trained to hunt. To everyone in Iceway, and Grey too for that matter, it was obvious that the marriage with Bexoy was meant to put an end to the hereditary line of sea mages that had culminated in Priard, who was the most powerful wave brother in the recent history of Iceway. Priard's and Bexoy's children would have sharply reduced talent, and far less likelihood of having affinities for the sea. Priard was a gracious man, and accepted Bexoy as his wife for the sake of the nation, even as he grieved over his own lost progeny. Not for a moment did he expect that any child of his and Bexoy's would be sea mage enough to succeed him as king. Rather, he expected that the royal succession would pass into another house, whichever noble family of Iceway did produce a notable sea mage in the next generation. In other words, it did not cross his mind that Iceway would have a ruler who could not command a fleet of sail-less ships. Rather, he took Grey's action in forcing this marriage to be an act against this particular royal family. But the terms of the treaty did not stop with the marriage. For along with Bexoy, there came to Iceway a host of Greyish servants and stewards, all of whom were assumed to be, and were, in fact, spies and overlords, and sometimes both at once. And it soon became clear that Grey would not accept any change of the royal house. The Jarl's goal was not to end the power of Priard's family, but to force upon Iceway a king who was half Grey by birth and magically weak and misdirected into some channel other than sea magery. In other words, the perpetual subjugation of Iceway. So the fortress of Nasasa, where King Priard lived, became a constant silent war between the Icewedgians and the Greys. Priard gave every outward respect to his wife, even to the sharing of her bed at least once in every month. Her lack of children was blamed entirely on Bexoy's barrenness, and not on lack of effort by Priard. She sat beside him in court, attended all his official meetings, and was given an ample allowance with which to support the large contingent of servants and stewards who constantly meddled with the government and business of Iceway. At the same time, Priard was well known to have a mistress, a concubine, Anonoe, who had given birth to 2 sons, Aluic and Anop, whose resemblance to Priard was constantly remarked upon by Icewedgians who already regarded them as their father's heirs. If Anonoe had been a sea mage, or even a powerful mage of any sort, then those sons would long since have been murdered in some untraceable way by one of the greyish agents in the Queen's employ. Or, failing that, their mere existence would have provoked a war. But as far as anyone could tell, Anonoe had no magical ability at all, not even Bexoy's feeble beast magic. She formed no clant, practiced no discipline, served no aspect of the natural world. She seemed to live for no other purpose than to please King Priard and lovingly raise her boys. Thus, King Priard could be believed, or mostly believed, when he declared to the Greys that his sons by Anonoe, though he openly acknowledged them, would not inherit the throne, but would merely be his support and comfort in his old age. Yet, at the same time, the common people of Iceway, as well as the noble houses, constantly hoped that Aluic and Anop would be trained in the early aspects of sea magery like most other children in Iceway, and would show great talent and be worthy to succeed their father. Then they could lead a fleet to avenge their grandfather Oviac's defeat and their father Priard's constant humiliation by the Greys. So the Greys in Nasasa kept constant vigilance to make sure that Aluic and Anop never received any training in sea magery. Indeed, they insisted that the boys should never so much as ride in a boat or see the waves beating upon the shore. Meanwhile, the Icewedgians of the royal house kept equal vigilance to try to find some hopeful sign that despite all the outward evidence, the boys were actually getting that vital training. It was into this castle of intrigue, distrust, resentment, and barely contained violence that a stranger came, who might have been a slight and slender man, or a tall-grown lad, whose face was beardless, yet whose eyes were deep with the wisdom of age, and who spoke not a word of any language for long enough that most people in the castle of Nasasa assumed that he was mute. They had no idea how many centuries he had lived inside a tree, or how such a thing might even have been possible. They could only have known it if they had talked to a certain peasant girl from the high country. The strange, silent boy showed up one summer in the kitchen garden, wearing peasant clothing that did not fit and looking miserable and hungry. It was nearly night, and Hull, the night cook, was up to her elbows in flour dust, kneading each of the prentices' wads of dough to see if they had the consistency right. Each prentice stood across the table from her as she worked his or her dough, sweating as much from dread as from the bread ovens heating up across the courtyard. Young Jib, a promising soup girl, came and stood at the end of the table, waiting. Hull saw her at once and was irritated. How could anyone be fool enough to interrupt her when she was doughing? Yet Jib was doing exactly what she had been taught to do when a matter had some urgency, but she did not want to break Hull's concentration. So, despite her annoyance, Hull could find no fault with the girl. Hull finished with the currant wad by splashing a double handful of flour onto the table, then plopping the dough onto it with a distinctly wet-sounding splunk. "Have we given you a name yet?" she asked the prentice. "No, mistress," said the hapless boy, who had dared to offer her a wad that was still spongy. "Good," said Hull, "because if you thought that dough was ready for loaving, you'll never have a name in the king's house." The prentice blanched and immediately plunged his hands into the wad, kneading in the flour Hull had added. It would take more flour than she had put there, Hull knew. It would be interesting to see if the boy had sense enough to add even more. In fact, the prentice was promising. His breads had a good flavor to them, but it did them no good praising them too much or too early in their apprenticeship. "Well," said Hull, turning to Jib at the head of the table. "A boy in the garden," said Jib. "Or a man. In the dark it's hard to tell." "And this boy or man sent you in from the garden, your hands empty of the herbs I sent you for? Coriander? Rosemary? I don't even smell them on you." "In the shade garden when I went for the cumin," said Jib. "It was locked from the outside, and nothing broken inside, yet there he was." "What do you think, then?" asked Hull. "The peppers are bearing a strange new fruit." But she was washing the flour and dough off her arms. She would go and see what was going on. Jib made as if to lead her there. "Do you think I can't find my way to the shade garden without you to lead me, Jib? Go get the rosemary and try not to find any strange intruders there." Jib hesitated for a moment, as if she thought to defend herself from the ludicrous idea that finding intruders was a matter within her control. Poor girl. Like all the others, she was utterly without humor. Or, rather, she was unable to conceive of Hull having a sense of humor, which meant her jests were all counted as madness in the lore that grew up around her. Well, the mighty authority of Night Cook carried a heavy burden of loneliness. Again, an ironic joke. But since she didn't voice it, her entire audience, herself, was filled with mirth. An intruder, with no locks opened. Hull refused to let herself feel any hope, though a person appearing in a locked room was a sign that had been drilled into her as a child. In this case, it meant nothing. The shade garden would be easy enough to slip into, since the gossamer covering could be loosened at a corner, or torn with a fingernail. Jib had relocked the gate when she left. Hull marked that as a sign that the girl had some sense. Hull could easily imagine one of the other kitchen servants leaving it open, so that Hull would find the garden empty and some assassin would then have free reign of the castle. Hull unlocked the gate, stepped inside, and closed it behind her. The boy, the man, sat on the ground in the middle of the garden, between planting beds. The full moon was much dimmed by the gossamer roof, as it should have been, but the intruder was plainly visible. He hugged his knees and looked at her impassively, then looked back down at the planting bed he was more or less facing. "So, is it the coriander that fascinates you?" asked Hull. "Or were you hoping for a midnight assignation with a fat old cook?" The intruder did not look up at her. Hull walked around the perimeter, inspecting the gossamer where it was joined to the roof. No sags, no gaps. It was as tight as when she last had it tightened 2 weeks ago. If there was one thing the sailor folk of Iceway knew how to do, it was stretch a cloth tight. She glanced back at him from time to time. He made no movement and showed no interest in what she was doing. She stifled her excitement. It was not possible. Even though her grandfather had taught her the signs, her father had taught her even more sternly that there were no gate mages in the world. But the first sign, the very first, was a person appearing in a locked place with no sign of how he got there. Not possible. Gate mages existed, yes. Grandfather had been one, to his sorrow. It was gates that could not remain. So the question now was not whether this intruder was a gate mage, but whether he had been discovered by the gate thief. Perhaps that's why he sat here in the middle of her shade garden, unable to leave because the gate he came in through was gone, and he could not understand why. "I know what you are," said Hull. She approached him from the side, so he could see her but would not feel confronted by her. She took care to move at a middling gait, not so slowly that she looked furtive, not so quickly that it would seem to be an assault. "I know you came here by way of a gate no other can see. Did you make it yourself?" He showed no sign of hearing her. "Is your passageway still open? Can you leave the way you came in?" He turned his head to look, not at her face, but at her knees. Then he looked back toward the planting bed. It was the basil starts that he seemed intrigued by. "I will tell no one what you are," said Hull. "No one. Didn't I keep my father's secret his whole life? But I'll tell you, so that we each know a secret about the other. My grandfather was a gate mage, and my father had a talent for it too. My grandfather lived in the forest of mages, sheltered there from all kings, from all enemies, from all eyes. His gates were short passages within the forest, and all seemed well. Other mages, when they noticed or talked to him at all, gave him great respect, for he was the most gifted gate mage known in many a century." The intruder, a boy, a mere boy, he could not be an adult, his skin was so unlined, nodded slowly, though she could not tell if he nodded at what she was saying or at some unguessed inward thought. But then he decided to create a great gate, one that you make twice, coming and going, one that leads from this world to the lost world of Midgard. The boy stopped, nodding. Yes, he was that ambitious. He wanted to restore magery to its former greatness, for mages who pass from one world to another and then return come back not only healed of all physical ills except age itself, but also strengthened tenfold in their power, 100-fold. So he gathered a dozen of the mages who had been most respectful to him and told them that he knew he probably could not succeed. But what if he did make the great gate, but then died? Or half made it and failed to return? Someone needed to be a witness of where it was. And perhaps if he made gate enough to pass through it himself, some might want to follow him. My grandfather was generous. He had forethought. He was a natural leader of men. My father said he was a fool, but that was after he had failed, of course. For he did fail. You guessed that already. Grandfather began to turn and turn, and then to spin and spin. For the gate he was making was not a mere jump between one place on the surface of the world and another. He was drilling down or up. No one is quite sure. A great hole in the universe, a tunnel leading to a place on another planet that circles another star. It is the deepest secret of the gate mages, and why theirs is the most coveted and resented of all mageries. Though never tell an ice wedgian that. To them, it's sea mages or nothing. That's how short-sighted they are. Why, if a sea mage could pass through a gate to Midgard and back again, he would be able to put ships inside great bubbles and float them underneath the surface of the sea so no enemy could see them. He could turn the sea into solid glass that you could walk on, or drain a bay of all water and then send it crashing back. Powers no sea mage has had in 1,000 years or more. But who believes those tales now? Too much time has passed. My grandfather left the forest of mages when his out-self was taken from him. Did I tell you? That's what the gate thief does, when a gate mage is truly powerful. You know that gate fathers and path brothers make their gates out of a portion of their out-selves, just like a clant. That's why an early sign of such mages is they can make no clant, for they must leave a tiny portion of themselves in every gate they make, and the greater the gate, and the longer it is meant to last, the more of themselves they put in it. But the gate thief, he finds their out-self and steals it. That's right, snatches it away and won't give it back. The more of themselves they put into their gates, the more he takes from them. My grandfather put everything into the great gate he was making, and when the gate thief took it, my grandfather had nothing left. He could make no gate, not even the smallest one. My father taught me that my grandfather was a fool to risk all on a single gate. But I knew that my grandfather had done what a great man must do, commit all. For if he had committed less of himself, he would always have had to wonder, if he had done more, might he not have succeeded? Grandfather held nothing back, so he did not have to wonder what else might have happened. His gate was working, you see. That's what Grandfather himself told me. I could feel the connection, he said, and then it was gone, like a hand in a crowd slipping the coins out of your purse, gone before you know they're going. Hull reached out her hand to touch the intruder gingerly on his upper arm. Is that how it felt for you? Did the gate thief take your out self after you came into the shade garden? The intruder looked at her, and now she was close enough that even in the dark she could see into his eyes. They looked deep and old. If he had looked at Jib, then Hull could understand why the girl had been unsure of the intruder's age. Ancient eyes, newborn skin. A very strange person. And so silent. Was that grief? Or was he mute? Can you talk at all? Asked Hull. Just the tiniest hint of a shrug. What? You don't know whether you can speak? You understood me well enough. You knew what I was asking. Or at least that I was asking something. Do you understand me? Nod your head like this if you can. The intruder looked at her steadily, then nodded slightly. Then here's what I offer you. I will tell a lie. I'll make a slight parting of the cloth of the roof and say you slipped in that way. No one will guess what you are. For we're not in the forest of mages, and gate mages are much feared and hated, for you know what they say about that ancient trickster, Loki of the north of Mithercame, that he stole all the power between the worlds and then hid it away. Because of what he did, if folks think a man might be a gate mage, the ignorant ones will cast him out or kill him, while kings will seek to trap him and use him as a tool in their plans. So you must hide what you are, and I will help you. If you wish to stay here, that is, she went on. I'm a cook. It's within my gift to make sure all who work for me have food, or anyone else it pleases me to feed. Food and shelter, for you can sleep in a corner of the kitchen with the prentices and scrubs. I can offer you no better, because then I need the approval of Rudder, the steward of the house, and he'll have no patience with a speechless boy. Or man. But I'll call you a boy because that's the look you have. As long as you don't meet anyone's gaze eye to eye. Can you do that? Look down and never let anyone gaze into your eyes? No harm to let me see your eyes, but they're strange. Do you know you have strange eyes? They'll make some folk wish to have you put out of their sight, and there are those with the power to do it. Don't look them in the eye. Do you see what I mean? The boy nodded. So you can stay here as long as you need. It will look better if you do some work for me. Errands, perhaps, or washing up. Are you willing to do that? Then I can justify feeding you. The boy nodded again, and a tiny smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Ah, then, you do understand, said Hull, though in truth she had no idea what his tiny smile might have signified. You must understand that for my grandfather's sake, and my father's too, for he also had the seeds of great magery in him, but he stifled them his whole life, for fear that the gate thief would take his out-self too, and leave him a cripple among mages, as grandfather was. Like a one-legged man. No, a man without legs or arms, for what can you do without an out-self? She caught herself. Oh, forgive me if that's your case as well. You never did answer me. And you need not. For the sake of the magery you had, or have, I will give you shelter here as long as you need it. Do you want that? Will you stay under the terms I just described? The boy looked her in the eye again, and oh, how she felt the depth of those eyes, worse than looking over the north parapet at the great drop down to the river harbor, 1,000 cubits of fall, they said. That was how it felt to fall into his eyes. He opened his mouth. "Thank you," he said. His words had an accent, but it was her own accent, a mixture of the way her father and grandfather talked and the way the Icewedgians spoke. No one spoke like that, and perhaps in those 2 words she had heard too much. But it was as if her own voice spoke back to her, though pitched a little lower, in the range of a boy whose voice was in the midst of changing. He could not have come by that accent naturally. He had learned it only just now, and the first words out of his mouth echoed her voice exactly, without a chance to rehearse. The second sign of a gate mage. He will have a way with languages, and know languages he should not know just from hearing them, for his out-self finds them in other people's mouths. If he found her language, her exact language, then that meant he still had his out-self, or some portion of it. He was still a mage, then. She rose and walked to the darkest corner, the one nearest the entrance, so Jib could not have seen it if she didn't actually walk into the shade garden. There, she unhooked the gossamer of the roof, 3 hooks' worth in both directions from the corner. Then she rehooked the very corner itself. She would show it to Jib later, to explain how he got in and then rehooked the single spot. She could not bring herself to tear the gossamer itself. It was so perfectly made, and she nursed the ambition of detaching it and folding it up at summer's end to use again another year. When she turned to fetch the boy, she was startled that he had gotten up and moved silently to a place right by the gate. He was looking at her with those eyes. She smiled at him. "I'm such a liar," she said, indicating the corner of the roof. "But I said no lie to you." He smiled at her. Then he cast his eyes downward, and instantly all warmth had fled from him. He looked small now, though he was just as tall as before, about her height, and she was tallish for a woman. She led him out of the shade garden. He waited, eyes downcast and beggarly, as she relocked the gate, then padded quietly behind her as she threaded her way among the stone slaughtering and butchery tables to the kitchen door. There she paused when she felt his hand touch her arm. His voice was quiet, yet she heard each word clearly. "Are you like your father and grandfather?" There it was, the great question of her childhood. For despite her dread of the gate thief, she thought it was to be expected that she would be a gate mage like her father and grandfather, or, failing that, at least a mage of some considerable ability. But father had married a woman without a scrap of magery in her, and Hull had inherited her lack in its entirety. Mother had been a sweet and patient woman, but without any particular talent except one, the ability to love her children with her whole heart, so they grew up full of confidence and trust in the world. "The only gift I have," said Hull, "is the gift of remembering all kindnesses and trusting those worthy of trust." He waited a moment longer, his hand still lightly touching her arm. An exact copy, she realized now, of her own touch on his arm back in the shade garden. Though no word was said, she understood the question, because it was the second half of the joke she told only to herself. Yes, I also have the curse of remembering all slights and ills and of giving my trust just as readily to those who don't deserve it." She chuckled at that, and then opened the kitchen door and led him inside. The prentices were all hard at work, but she knew that it was her pause at the kitchen door that had saved them, for they had certainly been looking out the high kitchen windows. She could see the flour marks where they had clambered up onto the counters. But she was feeling good, or at least mellow, nostalgic at so many memories of her father and grandfather, and rueful at what they had lost. And so she allowed them to get away with their time-wasting disobedience. "Jib?" asked Hull. The girl stepped forward from the table where she had been tearing the herbs. "He came in through the corner of the roof and then refastened a single hook, which is why you didn't notice the gap." Jib nodded. "I blame no one for this except the wind," she said. There was a slight lessening of tension. "Nor do I blame this boy for being hungry and coming into a place where there might be food. He's a traveler, not from Iceway, or at least not from this part of it. He says little. He may not be full-witted. But I'll tolerate no unkindness. He is under my protection, and he serves in the kitchen as I ask him to, and owes no duty to anyone else. Do you understand?" Jib spoke up boldly. A good girl, Hull thought again, bold as brass. "I don't understand. Is he below us or above us?" "He is below no one and above no one," said Hull. "He is mine, as long as he chooses to stay." "Has he a name?" asked Jib. Hull looked down at the prentice's wads of dough on the table, now looking better but still not ready for loaving. "Wad," she said. "We will call him Wad, when we must call him anything at all. He'll have a place to sleep among the boys who bed beyond the stoves. Not the best place, but not the worst." This last was as much for Wad's benefit as anyone else's. "Now get a bit of bread and cheese and chilled lemon water for the new boy." She pointed at Jib. "You do it, since you found him. The rest of you, it's time for me to tell you why your wads of dough are as unworthy to be called bread as any mud ever daubed on a waddle." As Hull walked around the table, inspecting the wads of dough and finding what faults still existed, she could see that Jib was doing a good job of swiftly getting food and drink for the boy, and that Wad kept his eyes downward so deferentially that he almost disappeared. Good, thought Hull. No one outside the kitchen will even notice that he's here.
6. Fiststock. Cadging enough money, food, and free rides to get to D.C. wasn't hard, not with Eric in charge. He knew what they needed, when they needed it. He also knew who they should talk to. "She looks nice," Eric would say, or "He'll want to show off to his girlfriend," or "Look, he's got room and he's on a long haul north. He can drive us." Then it was Danny's job to walk up to them in his ragged clothes and ask for a few bucks. "Got to get home to my folks in Maryland," he'd say, "but no way my dad's going to send me money." Or if Danny and Eric approached them together, like they had to do when they wanted a ride instead of cash, Eric would say, "I left the keys in the car at a rest stop and it wasn't there when we got back to the parking lot. Now I've got to get my little brother home to Maryland anyhow I can. Our folks don't have another car, not that's working right now." And as often as not, people forked over money or offered them rides. When they were alone, Eric was almost ecstatic. "Why didn't I get me a kid like you before? She gave us a 20 instead of a 1. The upshot was that by the end of the second day, they were on the mall in Washington, and Danny insisted they had to walk the whole length of it despite how cold it was. "Begging's a serious job, man," said Eric. "You gotta stick with it or you don't make enough to live." "Come on, I've never been here," said Danny. "I want to see it." "Don't pull that big-eyed, sad kid crap on me," said Eric. "Yeah, I'm pretty good at it," said Danny. "Thing I'm wondering is, why do I need you?" Eric had obviously thought of the same question himself, because he immediately launched into a list. First, you don't know where anything is, and I know this town. Danny wanted to argue. Hadn't he learned the map of the mall? Lincoln on the left, Capitol on the right, Washington in the middle, White House on the north. Museums here and there along both sides. But there was no point in saying this. The point was that Danny wasn't going to let Eric order him around, and that was that. Second, Eric continued, there's guys who prey on kids your size, and you ain't going to be able to fight 'em off. Third, there's cops who'll notice how you're dressed and take you to the station and turn you over to social services, and they'll find your family and send you home, which I don't think you want. Danny listened to the whole thing, not dropping his innocent, needy, wide-eyed expression. This used to get laughs from the aunts, but not for a long time. They stopped thinking Danny was funny quite some time ago. I can see by that pitiful act you're putting on that you're not listening to a word I say, said Eric. That sounds word for word like somebody's mom talking, said Danny. Eric's face went grim with anger. Say that again and I will leave you. Danny shrugged. What Eric didn't know, and Danny wasn't going to tell him, was that Danny wasn't going to get caught by anybody. Not child molesters and not cops or social workers. It was too easy to make a gate and get away. Eric didn't know this, couldn't know it, wouldn't believe it if Danny told him. Instead, he glared for a long moment and then walked away. All right, Danny wanted to say. All right, we'll do it your way. But after a moment or two, the sense of being abandoned left him. He had done all right in the Walmart before he met Eric. He would do all right here. And Eric's company wasn't worth giving up any choice in what they did. Either Eric would come back or he wouldn't. Meanwhile, Danny wanted to see the mall. Their ride had left them off not far from the Vietnam Memorial, so Danny walked the length of the mall. He could see that other people's eyes filled with tears, and not just the ones in their 50s and 60s who would have known some of the names on the wall. And there were little artifacts left at the base of the wall. Flowers, plastic and real. One little plastic army man. Letters and notes and cards. But to Danny this all meant nothing. The wars and suffering of Drowthers rarely had anything to do with the families, except when they were using the Drowthers as puppets to act out the family battles. Drowthers simply did these things, fought over things that never seemed to be important. The pride of nations, who would get to rule over this or that obscure people, freedom. What difference did it make to Drowthers whether they were ruled by this set of clowns or that one? None of them were free, because they couldn't do anything. Danny felt a twinge at this thought because it hadn't been that long since Danny himself thought he would probably end up one of them, if he lived at all. But now he was full of his power as a gate mage. Of course, Danny had no idea whether he was a weakish path-brother or a powerful gatefather. But whatever he was, even if he had been only a meager sniffer like the Greek girl, he was far more powerful than any of these people gathered at the Vietnam Wall. At the same time, he had studied history from American books. He had followed the news, when that was possible, from American websites. It didn't make him feel the ancient anguish of these people for their war dead, but it made him wish that he felt it. What was the family's equivalent to this wall? Hammernip Hill? Danny walked west as if lost in his thoughts, though he didn't actually have anything in his mind coherent enough to be called thought, until he reached the Lincoln Memorial. He climbed the stairs, walked into the lofty chamber, and looked up at the heroic scale statue of a man sitting in a chair. Or was it a throne? An ugly man, gaunt as a zombie in a bad movie. Just the statue anyway, not the man himself. A face that was on every penny, the cheapest coin. This is the god that the Drowthers worship, thought Danny. Echoing, he realized the contempt that the ants had for Drowther heroes. So, in defiance of their dismissal of all that the Drowthers valued, Danny stayed and read everything that was inscribed on the walls. At first, by reflex, he mocked. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. What were these people, and who cared who governed them? But Danny had now spent 2 full days among the Drowthers. He had asked them for money and food and rides, and half the time they had shared with him what they had. Why? No one in the family would do that for anyone who was not one of the Norths. Danny doubted anyone but, say, Auntie Uck would even notice that some drouther kid was asking for a few bucks. Of course, Danny had lied to them every time. But even if what he said was true, what business was it of theirs? Why should they care whether somebody else's kid was hungry or got home? The god of these Americans wasn't one of the old pantheons of the Norths or the Greeks or the Indians or Persians or Gauls or Hittites or Latins or Goths or any of the other bands that had been thriving until Loki closed the gates. The god was the people themselves. Imagine a nation that worshipped each other, not individually, but as an idea. The highest ideal was to make sure that every other drouther in this place had his freedom and enough to provide for his family. Other people mattered. Danny had been on the receiving end of his family's callousness, and he had just run away from the fiercest sort of thoughtless cruelty, the end of his life because he was the wrong sort of mage. This Abraham, this Lincoln, would he have fought for the rights of such a one as Danny? A gate mage who had the misfortune of being born when gate mages were treated as the enemies of the gods? What would it have mattered if he had? There was little enough a drouther like Lincoln could do for Danny, even with a whole nation, or half of one anyway, arrayed behind him and armed for battle. Any drouther's life could be snuffed out whenever a powerful mage noticed he was alive. Besides, the drouther's themselves snuffed out Lincoln's life, without even waiting for the gods in residence in the North family compound. Too much thinking, too much time spent standing in one place. The need to run came upon him. Danny whirled around and ran from the building. He nearly flew down the steps, 3 at a time. Barefoot as he was, with his feet horned and calloused, he was sure-footed. He could feel everything he stepped on, yet feared nothing. No one here could catch him. The ground could not hurt him. Danny ran the length of the reflecting pool, ran around the hill of the Washington Monument, then dodged his way across the few streets that crossed the mall. He ignored the White House when he passed it on his left. It was the opposite end of the mall he wanted. Not the Capitol. What was the Capitol to him? What was behind the Capitol? The Library of Congress. He was a little out of breath when he got there, but only because it was uphill most of the way, and he hadn't eaten anything since morning, and Eric had all the money. That had been a bad plan, hadn't it? Besides, he had his backpack on, which changed his gait a little, which wearied him. It was only as he approached the entrance to the library that he realized that he was still dressed for begging, and barefoot. Drouthers had a thing about shoes. Where could he change clothes? He jogged around behind the building, a surprisingly long way, till he came to a long street with row houses lining the other side. Most of them had stairways up to the front door, and several of them had basement entrances under the stoop. Danny looked for a house that looked unoccupied at the moment, then lightly vaulted the iron fence and ducked under the stoop. It didn't take him long to swap clothes. Now he looked newer, closer to normal, and he had shoes on. The trouble was he was still a kid. Would they even let him in? The answer was simple enough. No. "What do you think I'm going to do? Steal stuff?" asked Danny. "Or color on the walls," said the security guy, but with a smile as if to say, "I don't make the rules, and I know they shouldn't apply to you, but that's how things are." And Danny couldn't explain. "I'm hoping that somewhere in here, the library that has everything, I'll be able to find something about gate mages. Even if it's written about as a collection of folklore or ancient legends, I need to find out what I'm supposed to be able to do and maybe find some clue about how to do it. Gate mages are supposed to be really powerful and dangerous, but except for getting out of tight situations, I can't think of anything remotely perilous that I can do with my gate making, so I need a book. I need a clue." He thought of the library in the old house in the North compound. All the answers he wanted were there, he knew it. And what would any book in the Library of Congress be able to tell him? The best he could hope for would be ancient legends, treated by modern authors as mere folklore or even fantasy, but containing some kernel of truth that might guide him. Every other kind of mage got training from others with his skill. Tree mages were introduced to the trees by a tree friend, beast mages to their beasts by an eye friend or claw brother. The unfairness of it, the frustration, it all struck home at that moment, and he felt tears come into his eyes. He brushed them away. "Crying isn't getting you in here," said the security guy. But he wasn't smiling now. "I know," said Danny. And though his emotion had been real, he immediately thought of ways he might exploit it, lies he might tell. In the next moment he rejected the lies. This Drowther was a decent guy. It was his job to keep out unaccompanied children who might damage things. If he let Danny in, he would be risking his job. Why should Danny bring so much trouble into his life, especially considering that there was another way? For a gate mage, there was always another way into or out of a place. Danny stepped back from the security gate and peered through into the room. There were no visible books, but he could see that there was a kind of alcove, leading to restrooms. He fixed the location in his mind so he could come back to it later by other means. Then he turned and left. Outside the building he stood for a while, looking up at the Capitol dome. Drowthers might have no magery, but they built this. What mage had ever built anything? All right, yes, mages worked with the natural world, so great artificial things like this building were not even interesting to a mage, but still, without any particular powers except the skill of their hands and the thoughts in their minds, the Drowthers had built great and beautiful things. Ugly things, too, but the ants always spoke of Drowthers as if all they ever made were wars and stinks and stupidity. But it was not true. Drowthers also sometimes made things that were beautiful or mighty or clever or useful, or all of these at once. Maybe Loki noticed this too. Maybe Loki came to care about the Drowthers and realized that if he closed all the gates, tying the gods to the place they were in, and taking away the vast increase in power that came from gating between the worlds, then the Drowthers could come into their own. The world would belong to them and not to the mages anymore. But he still had to learn how to be a gate mage, because he was going to open a gate to the other world, to Westil, the ancient homeland of the mages. Loki might have been moved by compassion for the Drowthers, but it had been nearly 14 centuries, and the Drowthers had come into their might and power. Surely now a great gate could be opened. What else was Danny born for, if not for that? I'm not another Loki, he thought. I'm the anti-Loki, the opposite. What he closed, I'll open. What he broke, I'll fix. What he hid, I'll find. He opened a gate into the Library of Congress and found himself standing in the restroom alcove. He could see, not all that far away, the guard who had denied him entrance, but the man's attention was directed toward the outside and the other guards near him. He was not scanning for intruders who had somehow slipped in behind him. As long as he was there, Danny used the restroom. It felt good to wash his hands and face. Days without washing were good for begging, bad for personal comfort. A man came into the restroom and stopped and looked at Danny. No, not at Danny, at his backpack. "How did you get that in here?" he asked. Danny remembered the signs outside that all bags and backpacks had to be scanned. Nothing about their being prohibited, but apparently the fear of book stealing meant that it was suspicious for a kid to have a backpack with him in the restroom. And this guy looked like the kind of jerk who would be delighted to drag Danny out by the ear and have him arrested for stealing simply for the sheer pleasure of adding to the sum of human misery in the world. So Danny opened his backpack, showing that there was nothing inside but clothes. The man nodded. "All right, but check that bag at the desk before you go anywhere else." Then the man went into a stall, dropped his pants, and began to stink up the place. Danny's first impulse was to flee, to make a gate to the outside, or at least to get out of the now unpleasant room and into a place with cleaner air. Instead, he stood there contemplating the problem of the backpack. He couldn't have it with him, but he didn't want to lose it. He could go back outside and hide it somewhere and then return, but he ran the risk of someone finding it and stealing it while he was gone. Besides, it just felt wrong. Inelegant, perhaps, as Auntie Twang used to say of kludgy solutions to math or programming problems. Yes, it works, she would say, but it's not elegant. Truth is simple and elegant. That's how you know it when you see it. What Danny needed to do was find a place to put the bag where no one would find it. Couldn't a gate mage open a way into some small compartment like the paper towel dispenser and push something through it? Danny had never yet made a gate without pushing himself through it in the process, but he certainly couldn't push himself into the towel dispenser, not without blowing it all up when he tried to put himself into the same space as the wall, or breaking every bone in his body to make himself fit. So he stood there, ignoring the man's groans and stinks as he continued to relieve himself copiously. Danny thought the guy really is full of shit. He stood in front of the paper towel dispenser and contemplated it. It was embedded in the wall, a tall metal contraption that was mostly wastebasket below and towel dispenser above. The wastebasket was overflowing. Still, it was the obvious place to stash the backpack. Danny thought of just jamming it down into the trash, but by now he was committed to at least trying to create a gate without going through it. A tiny gate that would simply let him push the backpack through a thin sheet of metal into a narrow, enclosed space. What could go wrong? The worst that could happen would be a huge nuclear explosion when the atoms of the backpack tried to occupy the same space as the atoms of the dispenser, the wall, and the trash. And in that case, he wouldn't care anymore. Heck, he wouldn't even be in trouble because they'd blame it on some terrorist or foreign power, and it would trigger a devastating war that would slaughter millions or billions of Drowthers. Doing some stupid, impulsive thing that caused the death of Drowthers was practically a family tradition. The only unusual thing would be that Danny would die as a consequence of his own stupidity. But the fact that there were no legends about huge explosions from the idiotic actions of untrained gate mages suggested that either it could be done safely or it couldn't be done at all. So he stood there, trying to make a gate without going through it. The trouble was, he didn't really understand what he was doing when he made a gate of any kind. He just knew how it felt, what he was doing inside himself while thinking of a place he wanted to be. How could he feel that way, including visualizing the inside of the trash receptacle, without moving himself into the place? The man in the stall sighed with relief. How nice for him, thought Danny. Oh, damn, whispered the man. Damn, damn, damn. Danny pressed the backpack against the trash receptacle and tried to think of it being inside. Nothing happened. I might as well cross my fingers and wish, thought Danny. Are you still there? Asked the man. Yes, said Danny. This stall is out of toilet paper. Can you get me some toilet paper from the other stall? Danny set down the backpack and went into the other stall. Danny thought of unrolling long sheets of toilet paper and lofting them over the wall between stalls. Then he noticed that there was a spare roll of toilet paper behind the partial one. Only a thin sheet of metal stood between him and that entire roll. The idea formed in the process of carrying it out. Danny would move through a tiny gate in a metal sheet, but it would be just his hand, not his whole body. He reached out his hand while producing that gatish feeling inside himself, and his hand pushed through the metal as if it weren't there, though he could still see it. It was his hand that disappeared. He thought, "Hi, I'm One-Handed Danny, the gate mage who drops off pieces of himself in every metal box he passes." He felt his fingers close around the spare toilet paper roll. He pulled it out. It came easily. His hand was intact. So was the surface of the toilet paper dispenser. He pushed his hand back through the surface, and there was no resistance. He could feel around the empty space where the spare roll had been. He pushed the roll back through, and it went, fitting nicely into the space. Danny pulled his hand back out. The roll was where it belonged. "What are you doing?" demanded the man. "Getting toilet paper for you," said Danny. "Can you hurry it up?" Danny wanted to say, "You're pretty snotty sounding for a guy trapped on a toilet who needs a favor." Instead, Danny reached back into the little gate he had made. This time, he had no gate-making feeling. The gate was simply there. And he knew it was there. He could sense it. It was part of his mental map. He wondered if the gate would be there now for everyone else to use. If the janitor could now reload the dispenser without using his little key to open it up. "Come on," the man insisted. And then, as if on cue, he let go with an enormous prolonged fart, and there was another plop. What flashed into Danny's mind was a perverse version of a line of Lady Macbeth's. "Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much poo in him?" Auntie Uck would have been proud of him for finding just the right quote. Danny reached the roll of toilet paper to the top of the stall divider. "Catch," he said. The man groaned. Danny let go of the roll. It hit the floor and rolled back under the divider into Danny's stall. "I missed it," the man said. His voice sounded agonized. More noises. Danny nudged it back under the divider with his foot. The room stank worse than ever. "Thanks," said the man, "for getting it dirty with your shoe." Danny almost laughed at the man's stupidity. "Any time," he said. He walked back out of the stall and went straight for the trash receptacle. He made a gate in it by pushing his hand through to grab trash. He pulled out a handful of damp, wadded-up paper towels and dropped them on the floor. Now the gate existed. It was a simple matter to push the backpack through it and jam it into the space. When he had withdrawn his hand, Danny wondered why the backpack didn't just pop right back out through the gate. Then it occurred to him to wonder just how big the gate actually was. He pushed his finger against the metal surface just beside the spot where he could sense the gate was. Nothing. He touched a lot of other spots, and the metal was impermeable. He had to be reaching for the exact location of the gate, a place that no one else could possibly distinguish from any other. And then his whole hand went through as if the metal weren't even there. So that's why it took Majorie even to find a gate. A sniffer might not be able to make anything or open a closed gate, but he could tell where one existed. A key friend could reach through a gate like this one even though he couldn't make one. So gates didn't actually have to be hidden. They were unfindable to those without gate magery. Or maybe it was only lame half-assed gates like the kind an untrained gate mage like Danny could make that were automatically hidden. Maybe if he were a really powerful mage, he could make gates that anyone could use. Anyway, the backpack was hidden inside the dispenser. Danny could get it out any time, and judging from the condition of this restroom, the trash receptacle wasn't going to be emptied any time soon. Then again, the fact that the toilet paper dispensers were mostly empty might suggest that it was about time for the janitor to show up. Well, if he finds my backpack, I'll just shoplift another. I can live without my old raggedy begging clothes. Maybe I'll stop begging anyway. Danny gathered up the paper towel litter he had pulled out of the receptacle when he made the gate and jammed it down into the trash bin from the top. He heard the toilet flush. He heard the man stand up, the sound of pants being fastened. The man was sighing with relief when Danny reached the door and was gone. Only later did he realize that his encounter with this dump-taking jerk was precisely the kind of thing that the family expected of Drowthers. Danny remembered how sentimental and admiring he was about Drowthers while looking at the Capitol dome, and he felt as if he had learned something. He wasn't sure what. Maybe just that nobility and baseness could coexist in the same species. Maybe even in the same person. And that was just as true of the Westall families as of Drowthers. Great heroes, officious dump-taking morons. Maybe they were even the same guys. For all he knew, this clown had won the Congressional Medal of Honor when he was younger. Danny strode purposefully into a large open room. No, a vast room, filled with tables and counters and computer screens. And now there were shelves here and there with books on them, though it was obvious that these could not be a significant part of the vast collection of the Library of Congress. Probably you had to look up the title you wanted and then ask for it to be delivered to you. Danny sat down at a computer and began to feel his way through the software. On a whim, he tried gate magic as his search terms. He expected to get either thousands of hits or none at all, depending on whether the search engine scanned through the contents of books or insisted on finding only that exact combination in a title. There were thousands of hits. Of course, the search engine had a notation, powered by Google. Drowthers could do magic with data, as surely as tree mages did magic with trees. Was it possible that this really was a power? That if he could bring one of the Google programmers through a great gate to Westal and back again, his power would be vastly increased? Then again, why would he need to? Computers were a kind of magery in themselves, or might as well be. To people who didn't understand them, they were every bit as inscrutable. The programmers got to know them and love them and understand them in order to coax the right results out of them, just as beast mages did with their beasts, or stone mages with stone. Danny smiled at the thought of all the great mages in the history of the Westal families as if they were stereotypical computer geeks. "Young man, can I help you with something?" asked a woman. Her ID made her an employee of the library. "My dad's in the bathroom," said Danny. She smiled. "I just wondered if I could help you find something." She looked at the screen. "Gate and magic," she said. "Is this a research project?" "I wanted old legends," said Danny, "about magical travel, getting from one place to another." 7-league boots, said the woman. "Maybe," said Danny, who had never heard the term but guessed at its meaning. Boots that could take you miles with every step. Maybe that's how gate magery would seem to Drowthers. "Or like the winged feet of Hermes." "Oh, excellent," she said. "You've already done some research before you came. You'd be surprised how many people come here without having done enough research to know how to recognize what they're looking for, even if they find it. Here, let me narrow your search a little." She sat down in the next chair and typed in a list of search terms and various pluses, minuses, and parentheses. In moments, she got a much smaller, more refined list of book titles, and then entered another command. "The list is printing out at my desk right now," she said. "I'll get you the top 6 books and you can pick them up over there in about 15 minutes. "Wow," said Danny. He really was impressed. "We're here to serve the public," she said. "And we finally have decent software. You should have seen what a mess it was before. It was a miracle if you could find anything if you didn't already know exactly what you were looking for." And then she was gone. Ah, Drowthers, thought Danny. Sometimes you love them, sometimes you hate them. Then for the first time it dawned on him that classing all Drowthers together made no more sense than having a word for all animals that can't stand upright on 2 legs for more than a minute, or all animals with dry noses. What possible use could there be for such classifications? The word Drowther didn't say anything about people except that they were not born in a Westal family. Drowther meant not us, and anything you said about Drowthers beyond that was likely to be completely meaningless. They were not a class at all. They were just people. Danny didn't want to loiter around doing nothing, so while he waited for the books, he went into another room, a smaller one where people were sitting at tables reading or studying or taking notes. There was art on the walls, and Danny walked around the room looking at it. Nobody did more than glance up at him. Apparently being an unaccompanied child in this room was okay, as long as he didn't make noise or touch anything. I'm just 6 inches away from being a human being, thought Danny. Just a little taller, maybe a touch of mustache, and I won't have to put up with all the suspicion. Then again, dump-taking man would probably have treated me with disdain just for being younger than him and not wearing a suit. I need a suit. Not right now, but eventually. I need to be able to look as if I come from more than one social class. I need clothes that look rich and not just Walmart clothes. What good does it do for me to gate my way into a place if I immediately look out of place there and everyone stares at me? Just getting from place to place is nothing if I can't appear normal in the new place. I wonder what they wear in Westville. When I make a great gate and go there, will they dress like us? Or something as different from shoplifted Walmart clothes as our modern clothes are from ancient Egyptian or Chinese costumes. It had been 15 minutes. He didn't have to look at a clock, he just knew. He had always had that knack, waking up when he planned to, staying away from home until an exact time even though he didn't own a watch. When he returned late, having missed dinner, it was never because he lost track of time. It was because he got better food after his parents made the rule that if he was late, he'd get no food in their house. Then he'd stop by Aunt Lummy's on the way home and get a great sandwich even as she scolded him for his irresponsibility. But a growing boy can't miss meals, it's just wrong, she'd say, and Uncle Mook would roll his eyes. Danny stood up. The nice library woman must be back by now. That is, if her estimate of 15 minutes meant anything. There she was at the counter, and there were 6 books beside her, just as she had said. "These are almost the best I could do," she said as soon as he was close enough that she didn't have to raise her voice. "Almost?" asked Danny. "Maybe you don't care about oddities in the collection, but I'm afraid they're my favorite thing," she said. "I guess it depends on what you mean by oddities." "Come with me and see," she said. "Of course you can't touch it." "Touch what?" "You'll see." She led him through an employees-only door and up a flight of stairs. At the top, there was a door with a keypad, and when she entered the code and pulled open the door, there was a whoosh of air. "Climate-controlled," she said. "Try not to do any global warming while you're in here," she chuckled. He followed her inside. It was a large room full of books in acrylic boxes. But she led him to another area where books were shelved without separate cases. On a low table, an oversized book was lying open. "The book itself is only a couple of 100 years old," she said, "and it isn't in English, so I don't know what use it would be to you." "It's in Danish, isn't it?" said Danny. She looked at him a moment. "You recognize Danish?" Danny shrugged. Of course he did. It was one of the languages descended from Old Norse, but he could hardly explain to her that he had grown up with Old Norse. Along with fist talk, the ancient language of the Germans before their language was bent by the Phoenician colonies along the North Sea and Baltic coasts. It was one of the languages of the family, one that some of the old books were written in. It wasn't exactly taught, but the books were there, and some words and phrases of it were spoken when the family was speaking Old Norse. Danny picked up languages as easily as breathing. He could read fist talk in the runes that it used to be written in. Runes like the ones reproduced on the open page of the book. When this book was catalogued, the woman told him, it was placed in the American history section because it was supposed to be about the colonization of New Sweden. But then somebody who read Danish said that it was nothing of the kind. It was actually about Erik the Red and Leif Erikson and the colony in Vinland. So it was moved here. Then when I was doing my graduate work here before I got this job, I found the book and realized that it was something else. It's a book, about an ancient runic record. "You read Danish?" asked Danny. "I am Danish," said the woman. "I moved here with my parents when I was 7, which is why I don't have a Danish accent. But I had already learned to read in Denmark, and I haven't forgotten because there were lots of Danish books in the house. You see, this book is describing an old manuscript that the author discovered in an old accounting house in Copenhagen, where some of the library of a monastery had been deposited when the monastery was closed. The book he described was written in a combination of Latin and Old Norse, and it was reproducing a supposedly ancient runic record in an unknown language. The Danish author of this book had tried to decode it. There are 2 chapters on his efforts to do that, and he did succeed in translating the Latin and Old Norse sections of the old manuscript, but he had no luck at all with the runes. Danny wanted to be bored. This had nothing to do with his quest for knowledge about gates, but in fact he was fascinated, because he could read the runes right off the page, the very ones that the author had failed to decode. Here Tew dashed the ships of Carthage against the rocks because they would not pay tribute to the Valkyrie, said Danny. What? Asked the woman. Danny kept reading. Here Loki twisted a new gate to heaven, and the Valkyrie passed through it many times because the Carthaginians had eaten the old gate. Here Odin raged with the sky and crushed the might of Carthage until the survivors wept in the blood of their children. What are you talking about? Asked the woman. Danny nodded. This is what I was looking for, he said. How did you know? I remembered that his translation of the Old Norse sections was full of references to the old gods and the magic of doors and gates. And there you were, Googling magic and gate, and I knew that this book would never pop up on your search, so I thought you'd want to see it. But what you said before, what were you quoting? I wasn't quoting, said Danny. I was reading. The woman scanned the pages that were open. Where did you read that? There's nothing like that in the Danish. Danny pointed at the copied-out runes. That's what it says. Talking about Carthaginians and Tew and Loki and Odin? What I can't figure out is how the Carthaginians could have eaten a gate, said Danny. Is this the whole runic inscription? There are 3 others, said the woman, on the next 3 pages. But are you saying that you can read this? Of course not, said Danny. I'm just imagining what it might say. He couldn't help lying. He was enjoying this game of telling her a truth he could not possibly know, and then pretending that it wasn't true after all. He shouldn't toy with her like this. It wasn't nice, and she had been very kind and helpful to him. But Danny sometimes couldn't resist doing such things, showing off. The other kids had resented it, but the aunts and uncles had often seemed to enjoy it, back in the days before they began to think of Danny as Dreka. How could the runes say anything about Carthage? Asked the woman. Danny pointed to a few characters. It's written in the way Semites write their words and names. No vowels. KRTG. Back when the Germans were just separating from the Norse, they were under the domination of a Carthaginian colony at the neck of the Jutland Peninsula. Danny had this much of the story from the version of family history they taught the children. I've never heard of this. Was it discovered by archaeologists? Because it's in none of the histories. From the time when Carthage was at its peak, before they went to war with Rome for the first time. The German gods broke the power of the Carthaginians. This has to date from that time. But I'd never heard of any reference to Loki or a gate to heaven. That doesn't even sound Norse. They don't talk about heaven. But the Carthaginians did. It's referring to another planet, so far away that the light of its star can't be seen even on a clear night. High in the sky, see? Heaven. And Loki made a gate to take them there. So that's the kind of magical gate you were looking for? Asked the woman. Danny didn't answer her directly. I never heard it said that Loki would twist a gate. See, that's the same word you use for making rope. Wouldn't you think that a gate would be cut or opened or built or carved or something like that? How can you twist a gate? Danny knew she couldn't understand what he was talking about. His questions were real enough, but they weren't for her. What he was doing with her was breaking the family's taboo against telling family business or family history to strangers. And it felt good to do it. The woman looked baffled. Who are you? Where are you from? What school do you go to? I was homeschooled, said Danny. May I see the other runes? What language is it, then, if you can read them? Widdensprach, said Danny, using the term for the way the people we know talk. But it wasn't true. Nobody talked quite this way. But it was close to fist talk. I've never heard of it, she said. Am I allowed to turn the page, or is that something you need to do? She reached down and turned the page, carefully and slowly. Danny scanned the runes. Just as before, the words were ones he knew or were like words he knew, and the grammar was easy. Where it differed from fist talk, it was more like Westal, though Westal was normally written with yet another alphabet. Or rather, syllabet, since there were separate characters for every consonant-vowel combination. There were also separate characters for each of the common noun and verb endings. It took up far less room on the page, but you had to learn 181 separate characters, and some of them were pretty hard to tell apart. On the whole, Danny preferred alphabets. Fist-talk was written with the runes used as an alphabet, though some of them sometimes stood for syllables too. It was confusing, and most of the cousins had simply refused to make any serious effort to learn to read or write Fist-talk or Westel. Aunt Lummy had often said that she expected the knowledge of Westel to die, so if a great gate were ever opened, we wouldn't even know how to talk to our distant kinfolk from our home world. The message on the page was a continuation of the previous one. Hear us in the land of Mither came. Hear us among the great ships of Iceway, among the charging dunes of Dapnu Dap, among the silent mages of the forest, and the swift riders of the wold. We have faced Bel, and he has ruled the hearts of many. Bold men ran like deer from his face, but Loki did not run. You're just making this up, said the woman. Next page, Danny suggested. There is zero chance that the Semitic god Bel or Baal was ever spoken of in any Indo-European language, let alone some ancient form of German. You lose the bet, said Danny. Do you think the Hittites never spoke the name? To Danny, the Hittites were just another branch of the family, albeit an extinct one. To this woman, though, it seemed remarkable that he even knew of them. How old are you? Asked the woman. What are you really doing here? I'd like to read the next page, said Danny. You aren't reading, you're just playing. This is just a lark to you, but it's my life's work to me. Danny shook his head. Really, ma'am, it's at least as important to me as it is to you. I thought you'd like to see something old. I didn't expect you to mock me by pretending to read it. I'm not pretending. The woman closed the book. Come on, we're done here. She was right, of course. Danny was playing with her, though not in the way that she supposed. But he was through playing with her now. He reached down and picked up the book. Immediately she grabbed for it. How dare you touch that, she said. I trusted you. The book belongs to the one who can read it, said Danny. She pulled harder. He held tighter. If he made a gate right now and passed through it, would she be dragged along with him, because she was holding on to the book that he was holding on to? The book belongs to the Library of Congress for the use of serious scholars. Again, Danny resorted to the truth because he knew he would not be believed. These inscriptions are about Loki, a gatemaker. I'm a gatemaker, and I have to learn whatever it has to teach me. This is a nightmare. Let go of the book. You're going to damage it. And if I do, who will lose her job? Not me, said Danny. Just let me read the rest of the runes and you can have it back. Security! She shouted. Danny made a gate and let it suck him through. He was in the restroom again, holding the book. She was not with him. She must be back in that employees-only room, clutching at nothing. Let her tell security what happened. See whether they believed it. He took a paper towel and dried the counter around the sink, then set the book on it and opened it. The third page of runes said, Loki found the dark gate of Bel through which their god poured fear into the world, and through which he carried off the hearts of brave men to eat at his feasting table. Loki's heart was stabbed with the fear of Bel, and the jaws of Bel seized his heart to carry it away. Loki held tight to his own heart and followed the jaws of the beast. Danny read it twice to make sure his reading was accurate, and it was locked in his memory. Then he turned to the next page that held a copy of the untranslated runes. Loki tricked Bel into thinking he was captive, but he was not captive. His heart held the jaws. The jaws did not hold his heart. And when he found the gate of Bel, he moved the mouth over the heart of the sun. Let Bel eat the heart of the sun and drag it back to his dark world. He has no more home in Middelgard. Well, how nice. A commemorative inscription about the achievements of the Loki of that age. No pariah then. There had apparently been some kind of war with the Carthaginian god, or perhaps merely with the Carthaginians, and Loki was given credit for shutting down the enemy. By moving the entrance to a gate, apparently, though Danny had no idea how such a thing might be done, especially if he really moved one end of it to the center of the sun. Enough. Danny had read it now. It was memorized. He had it. Danny reached into the bottom of the trash receptacle and pulled out his backpack. He shouldered it, picked up the book, and made a gate back to the room where the woman had shown him the book. He could hear her in the hall shouting for security. Poor foolish Drowther. Did she think she had any kind of control here? He set the book right where it had been and opened it to the first runic inscription. He was tempted to stay long enough to smile at her when she returned, but no, he really did not need to be any more flamboyant than he had already been. In fact, he felt more than a little ashamed of himself now, for having responded to her trust and kindness by flaunting his knowledge, and then doing something in front of her that was undeniable magery. At the same time, he still felt the thrill of having done it, of having proven before a witness that he, too, was one of the mages of the North family, and not a trivial mage either. A dangerous one. So dangerous that he should be killed and put into Hammernip Hill. He used his gate to the restroom again, and then immediately outside to where he had been when he first gated into the library. Eric was standing there grinning. "You kept me waiting a long time in this cold, boy," he said. "You got some explaining to do." 7. Stone's house. Danny thought of simply making a gate and getting away, or going back through the gate into the library. But then he remembered that Eric was useful, and then Danny remembered that he didn't like thinking of Drowthers the way the family did, dividing them into the two categories useful and expendable. No, if Danny was going to get the hang of being a human being, and not a sort of pathetic halfway wannabe god, he was going to have to think of Eric as something else. Perhaps friend. "What did you see?" Danny asked. "It's what I didn't see," said Eric. "And what was that?" "You." Eric grinned. "Neat trick, turning invisible like that." "Is that what I did?" asked Danny. "That's what I saw," said Eric. "Come on, you can tell me. The whole way here to D.C. from Lexington, you were holding out on me. You owe me now." This irritated Danny. "I think we're about even. You got more from begging with me than you usually do without me, and you kept all the money." "I shared the food," said Eric. "I earned my share of the food. Nobody owes anybody anything." "Yeah, I think you do," said Eric. "For instance, what if I tell the cops about you?" "Are we 5 years old?" asked Danny. "Do what I say or I'll tell Mom." "I think there are some government agencies that would love to study you." So maybe Eric wasn't a friend after all. Then again, his life had been all about hustling, turning anything he could to his advantage. All Danny had to do was let him see how little hold he had over Danny, and that old cooperative big brother attitude was bound to come back. "See, that's not going to happen," said Danny. "You think it's not?" "First," said Danny, "who's going to believe you when you tell them all about this kid you met in Lexington? What are you going to tell them about me?" "You can turn invisible?" "Yeah, they always listen to teenage beggars who tell them stories about invisible kids. They got a whole department full of agents who investigate claims like that." "All right," said Eric, dismissing the whole idea with a wave. "Plus, if you gave it about 3 seconds thought, you'd see a huge hole in the idea of turning me over to the government." "What?" 3 seconds, said Danny. "Don't screw with me, kid." Danny counted to 3 on his fingers. "All right," said Eric again. "All you'd do is turn invisible and they'd never be able to get you. But what if they surprised you and got handcuffs on you? What good does it do you to be invisible if you've got handcuffs on?" "And that's the third thing," said Danny. "I have never, not for 1 second, been invisible. I know what I saw." "You did not see an invisible kid," said Danny. Eric was about to say something scornful when Danny held up 3 fingers and began the count again. "What were you if you weren't invisible?" demanded Eric. "Not what, "But where?" said Danny. "Oh," said Eric. "You weren't there but invisible, you were visible but not there." "And as for telling you," said Danny, "would you have believed me? And what if somebody overheard me as I told you? We were always around people. So if you can just go away, why didn't you split when I surprised you here?" "I thought about it," said Danny. "But I decided that even though you ditched me just because I wanted to see all the tourist stuff on the mall, I wasn't the kind of guy who ditches a friend." Eric rolled his eyes at first, then closed them, nodded, and stuck out his hand. "Okay, man. Friends. Well, I know I'm a good friend. But you just got through threatening to turn me over to the cops or the government. How do I know I can count on you?" "I didn't have to bring you with me in the first place," said Eric. "And I also didn't have to follow you up and down the mall, Lincoln to Washington to the Capitol." "Why didn't you just come walk with me instead of stalking me?" asked Danny. "Can we just drop it?" said Eric. "I was worried about you." "Yeah, that's what I thought." "What did you think?" "That you care about me." "Okay, now's when I puke," said Eric. "So you aren't going to try to boss me around?" asked Danny. "Of course I am," said Eric. "It's just not going to work." "As long as you know that." "We decide stuff together," said Eric. "Works for me," said Danny. "But first you have to tell me how this thing works, this thing you do." And there we are, back to have to. "How can I figure out how to turn it to our advantage if I don't know how it works?" "Our advantage?" asked Danny. "Friends and partners, aren't we?" said Eric. "You didn't mind using the stuff I knew how to do. Can you teach me to do that? Disappear and reappear somewhere else?" In a word, no. "Can't or won't?" asked Eric. "I'm still trying to figure it out myself," said Danny. "So when you disappeared from here and then came back, where did you go?" "Into the library," said Danny. "What, you were having a library emergency? Jonesing for a book?" "Needed the restroom," said Danny. "So that's really where you went?" asked Eric. "Really." Eric studied his face. Seemed satisfied. "Well, there you are. You can go through walls." "Of course I can," said Danny. "Why, of course," said Eric. "Why would I know you could go through walls?" "Okay, not of course. But yes, I can go inside buildings and leave buildings the same way. Without doors." "Do you make holes in the walls?" "No," said Danny. "It's a gate." "Please stop talking like you think this is stuff any idiot would know," said Eric. "Sorry," said Danny. "How far does it work? How far can you go?" "I don't know," said Danny. "Most I've ever done is a couple of miles, maybe." "But you can go anywhere?" "Anywhere I wanted to so far," said Danny. "Can it be a place you've never been before?" Danny thought about it. When he first made gates through the perimeter of the family compound, he hadn't known where he was going on the outside. And when he gated his way into the space inside the wall of the family's library in the old house, he certainly didn't know what it was like in there. "Yes, it can," said Danny. "But I'm not sure how I do it. I keep worrying that I'm going to gate myself into a tree or a stone wall or something and blow up half the city." "But you haven't so far," said Eric. "I'm still in existence," said Danny. "So no, I haven't so far." "Can you take me with you?" asked Eric. Danny shrugged. "I don't know." He held out his hand. "Want to try?" Eric hesitated. "What happens to me if it turns out you can't take me with you?" "I don't know," said Danny. "Or what if you can only move me away from here, but you can't deposit me there? Do little bits of me get scattered all along the way?" "You really do have a weird imagination," said Danny. "Got to try to think of the consequences," said Eric. "There's always consequences." "I don't know how any of this works, Eric." "I think I'll pass on testing whether you can take me with you or not." "For what it's worth, I take my clothes with me every time," said Danny. "And I've pushed stuff through gates without going all the way through myself." "That's clothes and stuff. You tried it with anything alive? And was it still alive when you got there?" "Never tried it." Eric grinned. "See, I don't want to be the first experiment in case I end up having my body half swapped with a fly and I'm trapped in a spider web waving my arms and saying, 'Help me! Help me!'" He said this last in a high, soft voice. "What are you talking about?" asked Danny. "You never saw the old black and white, The Fly? Not the Jeff Goldblum, but the good one." "Movies? You're talking about movies?" "Why not?" asked Eric. "This is a movie. I mean, I'm just minding my business, and along comes a kid, and I take him under my wing, and then it turns out he can disappear in one place and appear in another. I'm in a Twilight Zone episode. Teleporting. Stargate." Whatever Stargate was, Eric apparently thought it was brilliant. "Why didn't I think of that already? Of course, you don't need some pyramid or a big machine or anything, so it's not the same." "I don't see a lot of movies," said Danny. Eric shrugged. "Let's see what we know. You can go through walls, and you can push stuff through gates without actually going through yourself, right? So you're like the perfect burglar." "Burglar?" "You know, guy breaks into a house, steals stuff without waking up the people." "I know what a burglar is." "How would I know you know that? If you don't know The Fly or Stargate, I figure you might not know how to put your pants on frontward." He said it with a grin. Danny grinned back. "I'm not a burglar." "Really?" asked Eric. "Where'd you get those clothes?" "Walmart," said Danny dryly. "Credit, debit, or cash?" "Shopping cart plus gate," said Danny. "So you're a burglar, shoplifter. So you'll steal stuff from Walmart, and that's okay, but stealing stuff from rich people's houses, you gotta draw the line somewhere," said Danny. "Stealing from Walmart just causes them to raise prices a tiny bit to amortize the cost." "Amortize?" Eric said it slowly and mockingly, as if there was something wrong with knowing the right word. "Breaking into somebody's house is different, Eric. It's stuff they own personally." "So, what if I promise that we'll only steal stuff from the houses of people so rich they'll barely notice that it's gone?" "What kinds of things do we steal?" "Whatever the fence wants to buy," said Eric. "In your life of crime in Washington, you know who deals in stolen goods?" "No, but I know people who probably know people who deal in stolen goods." "And we trust these friends of friends of friends?" "That experiment worries me a lot more than trying to take you through a gate." "Why should you worry?" asked Eric. "No matter what happens, you're okay. I'm the one taking all the risks." "So does that mean you think you deserve more than 50% of what we make?" "Yes," said Eric. "I deserve twice as much as you." "Even though I'm the one who goes into the house and risks getting caught?" "But it's not a risk for you. You can't get caught. I can get recognized. Posters can go up with my face on them." "So what?" "That happens, I can't go into stores. I can't walk the streets." "Nobody pays attention to that kind of thing. Come on, there are neighborhoods in D.C. where everybody's on a poster somewhere." Danny still hated the idea of burglarizing people's houses. At the same time, it sounded better than begging. Indoor work, more money for the time expended, and as long as they only went into the houses of rich people, who would they be hurting? Danny heard voices and looked up to see several uniformed men with guns. They were skirting the library and looking down at Danny and Eric. "Let's get out of here," said Danny. "Too late, they've seen us," said Eric. "If we split, they'll be sure they've got the guys they're looking for." "But I am the guy they're looking for," said Danny. "Oh, so you were getting a little burglary practice in the library, were you?" "I put it back." "So your backpack's got nothing bad in it?" asked Eric. "I'm clean," said Danny. "Then talk your way out of it, and you won't be on a wanted poster." "I've never talked to a cop," said Danny. "I'll screw it up." "These aren't cops. They're building security guys. And let's get real about this, kid. You can talk a one-armed woman into knitting you a sweater." Since Eric had just talked Danny into becoming a burglar, it seemed to Danny that it was Eric who could talk anybody into anything. But the security guards were yelling at them to stay right there, so there wasn't a chance to argue the point. "Open that backpack," shouted the guard as he approached, "and both of you turn out your pockets." "Yes, sir. Right away, sir," said Eric. Danny unzipped all the openings on his backpack. As he did, it occurred to him that this was just like when the security guy at Walmart accosted him. There weren't any passers-by to serve as witnesses, but the same idea should play. Go way farther than what they asked for and throw them completely off balance. So Danny pulled his shirt off over his head, stepped on the heels of his shoes to get out of them, then started pulling off his pants. "I said to turn out your pockets," yelled the guard who was doing the yelling. "What are you doing?" The other one was smirking. "I'm letting you examine my clothes for yourself," said Danny, "so I don't have you putting your hands all over me." "I don't mind," said Eric. "You can put your hands all over me." Danny handed his pants and shirt to the one who yelled, and his shoes and socks to the other one. They both stood there holding them, looking like idiots because they had no plan for what to do with them. Then, on impulse, Danny turned his back on them, bent over, pulled down his tighty-whities, and spread his butt cheeks. Man, it was cold. "Stand straight and pull your shorts up!" The yelling guard was practically screaming now. Danny complied. "I think he was mooning you, Barry," said the guard holding the shoes. "I think he was mooning both of you," said Eric helpfully. Danny was facing them now, his briefs pulled up. "I don't have what you're looking for, but I wanted to make sure you knew I didn't have it." "I ought to run you in for indecent exposure," Barry shouted. "I think he was cooperating with an officer of the law," said Eric. "I think our government-appointed attorney can make a case for your having overstepped your bounds in questioning a child." Barry looked at Eric with murder in his eyes. "What are you looking for?" asked Danny. "A book," said the one who wasn't Barry. "I can't fit a book up my rectum," said Danny. "I don't think anybody can." "Nobody said you could!" yelled Barry. "Then why are you holding all my clothes?" asked Danny. Barry threw Danny's clothes onto the ground and stalked away. The other guy handed Danny his shoes and socks. "You're one funny smart-mouth, kid," he said with a smile. "If you were my son, I'd be laughing the whole time I beat the crap out of you." Then he turned and jogged to catch up with Barry. "That was extreme," said Eric. "I couldn't believe you mooned them from 3 feet away." It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Danny didn't explain about what he'd done at Walmart. Pranks weren't as funny if people knew you'd done something too similar before. "Come on, let's get out of here," said Eric. "That one guy Barry, he might be thinking about things he can fit up your butt." "Excuse me while I put my clothes back on," said Danny. "Hurry up," said Eric. "You're embarrassing me. Skinny little hairless legs covered with goose bumps. You're like a chihuahua, or a Mexican hairless, or whatever they call it. Ugliest dog I've ever seen, like looking at your grandfather naked." Danny thought of Gish or Zog, Starkers, and he had to smile. Of course, if Zog brought down a bunch of hawks on your head, especially if one of them was his clan, there wouldn't be much to grin about. It took the rest of the day to get a meeting with an Arab-looking guy in the back of a little corner grocery. The guy couldn't take his eyes off Danny. "Come on," the fence said. "He's a kid." "He just looks like a kid," said Eric. "He's really 25, but he's got like a glandular condition." "I'm 14, Danny lied. His real age was just too young, and nobody would believe 15 until he got taller. "I didn't know you had an age limit on who you'll buy stuff from." "Tell me what you've got," said the fence. "We've got whatever you want," said Eric. "Just tell us what you want that isn't too big for us to carry down the street." "You mean you haven't even done it yet?" "Done what?" asked Eric. "We find stuff, that's all. We're lucky. People drop things, we find them. So you can imagine it's not going to be any high-def big-screen television, you know. Too heavy for my cousin here to carry." The fence made a dismissive gesture. "Put it on eBay. Put it on Craigslist." "Right," said Eric. "Like we've got a website or email or a computer or even a camera to take a picture." "Find one," said the fence. "Now get the hell out of my store." "Just one question," said Eric. "Jewelry? Nice art pieces? Laptops and iPads? What?" "And don't come back," said the guy. "Laptops it is," said Eric. The man stood up. He wasn't much taller than Eric, but he was wearing a wife-beater, and he seemed to be made of rope underneath his skin. "Anything you bring me, I'll smash with a baseball bat, starting with your head. Why aren't you understanding me?" "We look forward to doing business with you," said Eric. "Come on, cuz. I think it's time for his next appointment." Danny gladly followed Eric out of the back room into the grocery store. "I'm hungry," said Danny, looking over some of the snack foods near the checkout counter. "Not here," said Eric. "You want to get us killed?" Out on the street, Danny had to ask, "Is this how you usually do business?" "Are you kidding?" said Eric. "That went great. He threatened to kill you. Us. He was including you in the baseball bat thing. Only I won't be there for him to hit me. What are we going to do now? Nobody told you about any other fence. Your friends aren't really all that tied in with the D.C. underworld." "Oh, he's going to buy our stuff," said Eric. Danny had to laugh. "I get it now. You con yourself." "It's no con," said Eric. "He's afraid we're from the cops, wearing a wire or whatever. So he puts on a big show of throwing us out. But we bring the stuff around tonight, he'll take it." "No," said Danny. "I'm pretty good at knowing when somebody's sincere, and he really meant the part about us not coming back." Eric shrugged. "Ah, well, you know. It's easy to turn down stuff you haven't seen. When we have the stuff, he'll change his mind. Or he'll change our minds into puddles on the sidewalk. Trust me," said Eric. "And you're the one who thought it was too risky to go through a gate." "That's why we're such a great team," said Eric. "We're both completely stupid about different things." Danny wasn't sure about this great team thing. It seemed to him that Eric's team had only one member, and it wasn't Danny. It was the way Eric looked at him with the exact intensity he used when he was talking up a mark. "Believe me, believe me, believe me," his face said, which by now Danny well knew was a sign that Eric wasn't so much lying as simply in need of something from you. "Trust me until I have from you the thing I want." Well, what Eric wanted from Danny was burglary without the hard bits, entering without breaking, and Danny could do that. While Eric was in search of a fence, he wangled 2 different invitations to crash with friends. One of them had a roommate, and they could only stay a night or 2. The other, a guy named Sed, who was about 2 years older than Eric, sounded like he was pimping the place where he lived. "It's this great 3-story townhouse in a decent part of town, and Stone, the guy who owns it, he just likes the company as long as you don't back up the toilet or do boinky-boinky on the sofa. You can stay as long as you want, even keep stuff in the fridge, run the dishwasher now and then, do an errand if he asks, but he almost never asks. He calls us his staff or his entourage, but he's cool." As far as Danny and Eric were concerned, the operative words were, "stay as long as you want." The place was about 6 blocks east of the Library of Congress and 2 blocks west of Lincoln Park. Danny had no idea what would make a part of town indecent, but decent was pretty nice, especially for a boy from a Virginia farm. The houses all butted up against each other, with short stairways coming up from the sidewalk. Under the stairs, there were usually walkout cellars or a ground floor. Lots of fences and gates, but low ones mostly that you could vault over if you felt like it. People walking dogs in the gathering darkness, or coming home from work, or heading out for the evening. 3 blocks from a metro station, said Eric. Not bad. We're not dressed right for this neighborhood, said Danny. Eric held up fingers to enumerate why Danny was too dumb to live. A, we're kids. We're dressed like kids. It's a uniform and we're wearing it. B, we don't have to look right in this neighborhood. This is the neighborhood where we're going to live. We have to be dressed right for the neighborhood where we're going to find expensive stuff just lying around. That's the neighborhood where it matters that we don't have any cops stopping us to find out what we're doing there. So are we dressed right for that neighborhood? Asked Danny. Are you already forgetting number A? Asked Eric. We're kids. Danny muttered, A isn't a number, and Eric gave him a shove toward the street. Danny stumbled on the curb and nearly fell, but then Eric was there helping him so he didn't lose his balance after all. And Eric was laughing. Eric might be completely selfish, but it's not like Danny didn't have cousins just like that, and none of the cousins was ever playful with him, not anymore. So where is that wonderful neighborhood? Asked Danny. I don't know yet, said Eric. I thought you knew, D.C. I know the parts where you beg and the parts where you get drugs, to put it plainly. Those parts there's nothing to steal, or there's a lot to steal, but if you do, somebody hunts you down and kills you extra dead. Danny grinned, thinking it was a joke. Extra dead? Eric wasn't laughing when he said, They cut parts off you before they kill you, so the people who find the body will tell the story and other people will think twice before stealing from them. so there were people in the world worse than Danny's family. He sort of knew that. He got plenty of news from the internet and history in class, but he didn't think of them as living and working in a place like Washington, D.C. They got to the address Sed had given them. It was freshly painted and had a profusion of flowers in pots, window boxes, and in the tiny patch of ground that served for a garden. In the dead of winter, everything was in bloom. The smell of them got into Danny's nose, and he stood there reveling in it, wondering for a moment if it was possible their host, Stone, was a seed servant or some other kind of plant mage. But that was too improbable. That the first place he found to stay in D.C. happened to be in the house of a member of some other family. Sed had told him to just walk in, but that seemed to bother Eric. He stood outside for a moment, and then knocked and rang the bell. They could both hear a bustle of activity inside, and then finally someone came to the door. It was a woman, no, a girl of about 16, wearing a man's oversized white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and quite possibly nothing else, which Danny found distracting. He couldn't take his eyes off her, yet felt he had to look almost anywhere else. The girl looked them up and down. Then she called over her shoulder, "It's nobody, just somebody crashing with his little brother." "Can we come in?" asked Eric. She gave him a look of such compassionate scorn that Danny blushed for him. "I think that's a yes," said Danny. "Are girls all born with the ability to rip your balls off with a look?" murmured Eric. Then he led the way inside. Sed was walking into the messy living room looking pissed off. "I told you to just walk in, morons. Anybody rings the bell, we assume it's the law. I was this close to flushing my stash." "I thought we weren't supposed to stop up the toilets," said Eric. "Oh, you're funny," muttered Sed. "Are you going to introduce your little friends?" asked the girl. "They stopped being my friends when they rang the doorbell." Danny stuck out his hand. "I'm Danny." "How old are you?" asked the girl. 12? 13, said Danny. "Mature," she said. "Got any hair on your chest?" Danny wasn't even sure what she was asking. "I don't think so," he said. "Or anywhere?" she insisted. "Lighten up," said Eric. "He's a kid," said the old man. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm Eric. Do you have a name?" "What's today?" she asked. "Thursday," answered Sed from the floor where he was rolling a cigarette. Danny had a pretty good guess what kind of cigarette. "Then my name is Lana," said the girl. "And if today had been Wednesday?" asked Eric. "I would have unzipped your pants instead of talking," she said. "On Wednesdays I'm such a slut." "I'm glad we caught you on Nun Thursday," said Eric. "That's your best shot?" Lana asked, again with the look of scorn. "I have snappier comebacks, but I don't just give those away," said Eric. "Yeah? You have to grind them up and mix them with applesauce before anybody will swallow them?" "Look," said Eric to Sed, "we don't just need a place to crash. We need some advice. Is Mr. Stone in?" Lana gave one whoop, which apparently passed for a complete laugh. "Not Mr. Stone," said Sed. "Just Stone. It's his first name. Maybe his only name." "It's a translation," said Lana, "of the unpronounceable name his parents gave him in their native language." At the mention of languages, Danny perked up. "What language?" he asked. "Amazian," she said. "Amazon? No, that's the online bookstore. Umbilical? She doesn't know." Sed handed the joint to her. "Not now," said Lana. Sed shrugged and kept the joint, though he didn't light it. "Why do you want Stone's advice?" asked Lana. "I figured he's lived in D.C. for a while. He could steer us to a neighborhood where we're likely to find small, expensive things lying around where guys like me and Danny here can find them." "You don't have to ask Stone," said Lana. "Where are you from? Everybody knows you're looking for Georgetown." "I thought that was a college," said Eric. "University," said Lana. "It's also a ritzy neighborhood. Or you could go out to Chevy Chase, Maryland. Basically, go west and the incomes go up. I assume you expect to find these expensive things lying around inside people's houses." "I think we'd have better luck there," said Eric. Danny was appalled that Eric was just telling their business to strangers. How did he know that none of these people would tell the cops? Your little friend thinks you shouldn't be talking about your criminal conspiracies, said Lana. Eric looked at Danny. He's still not completely into it, he said. But he can't help it. He's so good at it that he just can't stop. Talent is destiny. Good at what exactly? Asked Lana. Getting into locked places, said Eric. How does he do it? She asked. I make a wish, said Danny. He knelt on the floor and started looking through magazines on the coffee table. Anything to distract Eric. It didn't work, though. It's magic, all right, said Eric. He doesn't touch the doors or windows. He doesn't leave footprints or fingerprints. He just appears inside the house. Danny hated this. Eric, come on, stop it. Don't get so upset or she's going to start believing you can do magic, said Eric. Oh, I believe it, said Lana. He has the look of magic about him. Suddenly she was off the sofa and kneeling in front of him. She was so close he could feel her breath on his face, and he felt like she was 1/4 of an inch from pushing her chest against his. He wanted to turn back to the coffee table, but if he did, then he'd bump into her, and that might look like he was making some kind of pass at her. Come on, Danny, she said. She put her hands on his shoulders. Do some magic for me. Leave him alone, Lana. He's a kid, Warren said. Jailbait? He's jailbait? Asked Lana. She brought her face very close to Danny's and locked her arms around his waist. Now her breasts were pressed against him, and her breath was right in his nose and mouth, and her lips were brushing his as she talked. Jailbait boy, why aren't you kissing me yet? Danny pulled away from her, but since he was on his knees, it's not like he could have done anything but rock backward, which was apparently what she was counting on because she basically rode him down onto the carpet. In a moment, she was pinning his shoulders to the floor with her hands, but since his knees were still folded under him, his body was arched with his pelvis at the apex. The pertinent fact, however, was that she was straddling him, and he was feeling things that he'd never felt before. The only girls he knew were his cousins, whom he'd been raised with. They were like sisters. Less than sisters, since he knew them well and also despised them. Lana was not his sister, and he didn't despise her. He was incredibly fascinated with her and what she was making him feel. Yet with every movement of her body under the white shirt, he was also feeling more frightened. What kind of magic was this that worked on people instead of animals or plants or the elements? Was this the forbidden man magic that was only whispered about? Come on, said Eric. I didn't bring him here to catch whatever disease you're carrying. She turned the upper half of her body so she could give him some kind of withering glare. Danny couldn't see her face, but with a twisting of her body, she let up on his shoulders, and he propped himself up on his elbows. Almost at once he wished he hadn't, because seeing how her body pressed on his intensified everything he was feeling to the point where he was getting lightheaded. Like what you see? Asked Lana. He doesn't even know what he's seeing, said Eric. He doesn't have to know, she said. I'm the only one who has to know. She knelt up higher, reached behind and between her own thighs, snaked her fingers into Danny's waistband on both sides, and started to pull down his pants and underwear. Danny was so surprised and scared that he cried out and tried to scramble backward on his elbows. But that only helped her pull down on his pants, and instead he wriggled the other way toward her. It kept his pants on. Help me get her off him before she rapes him, said Eric to Sed. Eric hooked her under one armpit and had her halfway up before Sed joined in on the other side. You boys will just have to wait your turn, she said. But in a moment they had her up and off of Danny. Pull your pants up, said Eric with withering scorn. I'm trying, said Danny. But in fact she hadn't pulled his pants down very far at all, and it occurred to him that maybe she had never intended to, that maybe what she really wanted was what she was getting right now, Sed pushing her roughly out of the room. I'm the boy's education, she was saying with a giggle. He got a scholarship to my private school. Sed had her out of the room. Danny could hear him say, more sadly than angrily, Sometimes you just got no judgment, Lana. Danny was relieved when she was gone, and disappointed, but definitely more relieved than disappointed. Who is she? Asked Eric as Sed returned to the living room. A one-woman government welfare program for the horny? She's my wife, Sed replied. He sighed. But don't feel sorry for me. She was like this before I married her. Then why did you bother? Asked Eric. Believe it or not, she's a lot calmer now than she used to be. Then, to Danny's surprise, he heard a woman crying in another room. Is that? Yeah, it's her, said Sed. Now she's totally ashamed and filled with self-hatred and all, so I get to spend the next hour or two talking her out of jumping into the Potomac or volunteering to be a suicide bomber for Greenpeace or PETA. Sed padded back out of the room. As soon as he was gone, Eric flopped onto the couch and laughed silently, rolling around as if he were screaming instead of stifling it. I don't think it was funny, said Danny. That's because you couldn't see your face. I don't want to stay here, said Danny. What if she tries that again while we're sleeping? See, said Eric. You're already fantasizing about it. No, I'm not. You're about ready to explode, said Eric. She was just teasing you, don't you get it? Because you're so young and a virgin. Sed and Lana came back into the room. Lana was smiling shyly and wearing some kind of athletic shorts now that stuck out below the hem of the shirt. I'm sorry, she said. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, but Danny thought she had stopped awfully quickly, if the tears were all that real. Don't worry about it, said Eric. Danny's from the farm. He just wasn't used to doing it with girls. Danny had no idea what that meant, but it set Lana and Sed to laughing, and Danny was pretty sure they were laughing at him. What are you talking about? Danny asked. You and the sheep, of course, said Eric. Come on, you can't tell me you didn't get some quality time with that special you. Danny's face was burning now with shame and rage. That's not even possible, he said. I think that means he's done it a lot, said Eric, still laughing. But she broke up with him. Danny was thinking of how the beast mages would react if anybody in the family did such a thing to one of the animals. Animals they're looked after. If one of us did something like that, Grandpa Gish would have him killed. Great-Uncle Zog would do it himself. They laughed right through what he was saying. But when it was done, they stopped laughing and just stared at him. Really? Asked Lana softly. Your own family would... And then they'd bury him in the family graveyard on Hammernip Hill, said Danny. That's just sick, said Lana. It's a crime, said Sed. It's abuse. Worse than abuse. It's murder. Calm down, said Eric. He didn't say they've ever done it. He said they would do it if somebody started humping the sheep. Come on, this has all gotten so totally out of hand. I didn't bring him here to be sexually molested. He's so underage that you could find yourself with a sex crimes rap. I wasn't going to do it, said Lana. You were already doing it, Sed corrected her. You were way past going to or not going to. Can we please just go somewhere else, Eric? Asked Danny. It wasn't because he feared further approaches from Lana. It was because he was now completely ashamed of the way they all regarded him, as a joke instead of a person, and also very worried about how much he had said about the family. He had even told them Zog's and Gish's names. Why didn't he just give them a printout of Google Maps directions to the compound while he was at it? All he wanted now was to get away. Lighten up, said Eric. Come on, if you didn't like it on some level, you would have just left, wouldn't you? Danny didn't know what was worse, that Eric was once again talking about Danny's gate magic in front of these two strange people, or that Eric was kind of right. Why hadn't he just made a gate and gone through it? Of course, with their bodies in contact, Danny might have taken Lana with him right through the gate. That would have gotten her to stop. But that was not why he hadn't made a gate and left. It just hadn't crossed his mind. He didn't have it down as a reflex yet. If she'd been stabbing him with a knife or slashing him with a razor, he still would have forgotten about his ability to gate himself away, probably. Was there ever anybody as stupid as Danny? What had he even done since he found out he had this power? Run away from home, which he kind of had no choice about after the Greek girl as much as caught him red-handed. But everything since then, He'd stolen, he'd begged, and he was going to break into people's houses now and steal their stuff. And he'd also blabbed and been caught. Eric had seen him going and then seen him come back. It was a miracle the family hadn't caught up with him already. "Can I trust you to let him sleep here tonight without having some demon attack him in his bed?" Eric asked Lana. "I'd worry more about Sed than me," said Lana. "Sed's gay, you know. That's the only reason I married him." Sed rolled his eyes. "This is how she punishes me for helping you pull her off the kid." "Come on, Eric," said Danny. "Let's get out of here and find something to eat." Not that Danny was hungry. He just hoped he could get Eric alone somewhere and then refused to come back to this place ever. "Stone keeps the fridge completely stocked," said Lana. "Frozen pies and dinners, ice cream, juice, but nothing with preservatives or MSG or high-fructose corn syrup. Also lots of fruits and vegetables. Cucumbers are my favorites." "Lana," Sed warned her. "Well, they are. I like to eat them whole. Bite down on them and hear the crunch." She turned to Danny. "Did you know that vegetables scream when you eat them raw? It's a little-known fact because it's so hard to hear, but scientists have picked up the screaming on very sensitive instruments, and it's true. But I don't care. I think their sappy little bodies deserve to suffer." "Is she off her meds?" asked Eric. "She doesn't take meds," said Sed. "Obviously," said Eric. "But is she supposed to?" "She's just trying to be colorful and free-spirited, somewhere between Madonna and Mae West and Britney Spears." Danny had read the names Madonna and Britney Spears on the internet and knew they were singers. Mae West was a name that meant nothing to him. "I'm above and beyond any of those bitches," said Lana as she flipped off her husband. Really, her husband? And sashayed out of the room again. As she walked away, the athletic shorts, which were too big for her, slid down her legs. She stepped out of them and kicked them back into the room as she left. This time there was no crying from the kitchen. They heard her storm on up the stairs. "See what I have to live with?" asked Sed. "Actually, except for the child molesting, what I saw looked pretty tolerable," said Eric. "I'm not gay, you know," Sed assured them. "Until this moment I didn't think you were," said Eric. "But the fact that you felt the need to say it—" "Go to the kitchen and get something to eat," Sed told them. "By the time you get back, I'll have her calmed down, and you'll see that she's actually a sweet and funny girl. She just has trust issues with men. Her mother had a lot of boyfriends, and if they paid extra, she threw in Lana as a bonus." "Oh," said Eric. Danny, for his part, wasn't quite sure what Sed meant. Or rather, he was, but he couldn't believe such a thing could be true. Then again, if someone had told him about a girl acting the way Lana had just acted, Danny wouldn't have believed it either. His girl cousins were starting to seem normal now. When they knocked him to the floor, it was always to pummel him or rub something in his face. It had never made him feel the way Lana had. "Why would having trust issues make her like that?" asked Danny. "Well, it gives her control, see," said Sed. "She had you completely under her power, didn't she?" "She pushed me down onto the floor," said Danny. "And she took me by surprise." "Took you by surprise?" asked Eric. "Or by something else?" Eric and Sed were both laughing silently, presumably to keep Lana from hearing them. "Is there somewhere I can go in this house to get away from you both?" asked Danny. "Why not just disappear?" asked Sed, and then he and Eric laughed all the harder. Danny knew that Sed was laughing because he thought it was a joke, and that Eric was laughing because Sed thought it was a joke and it wasn't, which was an even better joke. Danny didn't feel like laughing at all. In fact, he felt like disappearing and never seeing Eric again. Only then he would be back to begging and trying to find some place to sleep in a strange city after dark. "I'm tired," said Danny. "We're not going to do anything tonight anyway, and I want to sleep. Without jerks like you laughing at me," which triggered another burst of barely contained laughter. Danny walked out of the room and went up the stairs. He tried all the unlocked doors on every floor, hoping to find a bedroom that looked completely tidy and unslept in, but there was no such room. Finally, in the attic, he ducked into a small storage room or large closet lined with boxes and racks of clothes. He took some of the clothes off the wheeled storage racks and spread them on the floor to make a bed, with a few more to cover him. Then he turned off the light, closed the door, and felt his way to the makeshift bed in the dark. It took him a while to go to sleep, because he kept thinking of Lana, and then how Eric and Sed laughed at him, and then about Lana again, and then about home, which he now missed so badly that it would almost be worth getting killed just to go back. Finally, half crying from homesickness and half wishing Lana had stuck with molesting him just a little longer, he fell asleep. He woke up in total darkness, but it could have been morning for all he knew. There were no windows in the attic closet, so no kind of light from the street made it inside. He needed to pee. He had gone to bed without stopping in any of the bathrooms he had passed on the way up 3 flights of stairs. Now he was going to have to pay for that by creeping through a dark house. Well, no, he didn't have to do that. He had seen the bathrooms. He could just make a gate to one of them and... No, what if somebody was in one and suddenly there was this 13-year-old boy? Then he remembered that the bathroom at the landing between the 2nd and 3rd stories had been kind of badly retrofitted into the landing, and there was an alcove right near the door. He had no more than thought of it before he had made the gate and gone through it. There was light here, though not much. The bathroom door was open. There was not a sound nearby, though there was some laughter and talking 2 floors down. Danny padded into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the light, and did his business. He thought of using one of the toothbrushes. He had a nasty taste in his mouth, but settled for cupping water in his hand and swishing it around in his mouth. He flushed, washed his hands, dried them, and then put his hand on the door to leave. Only now he could hear that people were coming up the stairs. Maybe they were still far enough down the stairs that he could get to the gate and be gone before they got to this floor, and maybe not. He unlocked the door and turned off the light, but left the door closed while he made a new gate and stepped through it. He was in the attic room, right by his makeshift bed, which he could see was just as he had left it. He lay down and snuggled into it and rearranged the clothes on top of it. He was almost asleep when he realized when he left the attic closet he hadn't been able to see anything. Now he could see. Had his eyes gotten used to the darkness? No, that was stupid. When he first woke up, his eyes were totally used to the dark, but when he came back he was coming straight from a bathroom where a bright light had been on until a moment before he made the gate. Danny opened his eyes. The door between the closet and the open part of the attic was open. It had been closed when he left. Who could have been up here? He made a guess. "Mr. Stone?" he said very softly. "Don't worry," said an even softer, whispery voice. "Your secret is safer with me than it is with that idiot who brought you here." Danny could see the shape of a man get out of a chair not far from the door. "Sleep well," said the man when he was silhouetted in the doorway. Then the door closed behind him. On the one hand, it was cool that Stone could see Danny materialize in the attic closet and not even freak out. On the other hand, did that mean that he knew what he was seeing? That he was from one of the families? Or maybe one of Thor's observers? And what did he mean that Danny's secret was safer than it was with Eric? Safer didn't necessarily mean safe. I really am the stupidest person alive, thought Danny. So stupid that I probably won't remain alive much longer. So stupid that when I just realized that I'd probably get killed, my only thought was to wish Lana would come up here and hump my brains out before I die. I'm 13 and I'm already completely evil and have no judgment. It will be Darwinian justice if I die without ever having a chance to reproduce. An improvement of the gene pool by removing my genes from it. Wouldn't that be ironic if I ran away from the family because they were going to put me in Hammernip Hill, only to get myself killed here, saving them the trouble? Because that's what's going to happen. I'm going to burgle somebody's house and they're going to blast me with a shotgun. I don't think I'm quick enough to make a gate and get through it between the squeezing of the shotgun trigger and the arrival of the buckshot at my body." His mind was in such a whirl that he was sure he'd never get back to sleep. And then it was morning, and he could smell coffee all the way up to the top of the house, and the door to his closet was open, letting in the light, and he actually felt kind of good for having slept so long, and also felt nowhere near as stupid as he had felt last night, which just proved he was so dumb that he couldn't even remember the lessons he had learned from his previous mistakes. Eric was sitting bent over at the kitchen table, his head resting on his folded arms, an empty coffee cup beside him. Somebody had put some cut flowers down the neck of his shirt, so he was basically functioning as a vase. Danny smiled to see it. "I'm glad you're feeling a bit cheerier today." A man of about 50, slender and average in height, but with a rather distinctive salt and pepper beard, was standing near the fridge, drinking a tall glass of some hideous-looking dark green concoction. Just as in the attic closet the night before, Danny hadn't been aware of him until he spoke. "Are you Mr. Stone?" "Stone is my first name." "What's your last name?" "Stone is the only name I need in this house," said Stone. "I see you like what Lana did with the table flowers. Are you in love with her?" Danny shuddered. "I hope not. I don't think so. She's not in love with me." And then, because he couldn't help looking pathetic, he added, "Is she?" "She is definitely not in love with you or anyone, though she has a bit of a crush on her therapist. Danny, that's your name?" "Yes," said Danny. It was a little late to try and keep himself incognito in this house. He cringed to remember sticking out his hand and introducing himself to Lana the evening before. "Well, Danny, I urge you to be very careful with Eric. He strikes me as being not quite bright enough to know that one doesn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Eric didn't move. Apparently he really was asleep. "I haven't laid any eggs yet," said Danny, "but thanks for the advice. That was advice, wasn't it?" "More of a heads up. Advice would have been, ditch that loser Fagin, Oliver Twist, and get your rich grandfather to adopt you." "I knew all my grandfathers and grandmothers," said Danny. "I left home because I don't want any of my family to be my family anymore, least of all my parents." "I'm sure you have your reasons, and they're none of my business." Danny took the hint. He had been on the verge of blabbing even more stuff about how the family worked. "Be careful when you go searching for lost objects in people's houses. Some of them get prickly about finding burglars there, and they can afford the very best weapons, whether legal or illegal. Since they hardly ever get to kill people in the normal course of their day, they will naturally have an extra impulsion to fire at you, just to satisfy their curiosity about how it would feel to fire the weapon in anger, so to speak." "Warning taken," said Danny. "Well then, I'm off to work," said Stone. "Remember not to bring anything you take from other people's houses here to my home. Not even for a few minutes while you use the John. If you do, I'll turn you into the cops myself." "Got it," said Danny. "Then by all means chow down on your breakfast, or lunch if that suits you better at this hideous hour of the morning." And with that, Stone was out of the room. 8. Safe Room. Danny and Eric rode the metro to Foggy Bottom, and then walked to Georgetown. It made no sense that the metro had no stop in the Georgetown area. How did the servants of all these rich people get to work? "You think it's an accident there's no stop here," said Eric. "The rich people made sure there was no cheap, quick way for the slum kids to get here and cause trouble. Why should they care how far their own servants have to walk? They're getting paid for it, right?" Danny heard the resentment in Eric's voice, and he knew he should probably feel the same way toward rich people. But what did he know about rich? The only world he had known before was the North family compound and the woods and fields and hills. He had watched Drowthers during his secret expeditions away from the compound, but there weren't any real rich people around Lexington and Buena Vista. Not like the mansions of Georgetown. "Stop gawking," said Eric. "Kids gawk," said Danny. "I'm acting like a kid. Haven't you ever seen big houses before? Let's see. There was VMI and SVU and some of the buildings at Washington and Lee. I mean, how many classes could you hold in one of these houses? You could put a Walmart in that one. No, actually you couldn't, said Eric. Be fun to try, said Danny. Why are you so cheerful? Try taking this seriously. What's to be serious about right now? It's daylight. We're just picking the houses we want to steal from. We're not stealing. We're finding stuff lying around. In their houses, said Danny. Come on, I'm new here. Let me be a tourist. A patrol car came along the street, and Danny saw how Eric stiffened up. I guess we didn't camouflage ourselves well enough, said Eric. Maybe he's not going to stop, said Danny. The car stopped. A couple of cops got out. Hi, said Danny when they were still a long way off. Try to keep your clothes on this time, said Eric softly. You guys know what's with all the flags on this house? Asked Danny. The cops glanced at the house. It's the Danish embassy. Cool, said Danny. We've had a couple of calls. You've been going up and down the streets like you were casing the area. Casing? Asked Danny. He means looking for which ones to rob, said Eric. Geez Louise, what's the crime? Being teenagers without a car? Not a crime yet, said the cop. Just a misdemeanor. Danny laughed. The cop glanced at him and grinned. Most people are too nervous to laugh at cop jokes. So are we getting a warning or are you taking us in? Asked Eric. None of the above. I just want to know your business on a day as cold as this. He walks me home from my singing lessons, said Danny. Only today I said I've never seen the embassies. Where do you live? Asked the cop. Again Danny answered. A couple of blocks off Wisconsin, just past Nebraska. Where was your, singing lesson? East of the Capitol, near Lincoln Park. And this is supposed to be on the way? Eric finally joined in. He wanted to see Embassy Row, so we got off at Foggy Bottom. His parents have this thing about not wanting to raise a limo kid, so they pay me to get him to and from the lesson so he doesn't get beaten up or kidnapped. You're his bodyguard? Asked the cop skeptically. I couldn't hold off like Al-Qaeda, but we don't have any trouble with bullies or pushy beggars. The other cop finally spoke. You know what I want? He asked. I want to hear the little ones sing. I'm 13, said Danny. You make me sound like I'm a toddler. Sing, said the cop again. You got to understand my voice hasn't settled down after changing. Doesn't sound changed to me, said the second cop. I was a real boy soprano before. I could sing along with Un Bel D in the original key. So now I'm practically a baritone compared, you know. Still don't hear any singing, said the cop. So Danny opened his mouth and sang. It was one of the arias that he'd memorized when Baba and Mama used to play a lot of classical music in the house. Not that they ever stopped listening to opera, they just weren't home that much these days. And since Danny was so good with languages, he had no trouble singing along in Italian or German or French with dead-on pitch. As a little kid, he had been killer cute, which was probably one more reason the cousins his own age kind of despised him. But that's why he used the singing lessons excuse. What other lessons could he be taking without an instrument? Harp or something, maybe. Should have thought of harp. He gave them Finca da Vino from Don Giovanni, and if there were bits he didn't remember, it's not like these cops would be experts, so he sang right through the rough patches. He sang as if he intended to go on forever. He hadn't sung it in years, and it surprised him how his own deeper voice sounded. Not very good tone quality, but his pitch was still true. You're not very good, kid, said the second cop. Hence the lessons, said Danny. I was a great boy soprano, but you sing a pure tone, like a fife. Now I'm trying to get the vibrato. It's not like I have to sing at the Kennedy Center tomorrow morning. Good luck, kid, said the first cop. Just don't stand in front of any one embassy for too long and you'll be okay. They're not going to start shooting at us or anything, are they? The trigger-happy ones have our own soldiers stationed around them, said the first cop. Get home safe. The second cop said, Don Giovanni has never sounded worse. So there were cops who knew their opera. I've never heard him sing it, said Danny. Don Giovanni's the name of the... Danny was grinning at him. Vocal student humor, said Danny. Like cop humor. Not everybody gets it. The cops got back in their car, and Danny and Eric walked on. Was that pure bullshit, or did you ever take lessons? Asked Eric. Did I sound like I've had lessons? Asked Danny. You sure as shit sounded like you were singing opera, even if your voice is kind of squawky. You pick things up living with my family. Strange family. Didn't I mention they weren't normal? Asked Danny. Okay, then. They're not normal. I think we'd better not hit any of the embassies, said Eric. I'm glad we see eye to eye on that, said Danny. But what I'm wondering is why we're walking through Embassy Row. I didn't know we were, said Eric. I mean, I've heard of Embassy Row, I just never came here before. Come on, it doesn't go on forever. We'll hit some civilian houses pretty soon. At least that explains why they're all so big, said Danny. Half an hour later, they were on 44th Street between Garfield and Hawthorne, looking at the mother of all houses. The mansions across the street would have looked big anywhere else, but compared to this monstrosity, they were like dollhouses. I think this is the one, said Danny. Their mortgage is probably so big they don't have any money to buy stuff, said Eric. They probably live on shredded wheat and skim milk, and in the winter they heat the house with calisthenics. But I'm dying to see what it looks like inside. So make a gate or whatever it is and go look. Now? Asked Danny. In broad daylight? On the street? Now's the time when there's probably nobody home, said Eric. Except the servants. You might have to push them aside to go through the drawers. I got to admit, daytime would be easier. I'll wait for you over here in these bushes, said Eric. Oh, that won't look like you're skulking. Then don't go in. Actually, said Danny, what if I find stuff right now? Why not just take it? Because what if you're caught with the stuff on you? I'll pass it to you through the gate, said Danny, so it won't be on me. But I'm not going to go over and stand by the wall. That would get us caught. Danny laughed. Come on, Eric. Just because you've been talking about how I go through walls doesn't mean I actually go through the walls. I mean, I don't open a door in them or anything. I make a gate in space. I'll make the gate right here, and when you see my hand stick out with stuff in it, then take the stuff and put it in your pocket. What? Your hand's just going to appear in midair? I don't know, said Danny. I've never seen it. I've just done it, sort of. I'll stay right here. Good, said Danny. Because if you don't stay here and take what I hand you, I'm not splitting any of it with you. You will, or I'll make a gate in your ass, said Eric. You try that, said Danny, and let's see how that goes. Go on, said Eric. I'll be here. You go in and take a look around. So Danny made a gate from right there in the bushes and found himself in the middle of the ultra-posh living room. It was like no one lived there. Even the big artificial Christmas tree that dominated the room looked institutional, like in a dentist's office. The room was posing for a picture. There were art pieces on the walls and a couple of sculptures and vases, but everything was too big to lug back to the Foggy Bottom metro station. Though now that they'd walked this far, Danny was pretty sure the metro station at Wisconsin and Nebraska was a lot closer. Didn't matter. He wasn't touching this stuff. He stood there and listened for voices or movement, or alarms. Eric had warned him about motion detectors. He almost wished he could hear someone talking or singing, because then he'd know where they were, and he could either avoid them or get out of the house entirely. Silence, though. It could be somebody studying or working or napping, and then they get up and walk in on him, and he screams and they scream, and... He made his way up the stairs. No creaking, no alarms, or at least not loud ones. For all he knew, bells were clanging in 6 different police stations, but if the cops showed up, Danny could always leave. Danny did a quick check of all the rooms. Nobody there to walk in on him. He became more methodical, opening drawers. Lots of jewelry in 2 of the bedrooms, but it looked cheap to him. Bright colors or funky designs. Plastic. There were a few strands of gold that looked real enough, but they were so light in weight that Danny figured they wouldn't be worth the trip to the fences store. As for laptops and computers, Danny wasn't finding any. Not on this floor. He went to the stairs that led another story up. This was mostly storage, and mostly junk. Old clothes, old furniture, things in boxes that hadn't been opened in years. Nothing that would sell. There was an old safe, a big one that stood on the floor, but there was nothing in it. Not that Danny could have gotten the lock open if he tried. He just made a little gate and reached inside and felt around. But the presence of this old floor safe made him think maybe there's a more modern safe somewhere else in the house. Where? Danny went back down to the living room and out through the gate. Eric almost screamed. "Come on, you were expecting me to come back, weren't you?" "It's just a surprise," said Eric, recovering himself. "Find anything?" "Cheap jewelry. No laptops. Maybe there's a nice set of knives in the kitchen." "Big house, no stuff," said Eric. "I knew it." "I haven't checked the cellar yet. I only came out here because they have an old floor safe in the attic. Heavy thing. I can't believe they'd carry it up the stairs. But I'm thinking the old safe is in the attic because they have a new safe somewhere in the house. I mean, these are the kind of people who own a safe, which means they think their good stuff needs to be in a safe place." "Good thinking. Only I don't know how to open safes," said Eric. "Remember how we're supposed to find stuff lying around?" "But where would they hide a safe?" asked Danny. "In the cellar?" "Maybe. I'll look." "Behind a painting?" Danny nodded. "That makes sense. Where else?" "In case you forgot, this is my first time as a burglar, too." Danny didn't believe him. He just thought it was Eric's first time going after really valuable stuff. "Back in a minute," said Danny, and he went through the gate again. There was nothing behind the paintings in the living room. He went down the stairs into the cellar. It was as big as the house in every direction, and here was where the computers were. 2 complete offices, with windows opening out onto the backyard. File cabinets in both, but nothing stashed there except papers and knickknacks. Danny picked up a laptop from the man's desk, unless the woman was so vain she kept a picture of herself on the desk, and then stuffed it into the bag that was obviously designed to hold it. Instead of going back up to the living room, Danny made a new gate, a small one, just big enough for the laptop in its bag. He pushed it through, knowing it would be hanging in the air right next to the original full-size gate. Nothing. Eric didn't take it. I'm an idiot, Danny thought. He had made this new gate connect to the wrong end of the other gate. He had been holding the laptop case in the living room of the house he was burgling. He made the new gate more carefully, and this time Eric had the thing out of his hand almost at once. At least he assumed it was Eric who took the bag. So they had one laptop. And after he went through the woman's office, an iPad, which he passed to Eric through yet another little gate. But no safe. Where would they put it? Danny walked around the cellar one more time, and this time he noticed that in the storage room under the kitchen, the walls had a lot of bracing in one corner, as if there were something really heavy above them. That's it, thought Danny. He bounded up the cellar stairs and headed into the kitchen. He saw at once that instead of a safe, the bracing was to hold up a really huge oven. Pair of ovens, actually. There was a half-eaten sandwich on the table. Was someone here after all? Danny touched the sandwich. The bread was dried out, so it was from earlier in the day, or yesterday maybe. He walked around the main floor, and now he realized that the little half-bathroom for guests wasn't big enough to account for all the distance between the living room and the big room with the TV and the fireplace. Danny couldn't see any kind of entrance, on the main floor anyway, but what if it was accessed from upstairs? Back up the stairs again. He scouted around, looking for what was directly over that inaccessible space on the main floor. It was under the man's closet in the master bedroom. Danny knelt down and pulled up the carpeting. It folded right back, and yes, there was a trap door. Danny opened it. A horrible smell rose from the hole. He knew the smell. A dead animal. He also knew how to deal with smells. He breathed through his mouth, with his nasal passages closed at the back of his throat. A light had come on down inside the space when he opened the trap door. It flickered at first, but now it was steady. The entry was halfway between a ladder and a stairway. Danny went down it carefully, and found what he was halfway expecting. 4 bodies lying tied up on the floor. The man was the one who stank. bullet hole through his forehead, and his body was rotting. But the other three, one white woman, one black woman, and a white preteen girl, were not rotting. They weren't conscious either, however, and Danny guessed that they had been here a pretty long time without water, long enough for the husband to start stinking. If I bring them water and waken them, they'll see me and wonder how I got in, and my fingerprints are all over the house. I touched all the frames of all the paintings on the main floor. I touched doorknobs. Then again, my prints aren't in the police records anywhere. And on the good side, whoever did this to them probably disabled any security cameras or burglar alarms. There was a sturdy-looking floor safe in the corner. The door stood wide open. Nothing inside. We would pick the one house in the neighborhood that had already been hit. Danny made a new gate that he could fit through, straight from the safe room to where Eric was waiting in the bushes. "All done," said Eric. "Let's go." "Give back the laptop and the iPad," said Danny. "What? You're not getting soft on me, are you?" asked Eric. "I found the family. The father's dead. The others are unconscious and probably dying. We're not going to go trying to sell a laptop that came from this house." "Shit, no," said Eric. "What have you got me into?" "Me? Got you into it? You are a piece of work." Danny took the proffered bag. "The iPad?" "I put it in the bag," said Eric. Danny went back through the gate into the safe room. He took the iPad and laptop out of the case and wiped them down, then set them near the safe. Then he went back up the ladder and picked up the phone. No dial tone. Dead. The lines must have been cut by the first burglars. Danny left the house for the last time. "Come on," he said to Eric. "We've got to find a phone." "Phone? Why a phone?" "To call the cops and tell them about this so they can maybe save the ones who aren't dead yet." "None of our business," said Eric angrily. "We were never here. It's that simple." "But we were here," said Danny, walking north toward Nebraska. There were businesses at Nebraska and Massachusetts. Eric followed him, grabbed him by the arm. "Stop it, man!" Danny snatched his arm away, and then made a gate to Nebraska and Wisconsin, even farther away but near a metro station. There were a couple of churches, St. Anne's Catholic and Wisconsin Avenue Baptist. They'd have phones, and if they were closed, so much the better. No need to ask permission or make explanations. The Baptist church had some kind of meeting going on, but the doors of the Catholic church were locked. Danny gated his way into it, located the parish offices, and gated inside. Nobody there. He picked up the phone and called 911. He gave them the address of the house he had been burglarizing and told them what they'd find inside the safe room accessed from a trap door in the floor of a closet in the master bedroom. "The man's very dead, but I think the others might be alive. 3 of them. I'd send ambulances. We're dispatching them right now. Where are you, young man?" "I won't be at the house. I'm not coming anywhere near it. Never again." "Who are you? Are your parents around? Can I talk to one of them?" "Do I sound like a child?" thought Danny. "I'm not from around here," he said aloud. "A tourist. Please stay on the line. I have someone here who needs to speak to you." But Danny figured they were just trying to keep him immobilized while a cop car headed for him. So he wiped the phone on his shirt tail, then set it on the desk without hanging it up. He went back through the gate into the main meeting room, then through the other gate to Nebraska and Wisconsin. Nobody seemed to notice him arrive, and judging from the lack of disturbance, nobody had seen him disappear a few minutes ago. But people in cars don't notice pedestrians unless they've got nothing else to watch when they're stopped at a light. Danny quickly found the gate leading back to where he had left Eric and went through it. Eric was about 100 yards away, walking with his shoulders hunched and his hands in his pockets. They could hear the sirens heading toward the murder house. Danny didn't want to run to catch up with Eric, or some passing cop might think he was fleeing the scene. Danny had read enough mystery novels to know how to behave. So he gated his way to some bushes just ahead of Eric and stepped out to confront him as he passed. Eric nearly had a heart attack. "Don't do that," he said angrily. "Sorry. I called the cops." "Yes, I hear the sirens. Thanks for doing it while I was still close to the crime scene, moron." "There's restaurants and stuff up on Wisconsin. We can eat." "With what money?" asked Eric. I seem to remember you're getting nothing out of that house except stupid trouble." "The money from my begging that you've got in your pocket," said Danny. "We weren't even going to do the job today, remember? And now we're not going to do that house, so we can afford to spend exactly as much on lunch as we were planning to in the first place. First rule of being a burglar, you don't call the cops," said Eric. "Are you a human being or not?" said Danny. "There were 2 innocent women and an innocent little girl, probably dying, and they'd just spent a couple of days in the same room where the girl's daddy was dead and rotting." "Exactly. They'll never recover from the experience. Their lives will be shitty. They'll wish they had died. So what exactly did you accomplish?" "If I hadn't called the cops, it would have been the same thing as murdering them myself." "No, it wouldn't," said Eric. "It would be the same thing as never going into the house and therefore not knowing." "But I was inside the house, and I did know." "What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with you?" demanded Eric. "You're nothing but a liability." "Okay, fine, I get it," said Danny. "See you back at the house." And he gated straight to the attic bedroom in Stone's house. He went down the stairs to the bathroom, peed, washed his hands, and then headed down to the kitchen to find something in the fridge. As he ate the sandwich he had thrown together, it occurred to him that there was a dead man in a safe room who would never eat another sandwich in his life, and there was a little girl who would have a good many years before she could look the world square in the face. Yet it did not make Danny's sandwich taste any worse, or take away any of his pleasure in it. Am I no better than Eric, then? Able to tune out the suffering of others as if it mattered not at all? No. I'm enjoying this sandwich because I already did all that I could, and because I was hungry. I was. Nobody else feels my hunger, and nobody else is half as interested in feeding me. This is the body I have, and since evolution developed it so that it registers pleasure when it eats, I have nothing to be ashamed of in taking pleasure while others suffer. At least that girl knew her father loved her when he died. At least she didn't ever have to find out that both her parents would be perfectly willing to kill her if one particular thing happened to be wrong with her. Yet with that thought, of his parents, of their willingness to put him in Hammernip Hill, of the family with their strange hatred for their own kind, he found that the sandwich lost its savor for him. Well, isn't that interesting? Other people's grief salts my food, but my own grief makes it bland, tasteless, nauseating even. He set down the sandwich. "Shit," he said aloud. Even in D.C. they could reach out and wreck things for him. 9. Orphans. Danny had made up his mind that he was not going to become a burglar, even before Eric got back to Stone's house. For that matter, he was sick of partnering with Eric on anything. Yes, Eric had shown him the ropes and helped him stay alive and get to D.C., but hadn't Danny figured out shoplifting all on his own? There were a few moments of extravagant drama, or was it comedy, before he got out of Walmart. But he got out, didn't he? With the clothes he wanted. It's not like he owed his life to Eric. More like he owed a few meals and rides to him. A debt that could be satisfied with cash, not one that required Danny to let Eric tell him what to do day after day and job after job. They had parted company that first day in D.C. back on the mall. If only Danny had been more careful when he gated into the Library of Congress. If only Eric hadn't followed and watched him. Then he'd be completely free of him. Of course, then Danny wouldn't have found his way to Stone's house. Or would he? Stone's door was open, but not to everyone. And Stone hadn't been bothered by seeing Danny gate into the attic room. Or if he was, he hadn't shown it, last night or this morning. Stone knew things. And maybe he could help Danny figure stuff out. That is, unless he was tied in with one of the families. In that case, Danny would simply gate away and hope that this time the lesson about not trusting strangers would stick. Then Eric got back, and instead of coming into the kitchen to try to boss Danny around or even apologize, he went straight to the TV and switched on the local news. "Danny, you hear?" Eric called loudly. "Get in here, man. You want to see this." If Eric hadn't said man, Danny would have told him to go rub his butt on a splintery board. But somehow man made it seem more like they were equals. In fact, man was sort of a cool way of saying please. Anyway, Danny came into the living room eating an apple. The sandwich was an hour and a half ago. And there on the screen was a reporter outside the house Danny had gated into. Mr. Wheelwright had retired from electronic game design and announced his intention to devote the rest of his career to managing his and his wife's charitable foundation, which is funding the development of prosthetic limbs and other devices that wire directly into the brain. Again, Abel Wheelwright is dead, murdered in the course of a home invasion. His wife, Eleanor Wheelwright, their daughter Hannah, and Mrs. Wheelwright's personal assistant, Dana Red, are being treated for dehydration and various minor injuries. All are listed in fair condition. Police are asking for any information about the child who called 911 to report the situation in the Wheelwright house. Without that phone call, it's likely that Wheelwright's widow and daughter and Ms. Red would have died. According to the police, this child is not a suspect, but is believed to have been inside the house and may have further information that the police need in order to apprehend the perpetrators of this crime. As police contact information appeared on the screen, the station played Danny's voice on the 911 call. Eric turned around and grinned. Sed was in the room too, and set down his book to look at Danny. "That's you, isn't it?" Danny shrugged. "Who can tell?" "You can, buddy," said Sed. "It's him," said Eric. "We were there. My boy there's a hero." "That's not what you said earlier," said Danny. "What did I know then?" said Eric. "It was cold, I was tired. You saved 3 people. That's a good thing." "Maybe there's a reward," said Sed. "Maybe I'm not going to let them find me," said Danny. "Why not?" Sed asked. "Yes, officer, I was in the house looking for peanut butter to make a sandwich while my friend Eric waited outside to receive any sandwiches I might bring out to him. Then we returned to Mr. Stone's house near Lincoln Park, the place where I was molested by nearly naked Lana about 30 seconds after I arrived there." "Why would you bring her into it?" Sed protested. "Why wouldn't I?" said Danny. "If anybody reports that I'm the 911 caller, I'll make sure I bring down the whole house." "This kid is a real biter," said Eric, somewhere between proud and annoyed. "Whatever might make us a buck, he completely rejects and does the opposite." "And whatever might get us caught with our pants down, Eric wants to do," said Danny. "Hey, you're the one took your own pants down," said Eric. Sed was a little upset by that. "Nobody took his pants down. Well, a couple of inches, but it was a prank." "Lana was not pranking," said Eric. "And besides, I was talking about earlier yesterday, before we got here, when Danny mooned a couple of security guards who were hassling us." "You mooned a cop?" asked Sed admiringly. "He was 3 feet away," said Eric. "I mean, he spread his cheeks and starred him." "I'm glad the women and the girl are doing fine," said Danny. "That's all I care about." He went back into the kitchen. Stone was sitting there. "So you made the news," he said. Danny nodded and went to the fridge. "Yeah, I've been doing great things since I got here." Danny felt bitter and knew he sounded that way too. "Saved some lives. That's not nothing," said Stone. "And mooned a cop. I sure wish they had a video of that on YouTube. You can imagine how proud I am." "So you're a kid." "The cousins moon each other all the time, especially when they—" He almost said, "when they're in clant form." But surely there was a limit to his stupidity, and maybe this was it, to avoid saying clant in front of a stranger. "So it was a reflex," said Stone. "I'm just one big reflex," said Danny. He thought of his response to Lana, the fact that he still thought about that moment and wished he had kissed her, touched her, and yet was ashamed of feeling that way. "You're thinking of Lana," said Stone. Danny almost jumped, he was so startled. Could Stone read his mind? "Who are you?" he asked. "A man who was once 13, said Stone. "Oh, come on, I saw you blush." "I don't blush." "I saw your face redden and a weird kind of half-smile come to your lips." Danny covered his face with his hands. "Why don't I just wear a billboard?" "Come on, Danny," said Stone. "You're very good at concealing when you're lying. You're a natural con man, which isn't actually a surprise. But there aren't many males who can hide it when they're thinking of a woman. "Why isn't it a surprise that I'm a natural con man?" asked Danny. "That's not a talent I'm proud of, if it's true." "But it kept you alive and got you to D.C. "Eric got me to D.C. "Eric told you what to do. He didn't make you good at it. That's inborn." "Yeah, I'm a born criminal." "You're a born gate mage," said Stone. Danny froze. "Relax," said Stone. "You think I'm from one of the families, that I'll tell somebody and they'll kill you, or that I'll kill you myself." "It crossed my mind," said Danny. "How can I put this nicely? I don't give a flying fart about the families and their treaties and their fears and their rules. When Loki closed the gates, it wasn't just the families that got shut out." Danny felt his world reeling. What was Stone talking about? How much did he know? "The kitchen is not the place for this discussion," said Stone. "Judging from what I'm smelling from the living room, several people are going to have the munchies before long." Stone arose from the table. "Grab what you want and come to my room." Danny took a bottle of drinkable yogurt out of the fridge. He looked for a glass, and then decided he'd simply drink the whole liter himself. He followed Stone up the stairs to the room at the front of the house, the one with the best view and the least climbing. Stone was sitting in a comfortable chair that looked out onto the street. Danny sat in the slightly less padded one beside him. "You haven't killed me yet," said Danny. "If I tried, you'd just gate away," said Stone. "True," said Danny. "You know about gates, but you're not in any of the families, is that it?" "That's it," said Stone. "So who are you?" asked Danny. "Why does somebody living in a townhouse in D.C. know about the families and gates and me?" "Come on, you know the family history, or the myths, as anthropologists call them. Zeus and Eros and Ares and everybody else and his duck siring babies on mortal women, Aphrodite and Athena, and even chaste Diana seducing whoever they wanted. And that's just the Greeks. How many stories about the queen of the teeny-weeny fairies drawing off mortal men to some secret kingdom where they hump like bunnies for a while till she gets tired of him and sends him back? What do you think happened to all the babies they made?" "You?" asked Danny. "Not me personally. A half-dozen distant ancestors of mine, all those demigods like Heracles. Didn't you ever wonder about him? Wandering the earth, not able to live on Olympus. Actually, there were about 36 sons of about a dozen Zeuses who took the name of Heracles, which is why there are legends about him in so many places in Italy and the Balkans. There was a while there when being named Heracles and being able to raise a clan or some other little spark of divinity could get you laid even quicker than money." "How old are you?" 40, said Stone. "Don't get distracted by your own assumptions. You families all talk as if you were the only wizards in the world. Pure Westilian bloodlines and all that. But there are a lot more of us, way more, who aren't part of any family, except whatever parents and siblings we happen to have. We didn't take part in any of your stupid wars, and mostly we stay out of your way. Thor, from your family, you're a North, right? Perfect American accent and all that, though from a gate mage that doesn't really prove anything. Your Thor has his network of bribed observers, but he's so sure of his own superiority that it never crosses his mind that most of us are not in awe of him, and will tell him only what we want him to know." Danny sank into a chair. "And you just talk about this right in the open?" "I'm far more discreet than you've been. Now Eric knows what you can do, and you can bet it won't be long before Sed and Lana do, and anybody else who follows the smell of Westil to this house." "Smell of Westil?" "The flowers I grow. Not native to this planet. I specialize in Westilian flowers. Different species all year round. Their pollen calls to those who have the scent of it in their blood." "You're really a root herd?" "More like a meadow friend," said Stone. "It's one of the disadvantages of not being in a family. I'm not quite sure what I am, because I'm mostly self-taught. Just the basic principles. Love and serve the sources of your strength. If they prosper under your hand, you prosper from the association too. But who knows what I might have become if I had been guided and taught. My father was a bit of a puddlekin, my mother a muckminder. What could they teach me? For all they ever knew, they were born to be water sire and clay mistress, only they were as untaught as I was. Nobody's taught me anything either. I know, said Stone. How could they? They're sworn to kill your kind whenever you crop up. Not that they wouldn't cheat if they thought they could get a decisive advantage from training a gate mage. The thing is, it doesn't work. It won't work with you either, sad to say. What are you talking about? Gate mages don't last. What does that mean? Stone paused, and it seemed to Danny as if he was choosing which lie to tell. You're tricksters. You piss people off. But we're great at the fast getaway, said Danny. It felt odd, though, to say we, as if he knew so many other gate mages, as if he were a member of a vast fraternity. Danny, you need training. Meadow friends can train gate mages? Asked Danny. There are general kinds of training that work for everybody, said Stone. But no, I'm not the one to train you. I'm just the one to find you. That's what bothers me, said Danny, though he had only just realized it. Out of all the houses in Washington, D.C., how did I end up in the one house where my disappearing and reappearing didn't send the owner into a tizzy? I cast my net, and mages fall into it, said Stone. Well, I wasn't the one who fell, said Danny. It was Eric who found this place. A friend of his knew about your no-rent policy. A friend of his? Asked Stone. An acquaintance. Think back, said Stone. Had Eric ever met Ced before? Danny thought back. Ced was just there talking to them, on the street. But no, come to think of it, the first person he talked to was Danny. And what he said was, "Who the hell are you and what do you want?" Which he had said only because Danny walked right up to him and just stood there, close. Why did I do that? You were serious about that pollen from Westilian plants? It clings to Ced's clothing because he lives here. Let me guess. You didn't even know why you went up to him. Like that children's game where the one who's it is searching for something and the other kids tell him warmer and colder as he gets closer or farther. When you caught a whiff of that pollen, you felt like you were getting safer, on familiar ground in a strange city, and the closer you got to him, the safer you felt. And that was the pollen? It's worth keeping these plants alive, especially since I can't get more, said Stone. I honestly thought Eric knew him. Ced has a way of talking to people as if he's always known them, said Stone. So you found me. Your Westilian plants sucked me here with the illusion that I was safe. Why? There's a group of us, mages of a sort, lost Westilians. We call ourselves the orphans because we aren't part of a family and we don't want to be, but we still want some of the benefits, training, support, protection. We learn a lot from each other. We do research into the origins of magic. We try to understand why it works and why some people can do it and others can't. Everybody does what he does best. Me, I raise these plants. They thrive for me. And so I recruit. I bring in whoever responds to the pollen. I keep them around to see what kind of people they are. And if they seem to be decent folks, then I offer them what I offered you. A teacher. But not you. I'm the recruiter. And I'm also pretty much out in the open here. The pollen that lured you here will draw any Westilians who are searching for you. What about Ced and Lana? How did a couple of Drowthers end up with you? Ced is not a Drowther, said Stone. He's a mage? He's a Westilian, an orphan like me, and there's no way to find out where his ancestry branched off from one of the great houses. But from what he's told me since he got here, his mother was a pretty talented beast mage. She flew with birds, he said, though I suspect he's repeating what she called it. She certainly didn't fly herself in her body. I assume she rode a heart's blood bird and told her son about it. He grew up knowing that such things were possible. He saw how certain birds came to her, how she served them. She died when he was about 10. He tried to develop his own bird magic, as he called it, but it turned out, to his bitter disappointment, that he's not a beast mage at all. What then? Wind, said Stone. He can do things with wind, make little whirlwinds and dust devils and such. But he can also sustain a breeze, dry the family's laundry on the line. He used that one when they were broke and couldn't afford a dryer. He's also useful to have when you're sailing. And he can raise a storm? Oh, no, not yet anyway. Not much of a wind mage, then, said Danny. You have the family snobbery, said Stone. But how many truly great mages do you know? Danny was taken aback. But when he thought about it, he realized that the total was pretty easy to calculate. 2. Baba and Mama. Nobody else had their power and their ingenuity to use it in the modern world. 2, he said aloud. And the rest of your family? How many are at about the level of said? Some. And what level would the others be at without a speck of training, except the general things that a meadow friend can teach? Danny shrugged. Okay, I'm sorry, he said. Then his curiosity got the better of him. What can Lana do? Absolutely nothing, said Stone. I tolerate her here because Sed has taken her on, as his responsibility, the way I tolerate Eric for your sake. But I hate Eric. Not true, said Stone. He just scares you because he's so absolutely selfish. I don't want to do what he says. Then don't do it. There are several places around the world where you could live with people who would mentor you, and where none of the families would ever find you. To Danny, the idea of going to a safe place was infinitely appealing. He had not imagined there was any such thing as a safe place in the whole world, which is why the word sucker kept flashing in his mind. I don't think so, said Danny. Why not? Because I don't trust you enough to put my survival in your hands. How do I know that I won't be walking into a trap? Death or a prison? Or straight to one of the families so they can use me as a pretext to restart the war with my family? Stone sighed. Your caution is admirable. Where was it when you were joining up with Eric? Here I tell you more than anyone else ever has about you and your power, but you can't bring yourself to trust the guy who tells you the truth. You'd rather trust that petty con man who wants to use you as a burglar. I owe him, said Danny. You already paid him everything you owed, said Stone. You're square with him. I owe him, Danny repeated. Stone said nothing, just looked at him. Danny sat there under his gaze a few moments longer. He wanted to explain to Stone about how Eric had mostly been patient with him, had taught him. Yes, Eric was a bossy jerk, but what was between them wasn't just a debt, it was an obligation of the heart. It could not just disappear because he realized now that he didn't like what Eric wanted him to do. But the feeling wasn't logical. He couldn't defend it. He had nothing to say. Stone sighed. You can leave my room now. Are you mad at me? Asked Danny. I think you're a fool, but I'm also glad that at least you're learning some caution. I've got to do one job with Eric so he has some money ahead when I leave. Leave? Asked Stone. Where are you going? Like you said, to my new teacher. Stone sighed again, but now with relief instead of sorrow. I'll find out who's in a position to take you, he said. And I'll try not to burglarize a house with dead or dying people in it. Remember what I told you. None of your swag comes here. I made the deal. I'll stick to it. Stone nodded. And thanks, said Danny, for calling me here. For offering me a teacher. It's nice to know you're not alone in the world, isn't it? Asked Stone. But I am alone in the world, thought Danny. No other gate mage. Nobody I've known longer than a few days. The name of Stone's group was well chosen. Orphans. That's what I am, thought Danny. Nice to have a name for it. 10. Inside Man. There was a greater-than-usual police presence in Georgetown, so Eric ruled it out for their first real burglary. We didn't actually take anything, Eric explained, so the wheelwright house doesn't count. That was a rescue anyway, not a burglary. Eric was talking now as if the whole rescue thing had been his idea. "Calling any burglary our first implies that there will be a second one," said Danny. Eric gazed at him with icy calm. "You won't be able to stop." "Who's going to make me?" said Danny. This was sounding more and more like an ordinary argument with one of the cousins. "Not me," said Eric. "I know I can't make you do anything." "Then I'll stop," said Danny. "When I say I'll stop—" "Say what you want to," said Eric. "You're going to do it again because you actually like it. You don't know anything about me. To be inside a stranger's home while they're there asleep, knowing you didn't trip any alarms because you didn't open any doors, knowing the motion detectors are off in case somebody in the family gets up to go to the John during the night, so you can go wherever you want, take whatever you want. You're like an angel, you're so powerful." "So you've done this before," said Danny. "A couple of times," said Eric. "When I was about your age. Nobody had alarms or motion detectors, not in Buena Vista, not in the kind of neighborhood my family lived in. A lot of people slept with their windows wide open. Yeah, I walked around a little, took a couple of things, looked at a couple of girls who slept naked on a hot night. Who wouldn't?" "Me," said Danny. "What are you going to be when you grow up, a minister?" "Not a burglar," said Danny. "Gay, that's what you'll be if you won't look at a naked girl in her sleep." "Keep it up," said Danny, "and I'll decide the wheelwright house was the last." "Lighten up, Danny," said Eric. "I'm sorry if you think I'm irritating, but I promise you I'm the normal one." "It's depressing, but I believe you," said Danny. They both pretended they were joking. Eric led Danny to a neighborhood called Spring Valley, out Mass Avenue almost to the Dalecarlia Reservoir. There was a sidewalk running along one side of Sedgwick Street, and they strolled along like any ordinary teenagers, scouting the houses. "3 dormer windows. Big house," said Eric. "Kids," said Danny. "Lots of them. Bikes and a tricycle. They won't have any money. Or they have so much money they can afford kids." They went on like that around the corner onto Tilden. Suddenly the money kicked up a notch. A house with a pool, another with a 3-car garage, then one with a boat parked in the driveway. "Okay, we're home," said Eric. "All right," said Danny. "Where do you want to be when I hand you the stuff?" Eric started looking around for a likely place. "Long way from the bus stop," he said. "So what?" said Danny. "I wasn't talking about you waiting around here. What's the point? Then we have to carry everything a long way, plenty of time to get picked up by suspicious cops, right? So you pick a place near the store where our reluctant fence has his office, and I'll hand it to you there." Eric looked at Danny with consternation. "You can do that?" "It's like punching a hole in the air," said Danny. "I'm in the house, I punch a little hole, I reach through it and hand the stuff to you wherever you are." Eric shook his head. "Sounds too convenient to be true." "Yeah, well, it has its inconveniences too," said Danny. "My question is, how much do we want to get?" "How much what? How much money?" asked Danny. "How many of these houses should I hit? How many laptops? How many Xboxes? How many iPads? How much jewelry?" "I don't know," said Eric. "A lot. He's going to discount it all like crazy. Lucky if we get 10 cents on the dollar." "Lucky if we get anything at all," said Danny. "I still think he'll just take the stuff and give us nothing. He wouldn't stay in business very long if word of that gets around." "And the word would get around how? Are you all that connected to the criminal underbelly of the nation's capital?" "You talk like the news," said Eric. "I just think that no matter how much I steal, you're going to need another fence. He's the one we know about," said Eric. "All right, then." And with that, Danny made a gate directly to a small townhouse garden he had taken note of on their visit to the fence. It was only 2 doors down from the store, and Eric could make a pile of stuff there, hidden by the bushes from anybody walking along the street. Standing there on the street, it occurred to him that it was kind of rude to leave Eric to make the long trek back alone, so he popped back through the gate to Tilden Street, where Eric was standing right where Danny had left him. "What did you do?" asked Eric. "What I told you I would," said Danny. "There's a gate now from here to there. I wish I could bring you through it, save us the bus ride back." "When you disappear like that, what if somebody was watching? What would they say they saw?" "A boy just disappeared for a couple of seconds and then he came right back. The cops will believe them right away, and they'll stake out the spot all night waiting for me to come back." "You don't have to get snotty," said Eric. "I just thought you didn't want to be noticed." "If you'll notice where we are," said Danny, "nobody can see us except from that house, and nobody's there right now. Tonight they might be, and tonight it'll be dark. See any streetlights?" Eric shrugged. "Your magic trick, you get to decide." "What about it?" asked Danny. "You want to come through the gate with me and save the trip home?" "No," said Eric. He shuddered. "I told you, I'm never doing that." "Mind if I go home that way?" asked Danny. "Do what you want," said Eric, sounding irritated. "No, that's fine. I'll take the bus with you." "Oh, you sweet boy," said Eric sarcastically. "Would you go to all that trouble for little old me?" Danny would have kept him company, but not if he was going to be a complete jerk. He stepped back through the gate, then walked to the fence's store to get something to eat and drink. A bottle of orange juice and a payday bar later, he was back on the street, walking home to Stone's house. He was sorely tempted to make a gate into the fence's office and see what he was doing, but decided against it. What if the guy saw him? Then again, what if Danny didn't bring his whole body through? If he could push his hand through a small gate, why not his face? He dodged into the garden where Eric would receive the stolen goods tonight. Then he made a small gate that debouched high up on the wall inside the fence's back office. He pressed his face into it, just enough that his eyes were inside the office and he could see. The fence was at his desk doing paperwork. Danny scanned the room. No obvious stolen goods here. Everything looked like cartons of stuff for the store to sell. Maybe the fence didn't take deliveries here, or maybe he just stashed stuff into one of the cartons to have it hauled out later. The door from the store opened and the clerk came in. "Thought you'd want to know. One of those kids came in just now and bought a candy bar and a Coke." Orange juice, you moron, thought Danny, not a soft drink. The fence reached behind him and picked up an aluminum baseball bat. "I kind of hope they do come back," he said. "I haven't smashed anybody up in a good while." "So you want me to let them in?" "Buzz me first so I can be ready." "Why not just buy what they have to sell?" asked the clerk. "They're cops," said the fence. "The little one looks 12. 13, said Danny silently. "Can't you get anything right?" "They get young-looking ones, so I'll do something stupid." "Come on, you think those kids have ever done any kind of job? Even if they're not cops, they're going to get on some camera somewhere or steal something with a radio transmitter or something." "Then you better not mess them up too bad, Rico," said the clerk. Rico. So much for his being an Arab. "I know my business better than you. I like my job. How are you going to pay me, you in jail for assault or murder?" "I won't kill them." "Much?" "I'll just make them go away, Rico. I won't send them back to you." "Do what you want, mother," said Rico. "Somebody's got to watch out for you, keep you from doing something stupid. You're working as a store clerk, moron. What do you know from stupid?" The clerk turned to go back out the door. Then he stopped and whirled back around so he could look up at the spot on the wall where Danny had his face pushed through the gate. Danny backed out of the gate the moment he realized he had been seen. The expression on the clerk's face was memorable. Horror, like he'd seen a decapitated baby or something. Though, come to think of it, what he'd seen was probably almost as horrible. A human face with working eyes hanging on the wall without any head or body attached. Danny sat down and laughed for a moment. He could imagine the clerk trying to explain to Rico the fence what he had just seen on his office wall. No wonder so many mages couldn't resist playing pranks on drowthers, sending a misty clant to haunt a house, pretending to be a ghost, making tiny clans out of leaves and petals to flitter around a garden like fairies. Any mage who could handle their outself at all could make such apparitions at will. Of course, Danny had no outself and therefore could make no clans. But he could make a gate and stick his face through, and that was sort of similar. He could get a taste of the fun. Considering how many mages played such pranks, it made no sense to Danny that gate mages had a reputation for being especially tricky and deceptive. Unless gate mages could do more stuff than Danny knew about, regular mages were all capable of more and cooler tricks. He took a bite of his payday bar and drank off the rest of the orange juice. Then, because he couldn't resist it, he made another tiny gate and pushed the empty orange juice bottle through it. When the clerk got back to the counter, he'd find it perched right in the middle. Then Danny unwrapped the payday and pushed the wrapper through as well. Let him freak out a little. Maybe Rico the fence would think he'd gone crazy and fire him. It'd be the best thing ever happened to the clerk to stop working for a creep like Rico. Danny walked along the street until he'd finished the payday and swallowed the last of it. Then he began to jog, and then run all the way back to Stone's house. Gates were fine, but using his body at full speed still felt good, his legs loping along like an antelope's, or so it felt to him, probably more like an ostrich. If I were a beast mage, he thought as he ran, I'd want to have an ostrich or an emu as my heartbound. Two-legged, hopping along on legs like stilts, faster than cars can go on these residential streets. Of course, there weren't any ostriches or emus close by except in zoos or on farms. He'd have to live in Africa or Australia for those to be convenient heart beasts. Maybe my heart beast is a 13-year-old boy, thought Danny. No shortage of those around. Maybe I'm somebody else's heart-bound, and he's been riding me my whole life and I never knew it. But that would be man magic, which was truly evil. To take possession of the mind and body of another human being, that would be slavery. Not that anybody would mind if one of the family did such a thing to Drowthers. But if you could turn a Drowther into a heartbound, you could do it to a Westilian, and that's what made it an unspeakable crime. Whatever magery such a Westilian had learned, the man-mage could make use of it while possessing his body. So if a man-mage had a stable of mages that he possessed and controlled, he'd have all their power. The most dangerous of mageries, man-magic, was to turn a Westilian into a slave. It might as well be cannibalism. Being a gate mage carried a death penalty in all the families right now, but it hadn't always been that way. There was nothing inherently evil about gate magic. What if I had been born a man-mage? What if I had taken possession of Gish or Zog and made them do what I wanted? Danny felt a chill, even though his running had worked him into a sweat. Who'd want to be inside one of those nasty old coots working the levers? But it would be fun to use their arms to beat Lem and Stem the way they used to beat Danny. What kind of person am I becoming, thought Danny. I guess that once you do one forbidden kind of magic, the worse ones start looking better. They can only kill me once after all. They might as well snap my neck for a goose as a duck. Lana was waiting in the living room when Danny got home, sitting on the back of the couch with her feet on the cushions. She looked over at him only long enough to register who he was, then went back to staring at the television. Only it wasn't on. "What are you watching?" asked Danny. "The only good program on TV," said Lana. "It's my favorite too," said Danny. Lana looked at him coldly. "If you think I'm going to put out just because you're being cute, you can forget it." Danny was appalled. "Is that the only thing you think about?" "It's the only thing you think about. You don't know what I think about. I think I settled that the first time you walked through that door." Angry now, Danny could say things plainly that he would ordinarily have been too shy to talk about. "Oh, right. You're half naked, you press yourself against me, breathe in my face, push me down to the floor. What else can I think about? Why didn't you try a conversation?" "You would have been thinking about boffing me the whole time," said Lana. "Maybe I would," said Danny. "Maybe when all you're wearing is a white shirt that I can partly see through. Maybe I sit there wondering how hard it would be to undo the buttons. But right now, dressed like a regular person, right now you're thinking about how I looked when you first saw me. You're such a piece of work," said Danny. "What I was thinking when I came in just now was how cool it was that you were looking at a turned-off television and then had something funny to say about it, and I thought I was joining in the joke, and then you turned the conversation to putting out. You're the one who can only think about one thing, and I don't care how hard a life you've had, you're still the creepiest girl I've ever known, and I've known some seriously creepy girls." "Creepy," she said mockingly. "Ooh, I'm so creepy." Danny suddenly darted toward her and threw himself on the couch, landing against the back of it and using his weight and momentum to rock it over backward. He had done that more than once with the even heavier old couch on the back porch of the schoolhouse at home. He could tip it over with just one of his girl cousins sitting on it. If there was more than one, he'd have to coordinate the raid with one of the other boys, but they were always happy to do it. Finally, the girls started getting up from the couch whenever they saw him running toward them, and that was fun too. Lana, however, was not prepared at all, so she toppled over backward with a scream. Danny was on top of her at once, tickling her mercilessly. She laughed until she cried, "Stop it! I'm wetting myself! Stop it, you little bastard!" Danny stopped and knelt up to look down at her. "I'm 13 years old, Lana," he said. "That's what I come up with to do with girls." Then he got up and walked to the kitchen. Sed was sitting at the table, reading a thick book with tiny print. "Tickled her, eh?" "She liked it," said Danny. "I could tell." He went to the fridge and decided that after the OJ and payday he wasn't hungry after all. He heard the door swing open and Lana was there, braced against the doorframe. "You made me wet myself, you stinking little brat." "That's just what I expect from a girl. All that girls can think about is pee. I need to go to the bathroom. I've got to take a potty break. Who's coming with me to the little girl's room? Girls make me want to urinate." She ran to the dish drain and picked up a table knife. "I'm going to kill you, you little prick." "With that knife?" said Danny. "All you can possibly do is spread me with mayo or something." Sed was laughing now, and Lana whirled on him. "If you were any kind of husband, you'd protect me instead of laughing." "You're the one with the knife," said Sed. "You know I hate being tickled," Lana screamed in his face. "Well, maybe the kid hates being half-raped," Sed answered mildly. "So now you're even." "Now I have to change my pants," she said. "Bet he did too," said Sed. "I did not," said Danny. "Oh, bad news, babe," said Sed. "You're losing your touch." Lana lunged at Sed with the knife, but he caught her wrist. It looked to Danny like she hadn't really been stabbing at him, like she wanted him to stop her. Sed dragged her down onto his lap and kissed her, or rather kissed at her, since she kept dodging her face out of the way. So he kissed her neck. "Stop slobbering on me," she shouted. "I'm going to go up to my room now," said Danny. Sed picked her up and set her on the table in front of him, right on top of the book. "If that's a library book, they're going to make you pay a fine," said Danny. By now, Lana and Sed were locked in a kiss so deep that Danny was surprised they weren't gagging on each other's teeth. "Are you guys vampires?" asked Danny. "Trying to bite each other's necks from the inside?" They paid no attention to him. Danny went down the hall toward the stairs. "I'm never getting married," he said loudly as he left. "It's just too sickening." But actually he was feeling kind of triumphant. He had gotten a little of his pride back, what with tickling her so she lost control of herself. "Even Stephen now," he said silently. Well, almost even, because while he was tickling her, he enjoyed touching her body, even through her clothes. She kind of had a point about what boys think about. Apparently it never switched completely off once he'd started thinking of her that way. He hadn't known that, what with the only girls he knew being his cousins who despised him. Danny only made it to the top of the first flight of stairs. Stone was waiting in his doorway, brandishing a piece of stationery-sized paper. "I've got a name and address for you." "Already have a name," said Danny, "and I was kind of hoping this was my address." "A teacher," said Stone, "and a place you can live. None of the families know about them, and you'll notice that I'm not saying their name out loud. Please do likewise." Danny walked to him. "I don't know if I want to leave D.C., he said. "I like this town." "Or you don't want to leave Lana," said Stone. "She's married." "I know," said Danny. "I got that. But what I said was, I like this town. Why should I go?" "Suit yourself," said Stone. But he still folded the paper over and pushed it into Danny's pants pocket. Danny backed away. "Put it in my hand," he said. "Keep your hands out of my pockets." Stone rolled his eyes and handed it to him. "Not everyone in this house wants to molest you." Danny unfolded the note and looked at it. "Marion and Leslie? Is either one of them a man?" To Danny's shock, Stone slapped him across the face, hard. Danny staggered to the side, and he couldn't help it that tears came to his eyes. "You think it's all a joke," said Stone. How do you know somebody's out-self isn't in this room listening to what you say? These people are willing to take in and train a gate mage, even though it might bring the wrath of all the families down on their heads, and you treat it as a joke. If they could hear me, said Danny, they could read your stupid note. You think I don't know how to keep their out-selves away from me? Then why do you think they're here to listen? Because if you knew anything, you'd know they could be in the next room and still hear you, and I wouldn't know they were there. Still didn't give you the right to slap me. It's somebody else's life on the line, you selfish little pig, said Stone. Get it through your head that other people matter besides yourself. I'm a Westillian, said Danny scornfully. Nobody matters as much as me. He had meant the words to be ironic, maybe even apologetically so, but they clearly hadn't sounded ironic to Stone. You're not a Westillian, said Stone, any more than all those Americans out there are Celts or Germans or Italians or Poles or Russians or wherever their family came from. It's been nearly 14 centuries since any of your ancestors lived in Westal. I know, said Danny. Look, I'm sorry I said their names. I honestly forgot that I wasn't supposed to say them. I just told you not to, said Stone. Like I told Lana, I'm 13. I forget things as soon as you tell me. The aunts always complained about it, but I wasn't the only one, you know. Being young and stupid doesn't excuse anything. If you get them killed or even hurt, I'll kill you myself. Get it? I didn't say their address, said Danny. I didn't say their last name. Stone reached out and snatched the note out of Danny's hand. I take it back. I'm not sending you there. I'm not sending you anywhere except back out on the street. You're too selfish and stupid to be worth helping. I'm a gate mage, said Danny. So I matter to you and your orphans, even if you think I'm stupid. Maybe I'd rather we wait another millennium to get a smart one. I'm sorry, said Danny. I'm really, truly sorry. I won't be careless like that again. I'll take it seriously. I take a lot of things seriously, you know. There's a reason I wasn't killed a long time ago. It seems to me that the only reason you're not dead is that your family was too lazy to kill you. You have an ugly mean streak in you, Stone, said Danny. Stone refolded the note and handed it back toward him. Danny refused to take it. Take it, said Stone. I shouldn't have gotten angry. You just seem so flippant about it. I don't need it, said Danny. Don't be defiant, kid. You won't last long here in D.C. Word's going to get out about a disappearing kid, and the families are going to figure out it's a gate mage and come after you. I mean that I don't need the note, said Danny. I already memorized it. Oh, said Stone. I'm sorry, said Danny. I keep screwing up without meaning to. I really don't mean to be flippant. Things just come out that way. Stone nodded. I forget that that's just how gate mages are, never taking anything seriously like it's all a big joke. But I do take things seriously. The story is that a lot of people already hated Loki before he closed the gates, said Stone. Most gate mages have a hard time making any permanent friends, at least among the Westillians. Yeah, well, the tribe of slapping horticulturalists probably doesn't make a lot of friends either. I kind of left a mark on your cheek, said Stone. How interesting, said Danny. A bruise, maybe? Maybe, but it isn't bleeding. You got to learn to put your weight behind it, said Danny. Flippant, see? So slap me. Danny turned away and trudged up another half-flight and stopped at the bathroom. This was turning out to be a really fine day. He'd probably get shot in one of the houses. But he didn't. Eric came home, tired and out of sorts from his walk and bus ride. They watched television and had dinner and watched TV again, this time with Sed and Lana, who made fun of all the shows with equal fervor. Finally, it was dark, and they walked down toward Rico's store. Danny showed Eric where to stand, and then he went through the gate to Tilden Street. Nobody was home at the house with a pool, which meant there might be motion detectors. Danny went in anyway, and simply gated his way from room to room so he never walked down the halls. He found a safe and reached through a mini-gate to pull out what was inside. Some serious-looking jewelry, and a bunch of cash and bearer bonds, along with birth certificates and other worthless personal papers and pictures. Danny held out what he wanted to keep and put the rest back inside. Then he gated out of the house instead of prowling around looking for fensible electronics. Back on the street, Danny tucked the bearer bonds and cash into his clothes, then made a new gate into the house on Sedgwick with the 3 dormers on the roof and all the bikes in the yard. This house was full of sleeping people, except for the mother and father, who were watching a movie in their bedroom. That was fine with Danny. He located 2 Xboxes and 2 Wiis. With each one he found, as soon as he unplugged it from the television, he made a mini-gate and pushed the item through to Eric. He waited until he could feel Eric tugging on it before he let go. He also pushed through all the game discs he could find. It would do the kids good to live without their brain candy for a while. At least that's what the aunts always said when they explained why the family only had 1 game system, an old Sega, and 3 games, and even then hardly anyone got permission to play them. There were 3 laptops in that same house, 2 of them in kids' rooms and the other one in a briefcase. They went through mini-gates too. In the garage, Danny looked at the Mercedes and the giant SUV and wondered if he could drive something that big through a gate. That'd be a wake-up call for Eric if suddenly a Mercedes started backing through the gate. But Danny knew they had no way to get cash out of a car. That was a whole different kind of operation, and he didn't want to meet the people who were in the stolen car business. Besides, it probably wouldn't work. He had no idea how he'd do it. Maybe he'd go through the gate, but the car would be too big, so when he disappeared it would just keep going. Then again, without his foot on the accelerator, it would probably slow down and stop. Not for the first time, Danny wished anybody had let him learn how to operate a car, or even the tractor they used for hauling stuff. Without going back to the street, Danny gated through the other houses he and Eric had decided probably had good stuff in them. One of them was a complete bust. As far as he could tell, the owners had bought way more house than they could afford, so apart from the living and dining rooms, the rest of the house barely had furniture. But the other 4 houses yielded jewelry, wallets, credit cards, laptops, iPads, and Kindles, even a couple of really expensive-looking vases, though for all Danny knew they were Walmart copies. If that wasn't enough to set Eric up for a while, then too bad. The small, easy pickings from 6 houses was all the burglary Danny intended to do. In his life. Unless he actually needed to for survival. For food. He wasn't going to rule anything out, but he certainly wasn't going to go into burglary as a career. It would be too pathetic for the first surviving gate mage in who knew how many years to use his power to make a living by stealing stuff from drowthers. Danny first gated to the place on Tilden Street just to see if any alarms had gone off or any cops had shown up. Nobody. The street was absolutely quiet. In the morning there'd be a lot of consternation and complaining, but for tonight everybody was going to get their sleep. Danny went through the gate to the garden, where Eric was sitting surrounded by a stack of laptops and rows of other electronics. He was shivering a little. The 2 vases were lying in the grass. "I think those vases are either crap or brilliant," said Eric. "Or something in between," said Danny. "But I'm betting on crap. Want to break them to keep warm?" "No," said Eric, "because, hey, here they are, and what if they're worth something after all? You didn't do anything stupid like writing IOUs and signing your name, did you?" "That's an excellent idea," said Danny. He stepped back through the gate, waited for a count of 5, and then returned to Eric. Now Eric was standing, and when he saw Danny he visibly sagged with relief. "What kind of moron are you?" "The fun-loving kind," said Danny. "I'm not an idiot. Of course I didn't sign my name to IOUs." "Good. I signed yours." "Yeah, right. So the way I see it, it'll take us a few trips to get this all into the store." I spied on them a little bit this afternoon," said Danny. "The clerk isn't going to let us in." "What kind of all-night corner store turns away customers?" said Eric. "Customers carrying a bunch of laptops aren't the normal clientele." "So how do we get in there?" "I'm thinking we start out by me pushing these all through a gate into Rico's office." "Rico? You're on a first-name basis with him now?" "That's what the clerk called him." "When you were spying?" "The clerk saw me. Just my face. He probably thinks he was hallucinating." So maybe when we come in he'll run out screaming, said Eric. No, said Danny. I don't think I should make this stuff magically appear. Last thing we want is for Rico to know how we do it. So what? He can't catch you. But he can catch you, said Danny, and hold you hostage to get me to burgle every house in Washington and then probably kill you anyway when I'm done. Oh, said Eric. Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't show them stuff popping out of thin air. Though I've got to tell you, there's no way you can know how cool it looks on the other end when you hand the stuff through to me. Like the night air is giving birth to high-price electronics and jewelry, and I'm the doctor there to catch them. Danny was still focused on the transportation problem. What if I popped them into an aisle of the store, out of sight from the checkout desk? Then we can show him where they are, and he won't have to know how we got them there, said Eric. That works. Danny made a mini-gate at floor level and slid the laptops through all at once. They were heavy when you stacked them up, but he did it smoothly and the stack didn't tip over. Then he made a series of other gates, sliding everything through in bunches until he imagined they were all lined up in the aisle. Since they weren't hearing any tumult from the sidewalk in front of the store, there probably hadn't been a customer inside watching the stuff appear. Either that or the poor sap fainted. Anyway, it was all inside except for the jewelry, which Eric had wrapped up in his shirt, which he was now carrying like a parcel. Cold now? Asked Danny. Jewelry makes me warm, said Eric. They walked around to the front of the store and came in the door. The clerk saw them and got a weird look on his face. Get lost, he said softly. You don't want to see him. We need the money, said Eric, and he needs the stuff to sell. You don't know him, said the clerk softly. He thinks you're small-time trash and he's going to send you to the hospital. Eric set the shirt-wrapped parcel on the counter and opened it. Holy shit, said the clerk. He reached under the counter and apparently he pressed a button because out came Rico from the back room carrying the aluminum bat. I thought I told you little assholes what would happen if you came back, said Rico. Maybe you ought to look at the stuff, said the clerk. They're not a joke, Rico. Rico glared at Danny and Eric, then stepped between them and looked down at the shirtload of jewelry on the counter. Fakes, he said. How odd that they'd keep their fakes in a safe, said Danny. People do that, said Rico. I'll give you $50 for it. Eric reached out and started refolding the shirt over the jewelry. The bat came down lightly across his arms. The blow was only just hard enough to make Eric cry out and snatch his arms back. $100, said Rico. If you don't like that, then I pay nothing plus 2 broken heads. So what you're saying, said Danny, is that you don't want to see the rest of the stuff. That isn't all, said the clerk, impressed. Shut up, Jose, said Rico. Ah, Jose, said Danny. Nice to know your name. What else do you have? Asked Rico. Nothing, for a fence who offers $100 for $50,000 worth of jewelry. Maybe 5,000 street, not 50, which means 500 from me to you, said Rico. And yeah, okay, I lowballed you a little because I told you little assholes not to come back here and you came anyway. We thought you were a serious businessman, said Danny. But now you've hurt my friend. Let's just get out of here, said Eric. He looked like he was about to cry. He was hugging his own arms like a girl who was afraid of getting hit in the chest with a baseball. I don't think so, said Rico. I think your friend is staying here while you bring in the rest of the stuff. Oh, it's already in here, said Danny. We sort of pre-delivered. Where? Demanded Jose. I didn't see you guys bring anything in here but that stuff. At the back of the store, said Danny. You were kind of napping. Rico glared at Jose. I was not, said Jose. I wasn't even reading or watching television. I was sitting here watching the damn door. Come on back and see for yourself, said Danny. He led the way down an aisle. When they rounded the corner, there were the laptops and the game consoles. Only now did Danny realize that some of the console cords and cables seemed to be cut. They disappeared into thin air. Apparently, in the dark outside, Danny hadn't realized that some of the cords didn't make it all the way through the mini-gates. He reached down and pulled the offending consoles away from the gate, and the cords slid fully into view. That's a lot of electronics, said Rico. Good laptops, said Danny. Top of the line. Bullshit, said Rico. They're all used. Most I can pay for any of them is a couple hundred. Maybe $25 for each console." Eric grumbled at that. "You shitting me, man? You can get a lot more than that." "Give him a break here," said Danny. "He's got to make his profit and overhead. He's got to pay Jose's salary. And what if some of it doesn't find a buyer? We don't know what condition these things are in. They might not run at all." "Smart boy," said Rico. Eric didn't like it, but Danny held up a hand to silence him. "Come on, George. That's more than we were hoping for from our first haul. He likes our stuff. Finds out he can sell it for a good price, he'll start raising our percentage." "You got that," said Rico. And Danny was pleased that Eric hadn't blinked when Danny called him George. No reason to give Rico their real names. Danny's didn't matter so much, but Eric could be hunted down if this guy didn't like how the deal worked out. "Come on into my office and I'll give you the payout," said Rico. "Jose, bring the parcel from the counter." "Right, boss," said Jose, and he walked back down the aisle to the front. "And lock the door," Rico called after him. "Can't believe I let you show me this stuff with the door unlocked." Then he suddenly had Danny slammed up against the display shelves with his shirt up around his ears, and he was frisking him. "Can't have a wire in here," he said. "Can't have you entrapping me into a crime I would never have committed otherwise." "We got no wires," said Eric. "Get your hands off the kid, you perv." "It's okay, George," said Danny. "He's got to be sure we're not plants." Then Danny laughed at his own words, conjuring up an image of him and Eric sprouting out of the ground, with stone sprinkling them from a watering can. "Something funny?" asked Rico. "Tickles," said Danny. "Yeah, well, you're clean enough. You, George, drop trow or I'll feel you up and maybe I'll accidentally hurt your nads for calling me a perv." Eric dropped his pants and showed that he didn't have a wire concealed either. "First time anybody ever asked me to moon them," he said. "Pull 'em up, smartass," said Rico. "All right, come on into the office." Danny went through the door first and headed for the desk. Eric was right behind him, but then he heard a cry of pain and a thud, and he whirled around to see Eric sprawled on the floor, writhing in agony, and Rico just unwinding from a massive swing of the bat. "You little assholes. Didn't I tell you what would happen if you came back here?" said Rico, softly but harshly. "Didn't I give you fair warning?" Jose was in the doorway now, holding Eric's shirt with the jewelry inside. "Ay Dios," he said. "Santa Trinidad." Danny now had Rico's desk between him and the baseball bat. "Hold still and take your medicine," said Rico, "or I'll just keep smacking your buddy's head till it pops like a melon." "You don't want no bloodstains on the floor," said Jose. "Don't start thinking you know what I want and don't want," said Rico menacingly. Then he lunged forward, swinging the bat as he came. It would have caught Danny at chest level, except that he gated his way back outside. Man, it was cold out there. He only stayed a couple of seconds before he gated back into the office, but this time right next to Eric. His plan was to get him up and make a run for it, but Eric cried out in pain when Danny tried to pull him. Rico was off balance, recovering from his wild swing. He whirled around, looking baffled for a moment as he staggered and leaned on the desk. Jose, for his part, had a sick look on his face. He at least seemed to know what he had just seen. Danny disappearing in one place and reappearing a moment later in another. "Quick little bastard, aren't you?" said Rico. "Run all you want. I'll just take it out on your friend. He ain't getting up, not without a stretcher. I cracked half his ribs if I didn't break his back." And now the bat was high over Rico's shoulder as he readied the bat to come down on Danny's head. What choice did Danny have? He got a firm grip on Eric's wrist and then pulled with all his might to drag him through the gate he had just created. He knew as he did it that it couldn't work. Even though Danny was through the gate himself almost instantly, it would take time to drag Eric's body through, and who knew what Rico might do? Beat him more or just grab onto his leg and pull back stronger. So Danny reflexively did something he didn't know he could do. He moved the gate, slid the mouth of it right over Eric's limp body. It worked. Eric was lying in the garden, still unable to get up, but out of Rico's office. Only Rico was holding on to Eric's leg. Just the man's heavy arms coming through the gate, Maybe Rico could have come through all the rest of the way if Danny hadn't let go of Eric. Without that connection with Danny, Rico seemed to be unable to pull his arms back or push them farther through. He was stuck. Danny didn't dare grab Rico's arms or do anything to him at all. If he touched him, Rico might come the rest of the way through or drag Danny back. So instead, Danny created a new gate into the office. There was Rico, looking terrified, with his arms reaching down toward the floor but disappearing just below the elbows. "Let go of me, you little shit!" he shouted when he saw Danny. "I'm not holding you," said Danny. Jose was sitting in the doorway, his back against the frame, looking at Danny wide-eyed. "I did see you on the wall," he said. "I'm not crazy. I saw you." "You sure did," said Danny. "Where does this asshole keep his money?" "The store safe is right behind the counter out front." "No," said Danny. "The real money." "He'll kill me," said Jose. "With no arms?" asked Danny. Rico groaned and wailed, "Let go of me!" Danny went behind the desk and opened drawers. Nothing. Then he looked carefully at the jumble of cabinets, shelves, papers, and saleable goods against the wall. He started gating his hands into every cabinet and feeling around. Finally, he brought his hands out, clutching several stacks of bills. Some were stacks of hundreds, some of 20s. He reached back into the same cabinet and came out with a pistol and a box of bullets. He slapped those down on the desk and said, "Time for you to shut up, Rico." Rico shut up. Danny counted out 10 hundreds. "Here's what I expected to get for the stuff I brought. 1,000. He counted out 20 more hundreds. "I'm betting this will cover George's medical bills." Then Danny picked up the rest of the money and carried it to Jose. "No, man, I don't want none of that." "Think again," said Danny. "You just saw this asshole get humiliated. You think he's not going to kill you first chance he gets? Take this money, get yourself out of D.C., out of this part of the country, out of the United States. You get it? This is unemployment here. Severance pay. I got to stay here. I got family to support. This isn't enough to take care of them for a while?" 8 kids, said Jose. "It takes that much to get me back into the States. I can't go." "Tell you what," said Danny. "Here's the gun. There's a box of ammo. You want to be safe from him? You get some of those rubber gloves from the janitorial closet. You do what you gotta do. I'm not going to kill him, but I don't care if you do." "No, man, no," said Rico. "Come on, Jose. I've got your back, man. I'm not going to hurt you. Just put the money back. Take that gun. Shoot this kid. You saved my life, see? I know how to treat my friends." "We brought him a bunch of jewelry and electronics to sell," said Danny, "and you saw how he treated us." "We're friends, Jose," insisted Rico. "Pull me back into the room, kid. I mean it. You can have all that money. You can take back the stuff. Just get me my arms back." Then Rico's eyes grew wide. "Who's got my hands?" he demanded. "Something's grabbing my hands." Then he screamed. Danny had no idea what was happening to Rico's hands. Was Eric doing something? Or was there a dog out there, or a raccoon? Or was Rico just faking it? Danny needed to get back to Eric in case there was something hurting him outside. "I'm going now," said Danny. "I'm taking only the fair price for the goods and George's medical bills. I'm leaving the goods. I didn't cheat Rico. I didn't steal from him. When I get out there, I'm going to count to 10. Then I'll push his arms back into this room. You can take the money here and get out, or you can shoot his ass, or both. I recommend both." Jose stood up and walked out of the room. "I guess he doesn't want the money or you dead, you lucky bastard," said Danny to Rico. Then Jose came back into the room, pulling on a rubber glove. "No! Oh, no, man!" cried Rico. Danny gated back out to the garden. Eric had twisted himself into position to gnaw on Rico's right thumb. It was spouting blood, which was pouring out of Eric's mouth. He had a feral look in his eyes like one of Zog's hawks, hyper-alert but utterly soulless. "You got to stop that," said Danny. "If I touch you while you're touching him, he gets free. Let go of him. Stop it." But it was like Eric didn't hear him. He was growling like a dog, like a bear. Then he fell backward and spat out the thumb, and spat again and again, trying to get the blood out of his mouth. "That was ugly," said Danny. "But fair." Then he heard a gunshot. It was muffled and far away, on account of having taken place inside the store a couple of doors down. Danny didn't touch Rico's arms. Instead, using his newfound skill, he pulled the gate away, drawing it over the arms until no part of them remained visible. "I made it through the gate," said Eric with a grin. "Yeah, so I see," said Danny. "And I feel a lot better." "You shouldn't have moved. He probably broke your ribs. He might have broken your back." "I don't think so," said Eric. "I mean, that's how it felt right after he did it. But now I feel kind of better." Eric got to his feet. "In fact, I feel great. Except maybe I hurt my jaw taking off his thumb." "I can't believe you did that." "I don't want that asshole ever holding a baseball bat again," said Eric. "You hadn't got rid of his hands, I was taking the other thumb, too." Danny held out the $3,000. "I think I cheated him, if you're okay. I mean, 1,000 of this was for the goods we sold him, but the other 2,000 were for your medical expenses." "You kidding? He owed us at least 5. So you gave him a discount. Let's say his thumb was worth 1,000. He's still 1,000 ahead." "I think he's dead," said Danny. "You killed him?" "No," said Danny. "I was just an accomplice before the fact. I think Jose just shot him." "None of our business," said Eric. "And you saved my ass, man. You're the one who told me he'd do that, and I didn't believe you. I'm the streetwise guy, right? And you're the one who knew." "You knew too," said Danny. "You just didn't want to believe it." "My life as a burglar is over," said Eric. "Glad to hear it," said Danny. "Now let's take the money and get out of here." Said Eric. "What?" "Maybe after that gunshot we shouldn't be seen walking down the street away from the store." "Well, I'm not going toward the store," said Danny. "Who knows but what Jose would shoot us too if he saw us, if he hasn't already got himself halfway to Union Station." "Get your head in gear," said Eric. "You just proved you can get me through one of your gate things alive, so let's get back to Stone's house." "No," said Danny. "What do you mean? You can do it, it's easy." "You're not going back there," said Danny. "And neither am I." "The hell I'm not." "You're covered in the blood of a murdered man," said Danny. "You're not tracking any of it into Stone's house. You've got $3,000. You're going to get yourself into a restroom and wash up as best you can, and then you're getting out of D.C. and back on the road." "My stuff's in Stone's house." "So is mine, and it's all worthless. You can replace all you left behind for $100, said Danny. "I'm going back there whether you take me or not," said Eric. "You tell me I'm not the boss of you? Well, you're not the boss of me either." Danny sighed. "Okay, fair enough. I'll take you back there, and then I'll go, because I'm not bringing any of this down on Stone's head." "Fair enough. Once I get my stuff and wash up and all that, I'm going too. I promise." Danny figured he probably meant it, for the moment. But then he'd decide to stay a few more days, and he'd start bragging about taking a man's thumb in a fight. And since the cops would be looking for whoever bit off Rico's thumb and left it in a garden a couple of doors down, there was a better-than-decent chance it would lead the cops to Stone's door sooner or later. "Give me your hand," said Danny. "Hold tight so you don't get stuck in between like Rico did." Eric got a sudden look of fear in his eyes. "You're not going to leave me part way, are you?" Danny rolled his eyes. "You hold on to me, then," he said. "Hug me like your mama so you go through when I do." "I think I'll walk," said Eric. "I saved your life," said Danny. "You think I'm going to hurt you now?" Eric thought about this. "How come you gave me all the money? How do I know you aren't going to kill me and take it back?" "The money was always for you," said Danny. "Don't you think I could gate my way into any bank vault in the world and get all the money I want?" Now Eric got angry. "Why didn't you say so? Why did we go through all this burglary shit and this crap with Rico if you could just get nice, clean money?" "Die packs," said Danny. "Serial numbers on FBI lists. I've seen cop shows. Come on, I did your plan, and I got you paid, and I got you out of there before he could beat you any more than he already did. Come on." Danny held out his arms like he was going to hug a long-lost brother. Eric stepped into his embrace and wrapped his arms tightly around Danny. "You're the best thing ever happened to me, kid," said Eric. "I know," said Danny. Then he gated them back to the place where they had met, behind the shops near the Lexington Walmart. It was just starting to snow. It took Eric a moment to realize where they were. By then, Danny had pulled free. "You got your $3,000, said Danny, "and you're in your hometown. Go home. Wash off that blood. Get seen by witnesses. Nobody's going to be looking for the mysterious thumb-biter around here, but if they do, you've got an alibi. You can't possibly have done the thumb-biting because 15 minutes later, you were seen 200 miles away." "You lying sack of shit," said Eric. "You tricked me." "It's what I do," said Danny. "Just remember that when you're spending $3,000 of my trickery." Eric still looked furious, but he was calming down. "I can't let my family see the money or it's gone." "How about if you let them see $1,000 of the money because you want to help them live a little better for a while?" Eric grinned. "They just drink it up." "What'll you do with it?" asked Danny. "New clothes, a bus ticket, and then I'll eat and drink the rest till I have to start begging again." Danny admired his self-knowledge. "Then thanks, Eric, for watching out for me for a few days. I learned a lot from you." "And you're a freaking Houdini. I didn't learn shit from you." Danny grinned and waved, and then he was gone. He had gated himself to Perry McClure High School, a couple of miles away, on a hill overlooking Buena Vista. He had come to the woods above the school several times in his ventures out of the family compound and watched all the Drowther kids, the teams practicing in the ball field, the kids coming to and going from the buses and cars in the parking lot, the faculty. He knew the place would be empty this time of night, and it was full of computers. He gated himself inside the foyer and then into the office. The computers were off. Danny turned one on, waited for it to boot up. Then he Google mapped the address of Marion and Leslie Silverman on Highway 68 near Yellow Springs, Ohio, where it was called Xenia Avenue. He used the satellite mode to zero in on their house. It was a good-sized farm, surrounded by fields, but with housing developments close by to the east. Danny tried to imagine a ground-level view of what he was seeing. Could he really do this? Jump somewhere that he had never been just from a Google Maps satellite picture? What if he only gated himself inside the computer and everything blew up? He had made a lot of jumps to places he had never seen before during his jaunts outside the family compound, but they had only been jumps of a mile or 2 or 5, and he had made them without thinking, without even knowing he was doing it. It was all just part of running to him, running really fast and wanting to get places, see things. He didn't even know what he wanted to see. That's how he first got to Perry McClure High School, skipping clear over Buena Vista itself. But come to think of it, he probably saw the hillside where he ended up before he ever jumped. Well, if I can't get there in one gate, I can get there in a few dozen, or a few hundred. It's not as if I have to pay for these gates. He closed his eyes, picturing the tree-lined driveway leading from Xenia Avenue up to the house. Thinking of the address, thinking of the names. Then he made a gate, and he was there. In the driveway, in the middle of the night, snow everywhere that hadn't been shoveled, but the sky was clear. Danny walked to the street. Brookside Drive should meet the other side of Xenia just a rod or two north of the Silverman's driveway, and there it was. Danny walked back to the gate he had just made, and returned through it to the office at Perry McClure. He zeroed out the browser history, and then cleared out all the cookies and all the temp files. Then he uninstalled the browser itself. It took a while, but he figured he had done all he could to make it so nobody could find out that the last thing the browser had shown was a certain address in Ohio. Then he was back through the gate to the Silverman's driveway. He wasn't going to wake them up in the middle of the night. He made his way to the barn, which was heated by the bodies of a couple of dozen cows, and curled up in a corner to sleep. 11. Servant of Space-Time. Marion and Leslie Silverman were old enough that all of their own kids were grown and gone. The day Danny arrived there, Leslie, Mrs. Silverman, proudly showed him the pictures of 5 little families on the top of the upright piano. Danny was inept enough to ask, "Are any of them orphans?" Leslie raised her eyebrows. "Don't you think that if any of them were, they'd all be?" In a moment, Danny realized how it had sounded to her. "I mean, are they mages, like you?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," said Leslie, looking truly puzzled. "Have we taken in the wrong stray?" asked Marion from the kitchen where he was making pies. "He thinks one of us is dead," said Leslie. "Or both of us." "No," said Danny. "I just thought... Stone told me... Now he thinks that he can talk to rocks," she called out to her husband. "What do you think, Marion? Is he a keeper or a discard?" Danny was completely baffled. They had brought him into the house the moment Leslie found him in the barn. Before dawn, because apparently the cows got testy if they weren't milked every day at the same time, and it was a very early time. He had assumed they knew exactly what and who he was. But no, apparently they took all strays into the house. "Look, call Stone," said Danny. "He sent me here." "Now I'm supposed to talk to rocks," said Leslie. "Marion, what did you put in those omelets? Am I going to start hallucinating too?" "Only if you forgot to take your meds, darling," Marion called back. "Now hush, please. I can't have any emotion going on when I make the crusts, or they won't be flaky and delicious. I'm yelling to be heard, not because I'm angry." "Yelling's yelling," called Marion. "We're scaring the dough." "So he makes the pies, and you milk the cows?" asked Danny, changing the subject, since it was apparent they were bent on pretending not to know anything about magery or why Danny had come here. Unless they weren't pretending, in which case this was some elaborate hoax Stone had pulled. At least Danny could give Stone credit for sending him to such a hospitable couple. "We each do what we like most," said Leslie. "Or if it's a job that has to be done and we both hate it, then whoever hates it least. Or we trade off. I'm milking because I'm an early riser, and he's pies because pies don't like me, so the crust never behaves." "I thought maybe because you both have names that could be either male or female, you got all mixed up on men's work and women's work," said Danny. He smiled and started to laugh, thinking he was being kind of funny and clever. Apparently not. "Sorry," he said. "Don't know what for," said Leslie. "Should I leave now?" asked Danny. "Heavens, no," said Leslie. "We've hardly started to get to know you." "I just seem to be saying everything wrong," said Danny. "Not at all," said Leslie. "Where did you get such an idea?" "I didn't just happen to come here. I had your address, your names. I didn't just make it up. I'm not a vagrant." "I'm so relieved," said Leslie. "To know you came here on purpose. Well, that eases my mind no end." Was there irony in what she said? Danny couldn't be sure. He couldn't read these people the way he could read the ants. It was more like trying to understand what Mama and Baba were getting at when they talked over his head. He understood all the words, he just had no clue what was going on. The ants said what they meant, or at least they meant what they said. No, they didn't, Danny realized. He simply had known them longer and had practice figuring out what they meant. So he sat and thought for a moment. "You're just careful, aren't you?" said Danny. "Because you don't know if I'm a trap." "I know what a trap looks like, darling," said Leslie. "At least the kind we use for mice that get confused and think they're welcome inside the house. If you're a trap, I wonder what we'd use for bait and where we'd put it." "How about I put myself in a trap so you know I'm not one," said Danny. He gated from the chair he was sitting in to one across the room. Leslie turned and looked at him in his new location, shaking her head. "Well, you've certainly proven that you trust me." "If I were a spy from any of the families, would I do that?" "If you had a brain in your head, would you do that?" she retorted. "Well, I certainly proved that you know what mages are because you didn't start screaming and carrying on when I gated across the room." I can't scream and carry on, said Leslie. Marion is making pies. Didn't you get a message from Stone about me? Asked Danny. There was no more pretense she didn't know who Stone was. Apparently you got here faster than the internet can send mail. I don't think Stone knew I was going right that moment. I left in kind of a hurry on account of I was involved in something stupid and illegal, and I didn't check in with Stone. Stupid and illegal, said Leslie. So you act as your own character reference, apparently. I'm an excellent burglar, said Danny, but not a very good negotiator with insane criminal persons who just broke my stupid, greedy friend's ribs with a baseball bat. Am I going to have to warn my neighbors to lock their windows and doors at night while you're here? Are you serious? Asked Danny. They can't keep me out if I want to get in. I'm not here as a burglar. I'm here as a student. I'd suggest you learn farming at an agricultural college somewhere, darling, on account of we're not really serious farmers. It's kind of a hobby. Danny sighed. Have you got a television? At least he could amuse himself if they did. No, I'm sorry. We got rid of the old black and white years ago. They've got color now, said Danny, and flat screens. And cable. Aren't you sweet to point that out, said Leslie. We had cable for a while, but it came down to this. I thought there was nothing worth watching unless we had cable, but Marion said he wasn't paying for television since God meant it to come free out of the air and not out of a hose and paid for at $50 a month. Danny couldn't help laughing at that, and his laughter made Leslie smile. Sure we have television, said Leslie. But is that really the best thing you can think of to do with your free time? We didn't get to watch a lot of it back on the family compound. Which reminds me, said Leslie, you learn any useful farming skills? Why would I? Asked Danny. I had no affinity for plants or animals. All I had were my 2 hands, and the ants thought it was dangerous to let me loose near living plants. I think they thought I'd kill whatever I touched. How are you doing on that? Asked Leslie. On what? On not killing whatever you touch, she said. There was a bit of an edge to the question. She was not asking about plants. Danny regarded her steadily. Why would she ask such a question about killing if she hadn't been in contact with Stone? He could only assume that Stone knew something about what happened in Rico's office, because Eric would have told him, and Stone would have passed the story on to the Silvermans. I didn't kill anybody, said Danny, even though he tried to kill me and my friend. I figured I could always get away, so why bother? But there was a man worked for the guy who was trying to kill us, and he was in serious danger. So I made a gun available to him. But I also got him plenty of money to get out of the country if that's what he wanted. The choice was his. What about cannibalism? Asked Leslie. You much for human meat? Like it en soufflé or en kebab? Or is it just the little parts you hanker for now and then? Served body temperature tartare. Eric bit off Rico's thumb. I didn't know he was going to do it, and he was just spitting it out when I got back to him. For what it's worth, he was aiming to take the other one, but I didn't let him. Taking candy from a baby, eh? Asked Marion. He was standing in the kitchen door. Sounds like you got in way over your head. But Stone says Eric backs up your story. He had a cell phone to his ear. You were letting Stone listen to what I was saying? You left the bloody path behind you in D.C. We had to decide whether we thought you were worth teaching, said Leslie. I'm still not sure, though at least I'm pretty sure we aren't going to kill you. Kill me? Asked Danny. He jumped to his feet. That's what you were deciding? While you fed me and treated me so nice? Somebody who can jump through a gate at the first sign of danger, said Marion. You think we're going to let you know we're thinking along those lines? Look, gate mages have always been a problem. You can't discipline them. You can't... Well, if they become civilized, it's because they plumb felt like it. Even the ones that don't do any serious damage to fellow Westilians are pretty much a living horror to the mortals they decide to play pranks on. Kidnapping people by dragging them through gates, pretending to be one person by voice and manner while really you're another. You Lokis and Hermeses and Mercuries, you cut such a caper. The only people I played pranks on were my cousins. But they were the only people you knew who weren't bigger than you, And that was before you even knew you were a gate mage, am I right? Said Marion. Let's get something straight here. We may be Westilian by blood and training, but we're not part of any of these families, and we live amongst Drowthers all the time, and we like them. In fact, we think we're mostly Drowther blood ourselves, and we won't have you here if it's going to cause grief for our friends. Danny sat back down. What can I say? If I were that kind of nasty trickster, I would assure you that I would never ever do any such thing to the local Drowthers. I'm not that kind of nasty trickster, but what can I tell you except the exact same thing? Well, at least he's logical, said Marion. You say that like it's a good thing, said Leslie. Tell you what, said Marion. What if I teach him, but if we decide to get rid of him, you make a pie and we get him to eat it? Too dangerous, said Leslie. The dogs might get into it and die first. Danny kind of wanted to laugh at the way they were talking, but it was too life and death for him to really think they were funny. I ran away from home because they were fixing to put me in Hammernip Hill. I'm not going to stay here if you're also deciding every day whether I'm to be allowed to live. Hammernip? Asked Marion. Hamar Gnipa, said Leslie. The peak of a crag. Throwing people off Hamar Gnipen used to be a prime way of sacrificing them to the gods. She turned to Danny. I went to college, Marion didn't, so I educate him when I can. And I spit in her soup, said Marion brightly. Our Hammernip isn't much of a crag, said Danny. More like a hillock, a down, a barrow. He looked at Marion. I haven't gone to college yet, I just read. Darlin', said Leslie, everybody on Earth stays alive day to day solely because everyone they meet decides every single day not to kill them. For instance, you could gate your way into my chest and pull my heart out right now, or squeeze it hard and make it stop. The thought made Danny almost gag. That's just sick, he said. Yet at the same time he couldn't stop himself from thinking, cool. Why didn't I think of that? Gate mages have done it before, said Leslie. We're taking you on as a student, said Marion. Let that be enough for now. Not so fast, said Danny. You act like you're doing me this big favor and it's okay for you to test me before you'll take me on. But you're not gate mages. You've never known a gate mage in your life. There's no manual on how to do gate magery or how to train a gate mage. What in the world are you going to teach me? There are certain basics that you don't know, said Marion. So tell me. Not till the pies are done. Marion went back to the kitchen. Isn't he simply maddening? Asked Leslie. But he's a cobble friend, and he's been able to sense the presence of large deposits of both oil and coal in various places, using his credentials as a geologist. He actually did go to college, all the way to a Ph.D., and the royalties from the wells and mines allow me to maintain my farming habit. I dropped out of college to marry him and put him through school. And in case you're wondering, I'm a beast mage, most specifically a claw sister, though it hardly seems the right term to use when my heart beasts are all cows. Still, it's better than udder buddy. You're a cow sister? Asked Danny. No wonder you have to do the milking. They never kick me, if that's what you mean. We get along very well. Sometimes I wish I had an affinity with a different kind of beast. I'd love to experience leaping like a gazelle, or pouncing like a lion, or soaring like a hawk. My Uncle Zog is a hawk sometimes, when he isn't a vulture. How metaphorically apt, said Leslie. I once knew Zog, if he's the same one. The way you families recycle names, it's hard to be sure we're talking about the same man. There's only one Zog, said Danny, and he's an angry, vicious piece of work. And yet I don't recall him leaving someone behind with a bloody stump of a thumb and a bullet in their brain. That's because he eats his kills, said Danny. Leslie laughed. Oh, you're funny. I wouldn't put it past him, said Danny. Well, when he's riding his heartbound, of course he experiences eating whatever the heartbound eats. I can tell you that I know the sweet pleasure of chewing cud, for instance. Yet grass, half digested or fresh, has never passed these lips. Danny felt a little relieved, but also disappointed. I thought the longer you rode your heartbound, the more like them you became. In temperament, perhaps, not in diet. I'm very calm, though I'm also skittish and prone to stampede. What are the basics you can teach me? Because I could never do any of the things they taught the other kids to do. And what was that exactly? Finding your out-self, making clans, love and serve the source of your strength, that sort of thing. And why do you think you weren't doing those things? Because nothing ever happened. And mightn't that have been the fault of your teachers? Maybe, said Danny. But what would a gate mage love and serve? Doors and windows? And if you don't have an out-self, you can't very well do anything with it. Everyone has an out-self, Danny. Even the most commonplace drouther, whether he knows how to set it loose or rein it in. I don't, said Danny stubbornly. Well, then, we have a long way to take you, since you do have one. But let's start by telling you something that is known about gate mages. You could not make a gate without an out-self. Gates are your clans, you see. Each of them is built around a small portion of your out-self, and it opens and closes, or disappears completely, under your complete control. Call in your out-self, and the gate doesn't just close, it dies. It's gone. So when Loki closed the gates, he was just calling in his out-self? That would close only the gates that he had made. He closed all the gates, even those made by long-dead mages. But if a gate mage dies, how can his gates continue if they're clans? What happens to any other mage if someone kills his body while his out-self is controlling a clant or riding the heart-bound beast? The clant begins to fade, said Danny, thinking back to lessons he'd been taught. And it keeps going through the motions it was last assigned by the dying mage. They told us that was how legends of ghosts began, people seeing a fading clant from a dead mage.